ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer, in all its forms, has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def at Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Wow. Good morning and welcome to Race Industry Week 2023, brought to you by ePortrade, Racer, and Speed Sport, presented to you by ETS Racing Fuel, Fifth Third Bank Motorsports, Peak Penske Racing Shop, Scott Lewis Associates, Total Seal Piston Ring, and sponsored by ARP, Performance Plus Global Logistic, and Shop Monkey. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of ePortrade, the racing industry, every minute, every day. This is day 2. We are going to be live another 4 days, and we have assembled for you the most amazing lineup of speakers. So thank you to each and every one of you for watching us from all around the world. And this year, as we mentioned yesterday, not only are we live on Zoom, but we also live on YouTube through the ePortrade YouTube channel, the Racer YouTube channel, the Speed Sport YouTube channel, and we're also live on racer.com and on speedsport.com. So with me this morning are Judy Lequien, the co-founder of ePartrade, Paul Fanner, founder, president, and CEO of Racer Media and Marketing, Joe Tripp, managing partner and CEO of Speed Sport, and then two of our wonderful hosts this week, Mike Kirshner, managing editor and publisher of Speed Sport, and Richard James, editor at large of SportsCar for Racer and Racer.com. So thank you very much for being with us today. Ladies first, Judy.
Thank you, Francisque. And thank you, everyone, for joining us this week. Wow, yesterday was just dynamic. And I just want to remind everybody what we are. We are a racing platform, just like a trade show, where we have suppliers showcasing. Buyers could connect with them all year long. So don't hesitate to sign in and use the platform. But then we also host technical webinars throughout the year on Wednesdays, very technical. And this is just the cherry on top. What an array of racing superstars do we have this entire week. Thank you to Paul Fanner at Racer, Joe Tripp at Speed Sport. Great partners, and it's been fun to work on this week with you guys. Paul?
Thank you, Judy. And yeah, what a day yesterday. We had it on the big screen in the office, and it was great to see the entire industry showing so much energy and positivity as we roll on to 2024. I also wanted to make sure I thank my racer teammates who were up early, making sure this happens on our platforms. And I know everyone's working in the wee dark hours, just like a race team, to make all of this happen. But it's a really special event, and it's a moment where the world of motorsport comes together, and we share our successes, our challenges, and our optimistic view of what's possible in the years ahead. A little later on, I'll talk about my colleague, Richard James, but it's great to see him here. And it's nice to see you up so early, Richard. Reminds me of a race weekend.
Indeed. It's nice to be up early, and thank you for everybody who puts this together.
Yeah. Well, on to you, Joe. I think that what you guys are doing with Speed Sport, SS1, Speed Sport TV is fantastic. And it's great to have you as a drafting partner, as always.
Likewise, Paul, thank you. Yeah, as we all know in this industry, we'll be celebrating our 90th year next year, and as we all know, we have to continually reinvent ourselves. We stand by what Speed Sport has always meant, and what our ethos is, but we have to reinvent ourselves as media and technology changes, just like in racing. It was in the thing that keeps Speed Sport on track. The person that keeps Speed Sport on track is Mike Kirshner, our editing, our managing editor and publisher. Mike spent many years under the tutelage of the legendary Chris Economaki, and was one of the most important assets that came with the company when Ralph Shaheen and I were fortunate enough to take the torch from the Economakis. So I'm very excited to have Mike with us today. He'll be doing some of the sessions. And Mike, what are your thoughts so far?
I think there was a lot of fantastic guests yesterday and even more today. I think today, as we move through the day, leadership is kind of the buzzword for me. A lot of the top leaders in our sport will be guests today, including World Racing Group's Brian Carter, who will be with me later this afternoon. So it'll be interesting what they have to say about the current business climate as we move into a new year.
Absolutely. And then Richard, this is the first time you're joining us this year. So thank you for taking the time to be with us. You have two great interviews back to back in a few moments.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very much looking forward to talking to both gentlemen.
Paul, any thoughts on yesterday?
Yes. Well, it was riveting. I didn't get a lot of work done. I was busy watching this. But one of the things I think that is interesting is just the contrast between two eras, the era before 2020 and the era during the pandemic when this idea was born. And I see racers they learn faster than the competition, and I see so many learners on our screens as we go through this week. They're really great at evolving and adapting. And what I also see is the audience expanding for our sport, younger audience, new media bringing in audience that was unreachable previously. I think that what we have now is a wealth of opportunity to grow this sport in the years ahead by learning to behave in a way that is aligned with now. And I think that the journey to now is a never-ending one if you're involved in racing. And we have I'm going to be up, I think, following Richard's interviews this morning with the sports car theme that I think we got going. I'm going to be interviewing my friend John Doonan, who's the president of IMSA. And I'm so excited because I think no one's done now better than IMSA has this year. They have defined what's possible in the race to the future.
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Joe, any thoughts on yesterday and the upcoming days?
I was riveted yesterday. I mean, all day long. Of course, we had Ralph Shaheen and Jim Roller from Team Speed Sport on doing some great interviews. German touring car, Dakar. We had the Formula One power boats. Tim Seabold from there, and welcome Daryl Strong from Unlimited Hydroplanes. We're constantly evolving and reaching out beyond, 2 or 4 wheels into boat racing and off-road and all sorts of other things. The other thing that struck me is just a reminder that this is a global platform. What you and Judy have built truly is a global platform. And starting off with Steve Phelps from NASCAR, which is, a global platform in and of itself. We had 2 guests yesterday that a German and a French gentleman that English isn't their first language, and Jim Roller did a great job with them. And thankfully, Franciski stepped in and helped a little bit interpret. But it was just riveting. It was entertaining. I had it on, on the big screen all day long, and plan on doing the same thing today. Even though we're in the industry and been in it collectively for how many decades, all of us on the screen here, but I'm always, as Paul said, I'm always learning and always adapting and evolving. And we do that by participating in things like that where we learn from each other. So looking forward to another great day of that.
Thank you, Joe. And there will be more international peoples in the days to come. We'll travel again back to France, to the Middle East, to Japan, many other places. So it is 6 a.m. I'd like to, before we bring our first guest, like everybody out there to please share the links with your colleagues and industry friends. This is an industry week that's been designed for you. So everyone in the industry, please share the Zoom link, the YouTube link, the Speed Sport and Racer.com to all your friends in the industry. So thank you very much. Please stay with us, Paul, Joe, and Mike, and then we're going to transition quickly in the next session. I see that Remy is on, and so we've got a good news and a bad news. When you have such a lineup of people like we have this week, sometimes you've got, last minute changes. And unfortunately, this time we've got a call from Hugues de Chaunac, who has a last minute emergency trip and couldn't be with us today. Now, the good news is that we got Rémi Taffin with us today. Now, Rémi is one of the smartest technical director out there. He has a resume that you cannot believe, from Renault F1, work with world champion like Alonso, Jenson Button, etc. So enough said. Good morning, Rémi. Thank you for stepping in. Thank you for, it was a last minute call and you very gently join us. So we'll leave you in the hands of Richard to talk about ORECA.
Thank you, Francisque, and good morning, good afternoon to all. And hello, Richard. Nice to be here.
Well, thank you for joining us last minute. Appreciate the substitution. And I know Francis went a little bit over your resume, but is there anything that you'd like to fill in on in terms of your history in motorsport?
I think first it's fair to say that I spent quite a lot of my time in the Formula One world for somehow like 20 years. But since I met with Hugues de Chaunac and I started my let's say the second part of my life in motorsport, and I am now 2 years into ORECA, and a lot has been going on with Hugues and basically ORECA. You cannot separate Hugues and ORECA, and I will be happy to share all of this.
Excellent. Well, give me it's a very interesting time in the world of sports car racing. The top tiers are changing rapidly. What is give us kind of the overview of ORECA and everything it's got going on right now.
Yeah, I have to say it's quite a long time for ORECA. It's 50 years, as I remember. Hugues is actually having the 50 years of his company this year. So quite a tremendous journey to now. But it's clear that since now 2 or 3 years, Hugues has been looking into the future of ORECA, trying to always reinvent. And what has been done since is making sure we keep developing the company, but also to follow up on what's going around. And you've been mentioning with the rest of the field that there was quite a big push on the IMSA side. There is also push on the Europe new categories. We can see LMDH, we can see sports cars, LMP2. We also have tried to make sure we get involved in all this new series to make sure we participate, and obviously we always try to win, because the aim at ORECA when we do something is to be the best. So quite a full project, and obviously there are also the new technology, but also the new energies that we're also looking at, and maybe we will have time to discuss it. But definitively there is a lot to come in motorsport. I can see there is not only one solution now, quite a lot, and it's up to us, as already mentioned, to develop them as quick as we may, so we can afford that to customers, to spectators.
So ORECA has partnered with a variety of OEMs over the years to build race cars with under their brand. Notably the Acura ARX 06 that will be familiar to IMSA fans. Tell me a little bit about how closely you work with the manufacturer, and talk about the various roles for the manufacturer side and from ORECA's side.
Okay, so I think we first need to rewind a little bit, and ORECA has been doing a lot of races and racing as being a team, so winning races. And at some point, something like 15 years ago, you guys decided, oh, maybe we should also try to do our own cars and win with them. And this has all started this LMP2 and the widely known ORECA 07, which basically has made the job to also demonstrate that ORECA is not only capable of racing and winning races with cars, but also with their designing their proper cars. And I have to say, the link to the manufacturers is all credit to ORECA being able to develop a car and make definitively sure that we are a good partner. And when we got onto switching to a new regulation like LMDH, it has become clear to manufacturer that the LMP2s that ORECA has produced and now we would be able to supply them was key to partnering with you mentioned the RAX from Acura, partnering with Honda and also now partnering with Renault Alpine, and this was definitively based on the know-how that we showed outside on track. So that's basically where we came from, and why the manufacturer is also liking to work with a company like ORECA is still the way that we do develop. We can develop quickly. We are smart. We can basically maybe make things that become maybe impossible to the biggest one than that what we are. So we basically are not doing the same thing, and we're partnering to try to get the most out of both worlds. So that's what makes it very interesting.
Well, as you mentioned, much of that was built off the LMP2 program in the 07. It's kind of become the LMP2 car in a variety of series worldwide. What do you attribute that to in terms of the success of that chassis?
I think that chassis has been made in 2 or 3 steps, but definitively there was with the 05 a very good baseline, and I have to say when we went up to the 07, everything was all about making sure we get the most out of everything. So sometimes it can feel like, wow, we're gonna have to brake late, but this one was really braking as late as we could on every part of the car. So I have to say, it's like everything ORECA does. We try to go as far as we may into getting most out of the performance, and sometimes it creates problems, but we like to solve these problems. So we prefer to have a quick car that we have to fix rather than the opposite.
Okay, is the changing landscape? Obviously, LMP2 won't be part of WEC next year, but there's still a lot of places that LMP2 can compete. IMSA for one, European Le Mans. How many cars are out there now, and how many? Do you expect to add to that, or will everything kind of stall until the next set of regulations comes out?
It's fair to say that there's quite a lot out there, since we are the only one to sell LMP2 these days. We have gone over 120 cars since the beginning all over the world. And you mentioned the WEC that we will unfortunately be out of, but for other goods. But we still have ELMS, where we have quite a lot of cars. But we also keep on developing LMP2 in the US with IMSA, with John, where we try and promote a lot LMP2 and sports cars. And we also, as ORECA, trying to bring even more services into the US, and we are actually reinstating our company in the US. So we will have very soon ORECA North America that we will run our operation from. So not only for LMP2 in IMSA, but as you know, we also have developed the GT3 for Ferrari, so which is also racing in IMSA, and we will actually make this operation from there. So it's a slow beginning from the end of the year, but the real focus is by the end of next year we are fully operational, and we can actually have even a better services to our US customers.
Well, what is the role once you've sold the car? What is the role of ORECA in supporting the race teams both on the LMP2 side and LMDH?
I have to say it's whether we get the LMP2 where we actually design the car and produce it because it's our own car. When we get to LMDH, it's a bit different. There is more of a relation with the manufacturer. But in the end, when we have produced the car, when we design it, develop it, validated it comes to the same world where we go into after sales, and the main, which is maybe a place where ORECA is even better, is placing services, is putting services for the customers, which means making sure that we've got the best services for spare parts, for technical assistance onto the track. So we're now growing up to a very high rate in how many people we get involved into after sales program, whether it is for LMDH, LMP2, or GT3. And this is one not only you need to have the best car, but you also need to have the, let's say, the best customers. But the best customers for me are the happy customers, and that's where we make the most of the focus, especially looking at the LMP2.
Well, you mentioned the a U.S. base. Where will that be, and what's kind of the role of having a remote, a remote base in the U.S.?
Yeah, the localization we choose is Indianapolis. I think there is 2 or 3 spots in the US, so you have to choose between these 2 or 3, and we've chosen Indianapolis. And the main starting point for us is to operate our categories, mainly obviously LMP2, LMDH for Acura, and GT3 from the US, because what we do these days is we travel back and forth with the European guys, and we felt that it's now a time for us, looking at the number of programs we've got, to reinstate this base in the US, so we get more link to the US teams. Basically, you're living at the same time, you're living the same thing, same country, and it's putting us onto a different dimension.
Okay, with the Ferrari, it's not the first time that you've been involved in a GT program, but it is the first time in a while, at least in to that level of involvement. What's kind of different in developing, taking a road car and developing a GT3 car versus building a race car from scratch?
I think the main, if you look at our programs, and you're mentioning GT3 with Ferrari, that I could not thank enough for having trust us, and we see the result now is basically the magnitude of the program. Because just to give you a few numbers, we say we have built more than 100 LMP2s in somehow 7-8 years. And we already have 100 GT3 cars in a bit more than a year. So it's a different dimension in the way that we also have had to put up the structure to get maybe on a more industrial side of motorsport, being able to build 6 cars a month, for example. It's implying a different structure, but what we also try to do is we keep the DNA of our cars, and basically the GT3 that we've produced is, someone would say, it looks like a proto. We discuss about technology, how we promote it. I think what was behind this GT3 is the fact that we, as ORECA, gathered everything we knew about race cars, and we tried to fit everything we could into a GT3, even if we thought, oh, maybe this is too high for. We actually did not discount it. We just say we always do, and we have to make the best car out there. So that was quite the exercise when we designed it. But I have to say, maybe it was the easiest part. Now we have to produce the car. We have to get everything to the customers. We have to build the services around, and it's a worldwide services. So, as we always say, we learn every day, and we try to make sure we go as quick as possible.
When Ferrari introduced the 296 GT3, they were, I know, fairly inundated with requests for cars, and said they would likely have more customers than they would be able to than the would-be cars. Talk about the race car approach to building a GT3 car. One of the things they touted was kind of the modularity of the car, and the fact that it was that made it easier to repair. I mean, is that kind of where that comes from in terms of taking a more race car purpose-built chassis approach to GT3?
I think you mentioned quite a few of it, but it's clear that when we have been used to design proto for a few years now. Then, so when you start thinking about a GT3, you start saying, okay, I will try and make it, because the thing of ORECA is trying to make the best car, but it's not only the best car out there on track, it's also the best car in the pit lane, the best car for the driver, the best car for the team. So we have looked at every single details that make a team to win a race, which is not only on track. And what we also try to make possible is one of the big difference to a proto. We come from an aluminum chassis, which is the chassis from the series cars, that you need to work on as you would do for the proto with a carbon chassis that is obviously much stiffer. But in somehow we succeeded to make all this bodywork that fits and is easy to remove and get on and to work. And because working on a car is very important in endurance racing, when you can't afford to lose too much time. So this was the challenge. It was to try and transfer the technology we had on the LMP2, for example, or LMDH, onto a GT3.
Okay, one of the challenges in working with different manufacturers is, you're developing with Ferrari a GT3 car that will go head to head with Acura's GT3 car, which is also a partner. How do you avoid creating friction between manufacturers that are competing on track that you're working with?
I think first is the trust you get from your partners, from your customers. You can even mention our LMDH program, where we started to work with Acura and then move on to Alpine. It's even, I would say, you could say, more difficult, because it's the base, the spine is the same, and then you work out the car for either Acura or Alpine. But we actually did not really have problem with that, and I have to be fair to Acura and Alpine. They never really mentioned, are you doing this or this? It's just the trust. But of course, when it comes to us working to this for example, customers, you have to have, I would not say Chinese wall, but that's the way we work. We make sure there is a division, a separation in between, and that's how we did operate. And when we talk about GT3, okay, you could argue that there could be a bit of a transfer, but again, our partners and our customers come to us because they trust us, and they trust we will be doing the best car for them. So I think it's enough so that we can work easily with all of them.
Understood. Is back to LMP2. There's we're at some point going to have a new set of regulations for LMP2. That kind of keeps getting pushed back down the road. Is how prepared is ORECA? Once that they say, okay, here's the regulations, and here's we're going to start racing this car in 2026, for example. How quickly can ORECA have a chassis?
I have to say, when we say how quickly, it would take a year somehow, if I would take a bet. But the one thing we're trying to make with this new LMP2 is to start as quickly as possible. We wish to, as you say, we wish to make sure we have the right regs on, and actually the definitive one, so that we can start on, because there is a real emphasis on cost efficiency for that program. So time is cost, and we need to get on board very, very soon. So maybe we'll take a bit more time than normal, but for it's ready for the sake of having the right car for the right category for the customers. So in short, we have already started looking into the next LMP2, and next year will be the key year for us.
Okay. Well, given ORECA's involvement at kind of every level of sports car racing now, how do you see the sports car racing landscape as it's evolving? I mean, we've got full fields, Both IMSA and WEC are looking at turning people away. Where do you see kind of the current state of sports car racing in the broader sense?
I think we, as you mentioned, we've got quite a good field or full field of race cars, and this is the real representation of how healthy is the business, and how the decision made a few years ago I've brought fruits, and that's the like of whether it is GT3, LMDH, whether it is in the US or in the Europe. Every single program that has been launched has touched the real success. So what I would say is it's already the time to think about what's going to be in 4 or 5 years. And you're right to ask this question, because we need to make sure we get the time. And I have to say that one of the question will always be technology, but I think we more discuss this day about energies, what energy we wish to be using onto race car, because we've seen coming from ICE to hybrid to some thinking about full electric. But in the end, what matters is we have the right product for the right category for the customers. And for me, the main thing we need now to work on is energies, whether we find the right energy, because you could have said we won't have the type of car we've got now in 5 years' time, but I would actually put technology aside at some point. It's really a matter of what sort of energy, because in the end we also have to be responsible, and we have to think about what's good. And I think there is quite a few subject out there, and that's I think the singularity of our business these days. There is not only one solution, which was maybe before, maybe 20 years time, very easy, because you would choose very easily for a categories. Now you have a variety of solutions that you could apply to motorsport. But I would say the one thing you should not forget is the end customers, because we also need to satisfy that. And if I would definitively, if I have to take a bet, it's not an easy bet, but I think we'll have more than one project we all discussed about. For example, hydrogen, that could be an energy for the future. So we're working on that. You have to make sure you can, I would say, digest this new energy, so that we don't, excuse me for this word, but so we do not design ugly racing cars. We want to keep designing nice racing cars that eventually make some noise. And I think we're all trying to find the right balance, and making the most out of technology and energy we see out there, because the best thing that motorsport is capable of doing is go quicker than anyone else on Earth. So I'm pretty sure when we have this all decided what we have to do, we will be the quickest, and we will make it happen. So I would maybe finish on that one. We need to keep being the best at delivering product to the track and making the customers and the teams happy.
All right. Well, as you said, that's probably a good spot to finish. I believe we are out of time. So thank you very much. Is there anything you'd like to add about what's in ORECA's future?
I have to say, maybe you did not hear surrounding me some noises, but future for us is our new facilities that we are delivering end of this year, so we can keep developing our ORECA and prepare the next 50 years. And obviously, as I mentioned, you will be watching us on track, and there will be quite a few ORECA design cars out there in 24. And as always, try to be at our best and make our teams and customers happy.
All right. Well, thank you, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Remy. And one thing that's important that maybe hasn't been shared on the interview, because ORECA is such a large company covering so many aspects. I remember the days when it was a small little race team competing in open wheels in France, and now it's this not only this manufacturers of race car and engine builder. They have a distributor. It's like one of the biggest distributor of engine parts all across Europe, and it's a fascinating company, privately owned, which is very important in today's world, especially in our industry. So thank you, Remy, for stepping in for Hugues. Again, sorry, Hugues was very sorry he had this last-minute trip that couldn't be rescheduled. But Remy, you did a wonderful job. Merci. And we were delighted to have you on. So stay with us a few more seconds, Remy. We're going to run a little video from our sponsors, and we're going to stay in France, and we're going to be talking to Frederic Lequien, the CEO of the FIA World Endurance Championship. So stay with us. We will be right back with you in a second. I'm getting a signal from a producer there.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def at Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. So this week we're traveling around the world. We started with France this morning, and we're going to stay in France for another 30 minutes. We're going to bring on Frederic Lequien, who is the CEO of the FIA World Endurance Championship, including the fabulous 24 Hours of Le Mans, which celebrated their 100th anniversary this year. So Richard James is going to be continuing the interview, and we have Frederic on. Bonsoir, Frederic. Bonjour.
Hello, good morning.
Thank you very much for being with us today. So we'll leave you in the hands of Richard James.
Thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon for you.
Good morning.
So for the American audience, some of whom aren't as familiar with the World Endurance Championship, give me kind of the overview of how you describe this series.
Yeah, it's quite a wide, difficult question because I need time to answer. First, I would say that we are a young world championship, only 10 years. We celebrated our 10 years anniversary during the season 2022. But at the end, we are young. And what we can feel now is that we are really entering in a new area. Something is happening in terms of media coverage, in terms of participation. We're going to welcome 14 different OEMs for the 2024 season, which is, I think, in the history of motorsport. That never happened in the history of motorsport. 14 different brands in the World Championship. So let's say that it has been a long journey. It took time to build something which is now very, very strong. We need to keep our head very cold, not be arrogant, not be pretentious, just continue to work, take care of the teams, take care of our suppliers, our sponsors, our partners, and we will see where we'll go.
Well, yesterday the series released its entry for 2024. It's an impressive list, and you know there are some names that aren't on it. You know, you're in a situation where, you know, it's a good situation to be in the fact that you have don't have to worry about empty grids, but at the same time you have to worry about being too full and turning people away. What's the balance there, and you know, how do you arrive at who gets to come and who doesn't?
Yeah, maybe it's important to explain that the way we race in Europe and on the different circuits, tracks, we go around the world, we need some garages. I mean, we are not racing in the American way. So, and this is important to remind that, because the number of garages we have, it is directly linked to the number of cars we can accept. So that's why on the WEC, I mean, today we are 37 cars for the next season. I mean, tomorrow we're going to have 37 cars. And maybe we will try to increase for 2025 to 40. We will see. But anyway, you're right. We have a limit, and we have to say no to some competitors, OEMs, and super nice, I mean, competitors. So it's always difficult choice. We have some different criteria. We try to be, let's say, to do our best. We try to be fair with everybody. We try to explain why they are in, why they are out. But as you said, it's better to have this. How can I say that? It's better to have this situation instead of having an empty grid, of course.
Well, what you know, looking over that list, what you know, what is most what are you most anticipating about next season?
Next season, I think it's not the start of the hypercars category, but to me, this is the real start. We're going to have 9 different OEMs with really impressive brands on the grid, like Cadillac, Porsche, Toyota, BMW, Ferrari with 3 cars, Lamborghini, Peugeot, and I think I forgot Alpine also, the French brand. So of course, let's say that I would say in the top class category, we're going to have some very nice battles on track. And it will be also the beginning of a new category, which is called Le Mans GT3. So the base is the GT3 regulation, but we just add some, let's say, torque meters and some different stuff that can help us to check more the car, control more the car. And also we're going to have 9 different OEMs in the GT3 category. So I would say that in terms of diversity for the fans, this is absolutely good. It's very exciting, very promising. And also on the media side, we released the entry list yesterday, and I can tell you that we never had such big media coverage for the WEC. That never really happened. And also I must underline that we are going to welcome some big names like Valentino Rossi or Mick Schumacher, which means something to motorsport fans, not only sport car fans.
Excellent. Well, you mentioned all the OEMs involved next year. BMW, Alpine, and Lamborghini come in, adding to what was already a fairly strong hypercar field. How important is it to have involvement from a wide variety of manufacturers?
It is super important because once again, it's when you have we need to pay attention to the privateers, to the private team, to the gentleman drivers, of course. But when you have so many OEMs which are officially involved in the championship, and when they are in hypercar, this is the top class, that brings to you a larger audience. And of course, that we are, let's say, really well known in the motorsport industry, but our target is to be well known in the sport industry. And for this, as I said at the beginning, we are a young championship, so we need the help of the OEMs, of the famous drivers, big names, and then year after year we are building something which is, I think, now very strong.
So, we said goodbye to the much loved GTE category in 23. As you said, the coming LMGT3. Give me an idea what WEC is doing differently than other series that use the GT3 platform. You mentioned some things to make checking the car easier. Could you elaborate about that and tell us about anything else that's going to differentiate the category?
I think that what is different is the media exposure we offer to the brands and to the teams. We are a world championship, and I have a lot of respect. And by the way, this is our partner when we do organize the Asian Le Mans series. I have a lot of respect and admiration for SRO, which is super great organizer. But we are world championship, so the media coverage we have, the media exposure we can offer to the teams is totally different.
Okay. Well, one topic of discussion has been the balance between the hypercars built to the hypercar regulation and LMDH cars. Where do you see? What is the series trying to do to make sure that the competition between two different platforms is fair and equitable?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify this point, because this is something which is super important for us. We made some promises that we'll do our best to balance the two platforms, LMDH and LMH. And believe me, we have no interest to have the LMH in front, the LMDH, or the opposite. We need to have everybody in the same performance window. This is something which is super important for the convergence we have with the IMSA, which is a very, very strong partner for us. And this is what we promise to do to the OEMs, which are in both platforms. So we just end the 2023 season. We learned a lot. We have now many data. We have some very good professionals around the table from the FIA, from the ACO, but also from some private suppliers that help us to do the right balance of performance between the two platforms. So maybe we'll do some adjustment during the inter-season, but I can promise you once again that this is something which is a priority for us. We do not want to have a platform which is here and the other one which is with a big gap between the two. But I would like also to remind that the BOP is there to put everyone in the same performance window. But then this is the responsibility of the team to have the best execution during the race. And sometimes, and this is a personal, not only a personal feeling, but this is something I would like to say, that BOP can be also the perfect excuse because we have the data and we know that in terms of performance, the car are very, very, very close. So then this is the responsibility of the team to do a nice job on track, to have a good strategy, to have the best drivers, and at the end, the best competitor will win. What I do not want to hear anymore, if you allow me to say that, you do not win because of BOP and you do not lose because of BOP. This is something which is wrong, definitely. BOP can help, but cannot do anything.
Yes. Well, what
we love sport. We love sport, so it's important to remind that.
Yeah. Well, obviously, it's good for the series. It's good for everybody if everybody has an equal chance to win.
This is
fans
super
don't
important.
always fans don't always see it that way. They're fans are often quick to blame BOP if their favorite mark or team isn't winning. How do you change that perception?
Well, I think we must do much more. Sorry, in English, I'm not sure of the word pedagogy. We need to explain more what we do, not all the time trying to keep silence and let the OEMs communicate for us. I think it's important to remind that the data we have are confidential, but it's important to give more transparency and to explain which kind of data we have, and to say to the fans that our job is to put everyone in a performance window, and then they have to do the job, which is, once again, I think this is we offer a frame. We cannot offer a win or a podium before the start of the season.
Well, I know it's not a favorite topic of race officials, nor is it a favorite topic of discussion for media. So we'll move on from any BOP discussions. You mentioned the convergence with IMSA, and you've got the two platforms, obviously creating a lot of interest among manufacturers. Would you say that convergence has met its goal in your eyes?
Yes, I think we did a huge step, and the result we have both in championship in terms of numbers of competitors, quality of the grid, numbers of manufacturers. I mean, that's a good proof that the convergence is there. Of course, now we need to do the second step. We need to see some LMH in IMSA. It's not only the responsibility of the IMSA. We need to convince the competitors which are racing in LMH to go in IMSA Championship. But once again, we have some regular, monthly discussion with the top management of the IMSA, and we love to work with them. It is really, really reliable partner, a very strong partner for us.
What's involved in that partnership? I mean, beyond trying to make sure that the rules allow manufacturers to move back and forth between series. Where else and in what other areas are you working with John Doonan and IMSA to elevate the sport?
We have some discussion around sometimes sporting regulations. TV coverage, calendar, the way we build the calendar. We try to avoid clashes when it's possible. For example, we have many topics on the table. The main one, of course, is about the technical regulation, and this is something we must be online all the time. This is super important. We have also, this invitation system for Le Mans that we distribute to some winners in the IMSA Championship, which help for the convergence also. No, it's many different topics, and I would say that we allow ourselves to discuss about everything.
Okay. With the current success of sports car racing in all areas and a huge number of championships out there. How do you balance, when it comes to scheduling? I mean, drivers want to be able to race as much as possible and move back and forth between series, but that is becoming more and more difficult to work around other schedules.
Yes, and I do understand sometimes the reaction of some drivers, and sometimes they are a little bit disappointed because we have a clash. And I give you one example. We're gonna have one clash or two clashes between the WEC and the Formula E during the next season, and we have some drivers that are racing in both championship. But believe me, before we start to build the calendar, we try to have some discussion with some promoters or the organizers. And as you said, sometimes you do not have the solution. It's just impossible. So then I would like also to remind that when we always do our best, but this is not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to do our best effort. But then if you are drivers, if you race for important OEMs, you also need to make some choice.
Okay, fair enough. So what do you see next on the sports car horizon? I mean, we're obviously currently enjoying a great time. Where do you see, how do you sustain that? What do you see as the next move to keep this momentum going?
Yes, it's a very good question. I think that we did only the first part of the job. Now we need to secure this success and make it sustainable. I think that sport car, it's all about the spirit of sport car, and especially in Europe, this is the spirit of Le Mans. And what I want to bring in the WEC, and what I want to bring to compare to other motorsport world championship, like Formula One, for example, is that we can offer to the fans the possibility to come on track to see the race for, and this is cheap. I mean, we are talking between 60 to 70 US dollars to spend 2 days with us. You see a lot of action on the tracks, a lot of animations. You have some food court. You have a lot of animation. You can come with the family, with the children. This is something which I think must stay popular. Must stay popular. Of course, we have some special product for VIPs, some very, very high-standing hospitalities. But never forget that this sport car, has a special spirit, which is very linked to something that must be popular for everybody, that must be affordable. So for me, this is one of the most important points. And then the second one is that maybe we need to multiply our effort with the media to make this sport a little bit more simple to understand. So we need to explain more, to take time to explain the strategy, because we have the action. It's incredible on the WEC, on the IMSA Championship, on the European Le Mans Series. You cannot imagine how many overtaking we have, how many. I mean, it's super impressive to watch. But it is true that after maybe 1 hour of racing, a lot of viewers get lost because they do not really understand the strategy and the spirit of sport car. And we need to multiply our effort to make it simple, to explain exactly why the cars stop to the pit, why they must change driver after, I don't know, 1 hour, blah, 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 blah. And this is something which is super important because it's full of human adventure.
Well, that brings up an interesting topic, and one that I often encounter is in trying to explain some of the nuances of sports car racing with multiple classes, multiple drivers. how do you see a way to simplify that message? You say it's something we've got to make it easier to understand. Where do you see as the best avenue to do that?
It's a lot of small things. Just to give you an example, we have a lot of TV coverage and a lot of broadcasters, so it means a lot of commentators, and we need to train the commentators to make sure that they say some simple things to be sure that the viewers understand the race. But it takes time to do that, Also, few months ago, we did a very big survey. We asked some questions to 18,000 fans of the WEC, and one of the questions was, are you ready to support a change of the format of the race? What do you think about a sprint race, maybe on Saturday, a 1 hour race? 80% of them answered no way. We want to keep the DNA of sport car, which is endurance. So we want to see at least 6, 8, 12 hours of racing and 24 hours for the 24 hours of Le Mans. So I said that because I think that we need also to avoid mistakes and not choose the simple way of I think we need to keep our DNA, and we need to continue to educate the viewers, the fans, to what we are. I mean, and what are the strategy of the teams, and all the cars are built, which engine are in the car, and to give a maximum of details that are quite interesting for fans.
Excellent. Well, as you mentioned, the World Endurance Championship is a fairly young championship, and we've watched sports car racing evolved. Group C, GT1. Looking at the history of sports car racing, and would you say that it's as good as it's ever been?
I think we never reach such level of I do not want to seem pretentious, but never in the history of motorsport the championship gets so many manufacturers, and especially with some manufacturers like Ferrari, Lamborghini, BMW, Porsche, Cadillac. It's quite impressive. But I like the past, so I do not like to say that it's better now, because it was also fantastic during the GT1 period, the Group C, and even before. I think we need all motorsport fans. We just need to be proud that sport cars is so wealthy at the moment, especially in 2023.
Excellent. Well, and indeed it is, and good luck with the 2024 season and dealing with all those manufacturers. And thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you, Frederic. Stay with us a few more seconds. Great interview. I'm so glad what you mentioned about the DNA of sports car, and you're 100% spot on. That is so important. So very proud of what you're doing, Frederic, and thank you for being with us today. So we're going to stay with the sports car because we have John Doonan next joining us. And so stay with us a few more seconds. We will have a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
E-part trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. In a sport driven by passion, excellence, courage, and ingenuity, Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Get 1 year of Racer's print and digital editions for only $50, with instant access to our digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Paul Fanner is back with us. We are going to be talking to John Doonan and IMSA, the president of IMSA. And if you're watching us again today on Zoom, on YouTube, on racer.com, on speedsport.com, please share the links with your industry friends. If you're in the industry and you're not watching this week, you are absolutely missing out. The lineup of speakers is unbelievable. I mean, we heard yesterday people saying they have never seen such a lineup of speakers in the entire history of motor racing. And it's true. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. So we are covering every aspect of anything in racing with some of the greatest leaders in the industry, and it is the hour. So without any further time, we're going to bring John Doonan. He is in London, as I'm being told, and we're delighted to have John with us.
Hey, John.
Hey, Paul. Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Francesca. I actually changed of plans. I'm still in Daytona Beach. I had to make a change, and so you're getting me on North American time.
Well, I'm just happy to get you. You've been traveling at the speed of light for the last few years.
Yeah, it's been quite a season with a lot of different hats to wear, across all of our properties, whether it's IMSA and HSR, which we're heading into the season finale, the classic 12 hours at Sebring this weekend, or the Garage 56 project. There's been a lot of costume changes over the course of the year.
Well, yeah, and any one of those is a full-time job. So I'm not quite sure how you're pulling all this off, John, but I'm glad you are. Well, let's start at the beginning. I just think that some in our audience don't know where you came from, and I think that's one of the things I particularly like about you is at your core, you're a racing fan.
I appreciate that, Paul, and you're right. And I've told many around me that if I ever lose that fire to be a racing fan, they need to take me off to the side and tell me it's time to hang it up, because grew up with a grandfather that raced circle track midgets, and a couple miles north is sitting in my shop his Curtis Craft midget from 1947, and then of course my father was an amateur racer starting in the late 60s. So it is part of my DNA, I guess, and really honored to have had the opportunities in the sport that I've had, whether it was my time at Mazda, my time now at IMSA and working for the France family, or just heading down to HSR and obviously got some duties, but trying to be a fan this weekend to close out the season.
Well, I sincerely mean I wish I could be with you at the HSR event this weekend. It looks awesome. And knowing that you come from this orientation of actually the ultimate customer, we have a saying at Racer, the audience owns you, not the other way around. And we work for the audience. It shows that you work for the audience too, and what you've created with IMSA. Tell me about the mindset inside your company and what makes this such a special time for IMSA.
Well, all morning it's been a sports car morning here on Race Industry Week. So we're so grateful and honored to be part of that momentum and the moment as Frederic, my good friend from the ACO WEC, just talked about. We are at a critical time. The fan engagement is at an all-time high. Our television viewership on linear television, again on NBC platforms, was up 14% for 23. And I think even another step is that Peacock, the way that people are taking in the content on a streaming, is up over 50%. I think 53% was the latest number. So the fans are taking it in, whether they can beat the track or not. And then, as you and many others reported, record attendance at the race events, from the Rolex 24 to Sebring to Long Beach to VIR to Road America, where IMSA first went in 1979. We set an all-time record this season. So it is an incredible moment. I think we need to embrace it and capture it like never before. What the pandemic did, of course, was a horrible thing. But I have a philosophy also that maybe as an industry, motorsport in general, especially our form of motorsport, where it's camping and vast areas for viewing, people wanted to come and be able to pull their car, their motorhome, or their motorcycle up to a fence and have the show going on right in front of them. So we're fully embracing that here. We're continuing to find ways to share content creatively. As you know, Win the Weekend was a really special element that we added this year, thanks to our partnership with Michelin, showcasing the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. So I get chills, as I know you do as a race fan, and I'm going to do my ever best to go into 24 with that same enthusiasm, like I did when I was a kid, sitting on the edge of the couch, waiting for my dad to wake up after a long night of preparing the race car, and I was tapping my foot to go to the racetrack.
Well, at least he got to sleep. I'm not sure you get to, based upon your schedule, and we occasionally connect. But
yeah, it's tough.
You mentioned something interesting here, and I want to come back to the comment about the pandemic. And you literally took the reins of this company from our mutual friend Scott Atherton as the pandemic was about to happen. Yeah. Timing is everything.
Yeah, for a while there, I teased Mr. France and Ed Bennett and Mike Kelton, our core board members. I said, you guys didn't mention anything about this in the interview process throughout 2019, but clearly, as an industry, we learned a lot. We learned a lot about safety and how we do things and efficiencies and the number of days on site for our race teams, trying to be more efficient and protect budgets. We learned a lot about commitment. And when I say that, we learned a lot about the loyalty of our partners and our manufacturers. We are so honored to have 18 OEMs competing with us. We're so honored to have partners like WeatherTech, Michelin, VP that not only stuck with us throughout the tough times of the pandemic, but just renewed partnerships through 2030. So, we learned a lot. I think we've applied a lot that we learned on an ongoing basis. There's some things that we did. Fortunately, don't have to take temperatures on the way into the racetrack anymore. But I think the things that we learned have made us better as a sport. And I say that in a rising tide lifts all boats manner for the whole sport. On our side at IMSA, we definitely learned a ton. And we're so excited about what happened in 23. But I just got out of staff meeting, and it's all focused on a test here in Daytona next week, and 2024, which is, as you know, you guys reported it, as did Speed Sport, record entry counts again.
Yeah, there's no room at the end. You are completely full for the season, and so it appears as WEC. And let's talk about that relationship with WEC, because to me, that's some of the secret sauce and what's making sports car racing globally grow. We saw something for the first time in the history of Racer.com, which has been in existence in one form or another since 1997. IMSA dominated every metric possible in January, and that momentum carried forward at levels we haven't seen in a very long time across the season. But you absolutely killed it at Formula One, NASCAR level, IndyCar level audience there. You're actually pulling from everywhere.
Yeah, that's the excitement about having the OEM participation we have. You got fans of all these brands, and they're keen to see their brand do well. They're keen to see the storyline of what happens on the racetrack and how that impacts the road car lineup. But you're right about those strategic relationships. Obviously, NASCAR is our parent company, so more and more the directive and the strategy from the France family is, shared resources internally. We have a beautiful R&D center up in Concord, North Carolina, just down the street from Windshear, and all those LMDH cars that we work so closely with the ACO on the regulations for, they've been through the wind tunnel together. They've gone to the R&D center, and just in recent weeks, our team, the ACO team, members of the FIA technical team were there homologating the new Alpine LMDH car and the new Lamborghini LMDH car. So that level of strategic alliance has got us a rule set with LMDH for the top category that's consistent, it's tight, it's going to create stability for the manufacturers. Cost control is there, and the fans know what to expect, both in the short term and the long term. The same goes for our SRO relationship around GT4, our WSC relationship around TCR. I think I mentioned rising tide lifts all boats, but this kind of stability for our sport globally allows a manufacturer to build a car, know that it's feasible to race either as a factory supported entry or in customer racing anywhere in the world. And I think you and I have been through, as many of the listeners, the evolution of our sport and some of the highest of highs and the challenging lows. We're at a moment right now where consistency and stability is key. We all want to push the envelope of technology at all times, but that stability is going to continue to be critical for all of us, I think, in the medium and certainly in the short term.
Well, that's the heart of it, I think. You've just touched on something, John. And, this is my 50th year doing this. And I started by going to a sports car race. And I've seen the rise and fall of multiple sports car racing series. I've seen the rise and fall of various iterations of IMSA, and you just touched on something I think that hasn't been managed very well, was stability, cost control, rules administration. You know, these things are tricky. Balance of performance. I know your favorite subject.
Yeah, you speak about not sleeping. That one keeps me awake at night. But you know, you touched on something, Paul, and you haven't been to my office here in a little bit in Daytona Beach, but every one of my teammates here in the office or at home has a plaque on their desk, and it says three things: cost effective, entertainment driven, automotive industry marketing tool. And that is exactly at the core of what Jim France's father, Bill France Sr., John and Peggy Bishop, that's really the core set of values that they wanted for IMSA. They wanted people to be able to go racing at whatever level they wanted, whether that's an entry level single make championship, a customer racing program in the big shows like the Michelin Pilot Challenge or the WeatherTech Series, or allow a manufacturer to come with a factory endorsed entry and factory support. So you're right again that stability is key. The platform is stable, but we have to be sensitive to making sure that there isn't cost creep and that we keep everyone in the game as long as we possibly can. And make smart decisions, not in a vacuum here in Daytona, but with our global partners technically around the world, as well as our teams here. And once again, you started off with it with our fans in mind, their experience, how they take in our content, their engagement with us, and their loyalty has to be absolutely number one priority now and forevermore.
Well, agreed. And I can tell you that there, just from personal experience, there's not a better race weekend to take a new fan to than an IMSA weekend. Because the diversity of content, the openness of the paddock, the friendly nature of the sport, it's just fundamentally welcoming. And it is auto racing. So cars actually matter here. There are not a lot of parity appliances on the racetrack. These, you go through an IMSA paddock, and you see very different brand personalities, presentation of teams. You hear multiple languages being spoken. It's a doorway to the world. And that doorway goes both directions. And was particularly interesting to see you take what was effectively a NASCAR Cup car to look. Can you tell me about the Garage 56 adventure, which was your night job, I guess, or what? I don't know when you found time to do this, but tell us about this.
Well, that brown couch behind me is the couch where Mr. France came in and sat down and said, "Hey, John, I got good news for you. You're gonna be the program manager for Garage 56." And yeah, it gives me the chills. As you are, and again, so many others watching today are historians of the sport. And I remember in 1976 when Bill France Sr. took a couple of NASCAR stock cars on a global stage. And Jim is such a racer himself, and he wanted to recreate that. And what better time in NASCAR's 75-year history to take the Cup car, which is taken a lot of elements that are similar to the GT cars that we race, single lug hubs, a driver safety cell that's modular in nature to allow Ford and Chevrolet and Toyota to bring the Camry, the Mustang, and the Camaro to NASCAR, and take it back to Le Mans, give a global audience a real taste of NASCAR from the way the car sounded, for sure. That was a big key. To take the winningest manufacturer in history, Chevrolet, back, who has a tremendous history at Le Mans in general, but to take them back there in this project, to take the winningest team in NASCAR history, Hendrick Motorsport, to take Goodyear, who's been NASCAR's tire partner since 1954, back there, also with tremendous history at Le Mans, and put a team of all-stars together in every aspect of the program, from everyone that managed the car, the tires, the engine program, and then the pilots, Jensen Button, Jimmy Johnson, Mike Rockenfeller, and our coach, Jordan Taylor. It was magical, to be really candid, Paul. I spent a lot of time with Marshall Pruitt there, trying to log the story. We're very excited about the Prime documentary that'll be coming out. There's a book coming out about it. It's one of those magical moments in the history of our sport. I just like that kid and fan that I was so honored to be part of it. Our pit crew won the pit stop competition with a floor jack. So
yeah, I all of it was amazing, and I have to brag a little bit here. That content that Marshall produced about with the team at Coforce, our friends at Coforce, who we work closely with. That content covering the time at Le Mans helped drive Racer.tv, the Racer channel, to the highest ever viewership we've ever seen in a single month in June of this year by a wide margin. I mean, and those videos continue to earn significant viewership as the months go on. You clearly captured the imagination of the world. Is there any more to this story? I have to ask you, do we get to see this car race again in a similar setting?
Well, when we took it there, I think we thought the fans would like it. Mr. France emulated a story from '76 that they really loved the sound and the car. So as it turns out, they loved it, which was really special. They were cheering like mad, chanting USA, chanting NASCAR. So to be able to bottle that up and sprinkle that in other areas, it would certainly be a dream of mine. You never know what we have up our sleeve here. So more to come on that, but the celebration of it continues. Our partners at Chevrolet announced at Le Mans 56 Garage 56 Special Edition Camaro street cars. So, those will be coming out soon. Hope to have one in my driveway at some point. You never know what the plans are for the future, but what we did in 23 around that project is something I personally will never forget, and I guarantee you, any of the men and women that invested time in this, it became like a fraternity or a sorority. There's a special bond that was developed, and like I say, I'll never ever forget it.
Well, neither will our team. We all tend to stay up all night long during the 24 hours of Le Mans, Sebring 12-hour. We were there for the 12 hours, all of us watching it, living it. certainly Rolex 24, Petit Le Mans. All of them nearly gave me heart attacks this year. I have to be careful at this age. But the fact of the matter is, you had a lot of excitement across the board in your various series this year, but perhaps to me, the story of the year happened in Michelin Pilot Challenge this year, when one of my heroes, Robert Wickens, in his comeback run here, scored a championship. Tell me a little bit about that, what it means to the sport.
Well, you and I are dear friends, Paul, and I have a soft side, and there were several emotional moments of the season, and I got to be careful here because I'm gonna do it again. But Garage 56 was one of them. But to see Robert with this at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta on Friday of Motul Petit Le Mans weekend was a personal tearjerker moment. To your point, he's a hero of our sport. His never stop challenging perseverance based on what he and Carly and their family have been through is remarkable. What Brian Herta Autosport and the Hyundai folks accomplished with that championship is another milestone of the year. Robert has also become a good friend through the process, wanting solely to see him succeed, and not necessarily in race wins. And obviously everybody could say, special project, but no, everything that was accomplished was done through hard work and authenticity, race car preparation, great strategy, all of those things. But for me, seeing his story succeed, and for him to achieve all the things that he's worked for, from the day of his accident through all that rehab. I mean, remember the social posts of his rehab that he was doing. And, both of us know what kind of effort went into that, and just super happy for him. I told him at the banquet on Friday night, that again, to be happy for someone is a unique thing, that you can really share personally. And I told him, I'm so happy for you and Carly in this moment in your career.
Well, it sums up to what's so wonderful about IMSA is that there's so many stories and so many layers to the sport. When it's despite all the technology and all the cars, it's a very human sport, and the competition, that you see also has a downside, and we saw that at Daytona this year. The integrity of the sanctioning body shone through. Tell me what that was like for you as a person that manages the sport, to have such a unfortunate thing occur with a winner of the race.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about not sleeping. I've prided myself in staying up for all 24 hours like you for decades and decades, and following that checkered flag, we wanted to send our fans home, and like every race, and have them know who the winner was. And to learn 5 days after the official results were published that we had an issue, was a heart-stopping moment, for myself, my technical team, our leadership. But you have to address it. Everyone comes to the racetrack and wants equal and fair competition. You mentioned BOP, and 18 of 18 manufacturers stood on the podium this year. 17 of 18 won a race this year. So I'm super proud of that for the sport, and for all of our participants. But when that issue popped up, it was that famous quote that I love, do the right thing, you'll surprise some and astonish the rest. And we had to do it. There was an issue. We investigated it deeply. We understood the root of the penalty, the infraction, the manipulation of data, and there is simply no place for that in our sport. The fans are paying a price to come see the race, or watching it on television. The teams are investing heavily in being there. The manufacturers are investing heavily in being there. And in the end, it's about fair and equal competition. And we addressed it. We handed down a significant penalty. I think we put additional monitoring in place for the rest of 23. We'll approach 24 in a very different manner with proper data loggers that cannot be manipulated. But you and I both again know the rules of the road, and when they're broken, they have to be addressed. And it impacted us. I don't want to go back to that day. I think it was a huge learning experience for a lot of us. We enter 24 with, as you said, bumper crop grids, and we're going to go at it here next week in a test, but also at the Rolex 24 in January.
Well, the most important part is you're going at it with integrity and commitment to fairness and fair application of the rules. And I think that with such a complex rule set, and great amount of it shared with the WEC and Le Mans, it's a Herculean task to manage all of this. But if you look at what you're accomplishing across the board at IMSA and what's happening in WEC, it's what the market wants right now. And I think there's a lesson to the rest of motorsport in what you're doing. It took courage and commitment to do this. The fact that most of this really came to fruition during the pandemic is even more astonishing. Yeah. And if there's one thought you go into 2024 with, what's the one thing that you didn't get this last year that you want IMSA to get? What is the thing you're hoping for?
Well, when I came here, I joined what I believe is the best group of motorsports professionals around. So I have a fantastic team of folks that run with me. We run in unison to tackle any challenges we face and celebrate when we can. One of the things that I believe, and you know this based on my past life, but we as an industry have to, 100% have to find ways to continue to engage with our next generation of audience, our next generation of participant, and give them opportunities, whether that's through STEM education, whether that's through career development enhancement programs. Got Ken Fukuda, who's our diverse driver development scholarship winner. Programs like that for Ken, and what we did with Courtney Crone, and what we did previously with Jaden Conwright, like those programs, not just for drivers, but for engineers, for technicians, for publicity and PR folks, for hospitality folks. This is a training ground for course marshals and for race officials. Mike Cobb, Eric Prill, and I have spent a lot of time on napkins talking about our development program with SECA. So, for me, what we need to go get and continue to go get is that next generation of audience. And what we did and what we're doing with things globally are really important. But we're really excited about 2024. Thrilled to have the opportunity to share with you all today. And really congratulations to everybody participating and helping and develop such a great week, Race Industry Week. Honored to be part of it.
Thank you, John. It's been great seeing you and spending some time with you. Hopefully I'll get to see you at Daytona if you're not being whisked off to one meeting after another. But thank you for all you do for the sport. I really appreciate you and your IMSA team. They've done a super job this year.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Thank you back at you, John. I mean, you were one of the first one that came on board when we had the first annual Race Industry Week, and you have been on with us every year and helped us to build what it is today. So we are forever thankful, John, of your support and having you on, and congratulations on everything you're doing. So stay with us a few more seconds. We will be transitioning next to our next session with the FIA. We're going to travel to Dubai to meet with Stéphane Filastre. We're going to run a very short video and we will be right back.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer in all its forms has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. George Tamayo is with us while we wait for Stéphane Filastre to join us. A big thank you to our sponsor, ETS Racing Fuel, Fifth Third Bank Motorsport, Peak, Penske Racing Sharks, Scott Lewis Associate, Total Seal piston rings, ARP, Performance Plus Global Logistic, and Shop Monkey. They help us cover the production of this event, and that way we can make it free for everyone in the industry from around the world to watch us today. So Stéphane Filastre is out of Dubai. He is with us right now. Thank you for being us. Bonjour, Stéphane. Thank you for being with us today.
A very warm thank you from Dubai, where the temperature, as you can imagine, is 37 degrees today.
Oh.
Well, once again, good evening, good day, good morning for the audience, for this global audience. It's very nice to see you, George. Honored and excited to be part of this prestigious panel of key leaders in motorsport. And
thank you for joining us. Let me introduce you a little bit more formally, Stéphane. You are currently the head of brand licensing and retail at the FIA. And of course, we find you in Dubai this morning at the COP28 seminar. But tell us a little bit more, just to get us started, about your role within the FIA.
Well, first of all, I would like to take the opportunity to say that I'm grateful to still learning my job, because I only started motorsport 11 years ago, even if I'm already 53. And I came in this global organization in a moment where effectively the brand was becoming a fundamental element of what the president at that time, Jean Todt, wanted to build. So the job was new. I had to take this opportunity. Obviously, now President Mohammed Ben Sulayem is effectively as well extremely pushing to have this brand building and to ensure that effectively the FIA brand effectively exists on its own, but I think more importantly, with the stakeholders that we have to embark with us in this journey. So we have the luxury to have 244 plus clubs, which are the members of the FIA, as we all know, motorsport and motoring clubs, which are representing over 2 million of license holders and over 80 million motorists in the world. So it is a community which is extremely vast. Obviously, our promoters, I understand that you already had a lot of very strong and insightful in-depth dive from our promoters. And it is a community which is obviously vital to take care of. And then finally, but Francis knows very much about that, the industry and the sponsors and the partners with which motorsport would not be possible. So effectively, the FIA brand has to be relevant, has to be well positioned, has to work for all those stakeholders for sure.
And so on that note, I think that those of us in the industry are very familiar with the FIA, but in terms of your mission as the head of the brand, how important is it to you that people outside of that inner circle of people within the industry know and understand the value and what the FIA brings to mobility in society as a wider issue?
Effectively, I mean, the critical point here is that, and I appreciate the fact that we have a motorsport audience. We have a motorsport and a motoring community, which make the FIA quite exciting every day, because we have to work with those two elements, which are sometimes in competition, but most of the time, I would say, united, because we are facing more and more the same challenges. So without going too much into a brand exercise explanation, it is true that, first of all, the brand has to be relevant. And the relevancy of the brand comes effectively with the positioning, the message, and how you effectively, through your acts, you are credible. I think that with the leadership of our current president, what is very much important is to understand that we want to have a global voice. So we want to speak to grassroots, but also to elite sports. So we want to have this united community that works very, very well together. The second message, which is quite important, is that we have to maintain a high level of purpose. I mean, it is important that we are maintaining and keeping value to society. So the sustainability agenda and what we're doing in the forefront of motorsport and motoring is the perfect demonstration of those actions. But also in other fields, like campaigns we are engaging, such as United Against Online Abusers, which is at the moment, as unfortunately we can all live, a very important subject. So the relevancy of the federations is also very critical. Last point maybe is about innovation technology and the acceleration of the implementation of the technology and the innovation. I think everyone knows that motorsport is a perfect showcase of technology, is probably the best showcase of the technology. And this is what we have to promote in the way we're communicating our image and our brand. The second part is more down to earth and more practical, which is once you have built the narrative and what the brand is about and what the brand is entitled to deliver to the different audience we want to embark with us, is visibility. So my job from that perspective has been through many years with our promoters, but also with the industry, to ensure that the FIA brand is recognized as a seal of authority, a seal of safety, and a seal of motorsport promotion, so that we can effectively have all those hats being wear and be promoted. And a very practical element to that, and we accomplished this work in 2021, was to have the integration of the FIA master icon, out of which you can see a big version on my back that is now part of all the World Championship logos, just really much to very establish and promote the values I was describing earlier.
Yeah, very good. You mentioned one of the things in the mission of the FIA is a push towards sustainability. And of course, you're in Dubai at the COP28 conference. And one of the things that I noted in looking at where the FIA's mission is headed is this idea of sustainable mobility for all. But I think the FIA was very careful to underscore the fact that that doesn't mean it's a one-size solution for all or one-size-fits-all solution. And especially as your goal is to drive to sort of the net zero in terms of carbon by 2030. What can you tell us about this idea of that there isn't just a one-size-fits-all solution? What is the FIA's position in it? And relevant to our audience, how does motorsport help you to either move that goal forward or promote that message a bit further?
Alors, it is true that we are honored, pleased, and we take this opportunity to be officially part of COP28 days to effectively have the capacity to promote and to speak on behalf of our club members and promoters about what we're doing. The situation being quite complex, so effectively at a certain point you have to streamline and to ensure that the narrative is strong. So maybe to recap the initiatives we want to conduct, because I think there is at the moment an emergency to demonstrate by proof of evidences that we are effectively supporting and we are also part of the climate change journey. There are probably three main things. So the first one is very much having a pragmatic and grassroots approach. So we have an FIA Sustainable Mobility Program funded with the FIA Foundation, which supports sustainable, accessible, and inclusive mobility projects. So we are literally effectively scouting, scoping, and investing into projects that do take place at a national level. We are also partnering with the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, and the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, which are as well bodies which are enabling programs to effectively ensure that we are fostering and we're increasing the capacity of the actors in the field to be sure that they are hitting their targets. So very much acting as an incubator to be sure that everyone has a good solution, can get access to the knowledge and to the fundings that we do have. Another initiative where we are effectively here in Dubai is to promote what we do call internally the Championship of the Everyday Driver, which is an app which is artificial intelligence based, and that helps not the driver to how to drive, but to be literally more efficient and effectively to be sure that because most of the drives are constraints nowadays, we're trying to have them with micromanaged tool to be sure that they can decrease by 15, 20, 25% their CO2 impact. And by making that number big, you can effectively get a significant impact, which is great. The second
Let
thing.
me ask you, Stefan, with that as
sure.
an example, can you share with us how much take up you're getting so far? How much participation you're getting so far with that?
So we have been launching this program back in 2019. It is a program which is mainly distributed by our member clubs, as we want to effectively have the capacity to provide them a global platform that they can distribute. We have been reaching over 20,000 drivers around the world. The strong development of this platform is that we are completely car agnostic, and we can effectively operate in the world, as we don't really need too much of data batches to have the scoring. And again, the idea is to gamify with a spirit of having a carrot as the end of the nice drive to reward the positive behaviors when it comes to the everyday drive. We also have developments with professional fleets, which is a very big subject. We know that here there is a fundamental agenda that needs to be tackled. And we are keeping promoting this technology because we do believe that specifically artificial intelligence will be a great support in the coming year to help the everyday drivers to be more efficient.
And again, when you were talking about that idea of the sustainable mobility for all and a goal towards greater efficiency, a move toward renewable fuels and things like that. I think that the FIA's position is not sort of to say in any way, shape, or form that one of the technologies, whether it's an internal combustion engine or a hybrid or a battery, that all of these things play a part. And you can see that in the various FIA championships where there are different engine technologies that are at use in the various. You have everything from Formula E, which is all electric, to Formula One, which is a hybrid technology, and then championships in between. Does this platform that you're promoting again try to bring people together in that goal toward a sustainable mobility by not demonizing any one particular element of how we as a society are mobile?
Exactly. If you take the technology angle, you perfectly summarize that we are scanning a scope which is extremely vast, not talking about what we're doing with life cycle assessment tools, the hydrogen implementation, as we all know, that will come in our 24 hours events, such as with Extreme E. There is also all the developments which are about the new generation of fuels, which is an extremely strong development that we have to push. By nature, because we have a global organization and because we effectively operate on all those countries, we have effectively to design a global message, but a local implementation. I mean, paraphrasing what big companies have been doing years ago, think global, but act local. I mean, this is definitely what we have to do. It is a challenge, but I would say it is a superb opportunity because and you get so much to know from your members, from your stakeholders about the technology they are bringing, that it makes the journey very exciting. I think the challenge that we have then now is effectively, to your point, being sure that it is accessible. So we are carving out maybe any IP issue that can come around. Then there's the cost element, which is important. And I think the presidential team and the executive leadership team have been working a lot to ensure that effectively we are keeping motorsport at a level of financials which it make it strong and viable for the future. Being absolutely sure that when we have a technology we can bring, we can effectively then export the technology to other markets and ensure that it is well developed. Formula E is definitely one of the showcase we have. I think they have been demonstrating, especially with the Gen 3 car, that we have the highest rate of recyclability. So yes, this level, I would say this race is never stopping. There will be no winner. It can only be through the mass participation of the actors that we can make something that makes sense to all of us. I would also say that one of the rule, and sometimes we can be criticized for that, is the ruling and the complexity of certain rules we have. But it is for sure, since the 1990s, I mean, safety is a very high motto in our federations. And we have to be absolutely sure that when a new technology, being very innovative or very affordable, does go into the market and does go into force, we are sure that the highest level of safety is matched for, first of all, our drivers, the teams, mechanics, track marshals, and obviously the fans in the end. This is absolutely fundamental.
Yeah, there's no question the FIA has been a huge leader of safety improvements in the last 30 years, where you look back at some old race videos and you almost shudder to think that's what we used to compete on, and now the level of safety is extraordinary. I want to change gears real quickly to another new initiative this year, which was the FIA President's Awards that were handed out. A lot of diverse awards. One of them went to the motorsport sanctioning body in Australia for their work in I think in inclusion. Tell us a little bit about what the FIA President's Awards are about and what you hope to achieve with them.
Alors, the achievement is definitely on very specific subjects, to have the capacity, first of all, to recognize, reward, and promote the talent and the knowledge of our clubs. It is true to say that sometimes there is no point to reinvent the wheel, and you have a lot of talents sitting next door. Just the capacity to know about that and to have access to it. And I think our president has been particularly engaged in that moment to ensure that effectively we were promoting those different purposes. I would say that as a general element, I think there is a will to promote and to recognize the talent. We also have, as part of our prize giving, an FIA Innovation Medal, which was awarded last year to Sir Gordon Murray. This year, we are still keeping that confidential for the moment. We're going to award another leader in the field of motorsport and motoring. But again, those awards are here to, first of all, promote the diversity, the knowledge, the professionalism of our clubs and the different talents we do have, and it is our role to make this promotion. And the purpose of those awards are effectively very much to do so and to give this access to our community.
I think that the FIA is known, again, to most of us in the motorsport community as largely speaking a regulatory body. It runs a variety of championships, everything from Formula One at the top to across a whole range of championships that are not world championship designations as well. When you're talking about motorsport across so many levels, can you tell us a little bit about what the FIA is doing to grow not only the participant base, to make it more accessible, to make it more inclusive, to make it more diverse, but also what are some things that are happening that are cultivating a greater participation from an audience base as well in motorsport? I think that the FIA has partnered with the Hamilton Commission as one of the initiatives. Are there more things like that you can tell us about?
No, absolutely. Sometimes I have friends or people who don't very much exactly what the FIA is doing, asking me, but actually, Stefan, you have a brilliant job because you have no competitors. And I say, well, actually, we do have competitors, which are the other sports. So we have to ensure that we're keeping, going back to what I was mentioning previously, the relevancy to our new audience. New audience, not particularly meaning young people. It can be new audience, as the female audience, for example, as we tended to see appearing just before pandemic with some beautiful activities that the media were providing, such as the Drive to Survive TV series, which has been acclaimed by the world of motorsport. And we know it has opened certain will to be part of motorsport. I think you have three levels when it comes to fan and participation. So when you act on a global level, for sure, we are initiating centrally at the FIA, and we're leading centrally at the FIA activities which are designed to be mass participation, to be grassroots, which is easy to understand, easy to access in terms of money, and which do have the same standard across the world. So I can mention everything which we have been doing over the last years with esports, mainly with the collaboration of the IOC, so the Olympic Committee, with the first Olympic Esports Week that took place in Singapore, with other sports, which was very exciting because for the first time, motorsport as a whole was recognized under the Olympic rings in a sanctioned event. But also what we're doing with publishers like iRacing, which has a fantastic community, very engaged community, over 250,000 monthly passionate digital racers. So those are ways where you can effectively demonstrate, showcase, present your rules, and make a fair and accessible access to motorsport championships. We have the Motorsport Games, which is our global platform for our clubs, which take place every 2 years. So we have 26 disciplines. So it's a very much accessible to all of our countries, from, again, karting slalom to GT cars. And here again, it is a way for our club members to be part of an FIA sanctioned event, which is not always the case in not all the countries. There have been also activities developed by the sporting department and the development department under the leadership of our deputy president, Mr. Robert Reed, like Motorsport in a Box and Affordable Cross Cars, which are blueprint matrix that are effectively open and given to our clubs so they can effectively start to build motorsport in a country. Because we shouldn't forget that we have, let's say, significant numbers of clubs which are very small organizations. So we really have to help them. So which brings me to the second point, which is the regional support. I think we have now implemented a new matrix of regional coordinators, which again are helping the national clubs to get together and to, let's say, share and conquer better what is the motorsport opportunities. And here again, there's a lot of knowledge that can be shared. So we have those regional hubs which are spearheading knowledge, and you can imagine that we don't have exactly the same motorsport in Asia that in Latin America. So it is a perfect way to capture those differences. And again, it's about to be sure that we're keeping the cost of racing low, because it is adapted to effectively what is the purchasing powers of those countries. And at the national level, obviously, we've been mentioning the awards, but we have been also redesigning across the new leadership team the way we were assigning grants and where national projects can be supported. So from marshal trainings to young drivers program. So it is, by nature, one of the fundamental tasks that the FIA wants to have, which is still keeping a grip of that. So to recap, global, important, well-promoted events which do have the same platform, the same matrix, the same accessibility. And then where you're going down, you capture slightly better what makes the specificity of the regions and the countries, just to be sure that what you're doing remains relevant.
Yeah, that's awesome. And can you give us again a little bit of maybe of insight in how are these programs working? Are they achieving their aims? Are they moving the ball forward in terms of where you want the end goal to be?
Maybe I will use one of the recent numbers we have been receiving from a research agency called Nielsen, which is delivering a barometer of what about the sports in general. It appears that motorsport is top 10 when it comes to most liked and appreciated sport on planet. So when you consider that to the numbers of licensing, it is quite an achievement. So I believe what we're delivering, and I have to thank the promoters, the teams, the manufacturers. We are delivering an exciting sport, and I think the agenda is right. So effectively through that work, and I would say it's a collective work, we are ticking the box about ensuring that the fans do receive a very exciting, safe, and fair regulated sports, which is very important. When it comes to effectively ensuring that we are giving access and more access at a national level to the kid, I would say that the long is still very, very long. It does require financial resources. So we had to digest difficult phases of financial, let's say, turbulence over the last years. Now I think we are in a far more better position. So it will be probably for us a way to re-engage with more programs. So we had the Rally Star program that happened in the world, which was the talent detection program, where we wanted to help getting talents from the world being able to become a rally world champion. There are other initiatives we have with the Girls on Track activities and the way we also want to have some of our female drivers to be able to reach the top of the single-seaters disciplines. Again, the esports is an extremely exciting and easy to access route. But again, what is important is that we ensure that our clubs do have the right financial resources and blueprint to be able to build at a national level good detection and supporting plan.
That is excellent. And Stefan, I think our time is up for today, but thank you so much for joining us. Much success in the conference as you continue on. And thank you for the work that the FIA is doing, because it really does benefit our industry as a whole.
Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. I'm delighted you were able to join us. I've known Stefan for 15 years. I love his energy, his passion, his commitment to racing. And I think it was very important. I wanted people to take the opportunity to understand that the FIA is a lot more than people writing rules. And Stefan's job really describes what the FIA is as a whole. And you did a beautiful job, Stefan, today explaining everything. So thank you very much. Good evening to you, because it's now the evening in Dubai. Have a wonderful time over there, and we'll catch up soon. So thank you very much for being with us. George, we're going to have you back a little bit later. I'm going to be bringing our next host, Brad Gilly. I don't think we have time now to run a little video, because I'm being told that Jeff Dodds, the CEO of Formula E, is with us right now. So let me bring Brad Gilly, our next host. Brad has been with us for many years. He's a terrific host. We're so glad to have him on. So good morning, Mr. Gilly. How are you today?
I'm wonderful. I hope you're great fans feast, Judy, as well. It's been an exciting morning so far already.
Absolutely, and we had quite a few French people this morning. My apologies, because they were all lined up, but that was very important. The FIA was very important. The FIA WEC, World Endurance Championship, as well. ORECA, and so now we're going to be talking Formula E. We had a little a snapshot of Formula E last year in a panel session with Extreme E and E1 Racing. This year, we are giving those 3 series individual session, and we're delighted to have Jeff Dodds, the new CEO of Formula E, who has brought a lot of energy into the series. So, Mr. Dodds, good afternoon, and thank you for being with us.
There we go. Just unmuting myself. Thank you for having me. It's an absolute pleasure to join you.
Thank you. Brad, on to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Francis and Judy. We'll see you all here shortly. And Jeff, welcome. I hope everything is okay where you are today.
All good for me, Brad. Thank you. I'm sitting here. I was going to say in a very sunny London, but it's evening here, so we're a little bit dusky, but we're all good. Thank you.
That is wonderful. All right, well, let's talk about Formula E. And obviously, in nearly a decade of existence, Formula E has become very well known worldwide. But let's just get your overview of exactly what is Formula E.
Yeah, so I'm a relative baby here, Brad. So I'm only 6 months into my journey of Formula E as the chief exec, although I was working for one of our big investors prior to joining here. But you're right, 9 seasons in, about to start our 10th season. And how can I describe it? I mean, it's the world's only all-electric world championship. And I would say it's kind of at that cross section. It's at the cross section of elite racing, so elite motorsport, but also as a platform for educating around climate change and sustainability. Formula E being net zero from day zero, very much focused on climate change. So we find ourselves sitting right at the crosshairs of those two very important topics.
Yeah, and that's incredible. And to be able to do that and put on highly competitive racing as well. I will say this, Jeff, I know throughout yesterday in some of these that I had hosted, there were questions that were coming through about EVs in different racing series, and that's exclusively what you guys are. So
Yep.
I would encourage anyone who has a question, if you want to type it into the chat, we'll
Please
try.
do.
Yeah, work some of those in as well. But you guys just had a pretty incredible season, and you guys are talking about it as the most competitive yet. Why is that? Give us a review.
Well, so look, so most incredible season because fan base grew by about 15-16% year on year. So we're up to about 350 million fans worldwide now, Brad. So seeing real growth in fan base, just ticking past NASCAR actually in terms of global fans, which I know is more of a US centric sport, but something we're super proud of here in Formula E. In terms of competitiveness, though, I mean, the racing season itself was the first year of our Generation 3 racing car. And what that delivered, you're always a bit apprehensive going into a new generation of car because you're not quite sure what you're going to get on the track. But I think on every single race we did over the year, you got triple-digit overtakes. In North America, we raced for the first time in Portland on the PIR. And in that race alone, we had over 400 overtakes. So a pretty spectacular race. And when we got to the last race of the year, which was in London in season 9, there were still 3 drivers that could have won the world championship, 3 teams that could have won the team championship. And not to have a little dig at my friends in Formula One, you know, you've got this juxtaposition of one series coming down to the very last race of the year versus one that was obviously wrapped up pretty early on in the season.
Yeah, which it was very exciting as well. And to see you guys be able to race in the U.S. was pretty incredible also. Yep. Let's look ahead just a little bit because next year, just the 10th season for the championship. So what can we expect as we look forward?
Well, so I'm hoping for just as competitive racing. So the last thing we want to see is any reduction in competitiveness on the racetrack. So I think you can look forward to a highly competitive racing series. In terms of venues, though, it's our 10th anniversary of Formula E next year in season 10, obviously. And we have a couple of new race venues within the year, which we're very, very excited about. So for the first time ever, people will be able to see a motor race in the center of Tokyo, in the city of Tokyo, by the big site. So we're very excited by that. We're heading back to China, which, as we know, was hit pretty hard by lockdown. They've reopened for business in mainland China, so we're going to be racing in Shanghai on the GP circuit there in Shanghai as well next year. So I think new venues for us. There may well be some small tweaks to the sporting format, which we think will be exciting for people, but hoping to see just as competitive a series in season 10.
Yeah, as we are as well. I do want to ask you, Gen 3, and a lot of times, I mean, look, we've all grown up with internal combustion cars, and we certainly understand when we're changing displacement or horsepower or different things like that. Can you give us just maybe a quick overview of where we started with Formula E, say 9 years ago, and how the car itself has refined and advanced since then?
Yeah, of course. So look, all the obvious things, Brad. So as you would expect, as time has gone on, the cars continue to get lighter, more powerful. In Generation 3, what you have is a 300 kilowatt battery that can advance to 350 kilowatts during attack mode. If you compare Generation 1 to Generation 3, I mean, the simple comparison for me would be when the very first race was held in Beijing 9 years ago, the cars had a max speed of about 225 kilometers an hour. And the 0 to 60 time, or the 0 to 100, depending on which currency you prefer for speed, was probably about 3.5 seconds. And here we are now. We'll head to Shanghai. So 10 years apart, 2 races in China. Top speed about 100 kilometers an hour faster. The 0 to 60 time is down at about 2.6 seconds. And remember, the car itself has 2 motors, a front and rear powertrain. Only one of those motors is used currently for propulsion of the car. The other is used for regeneration of the battery. So if we were to open up both of those for propulsion, you're talking about 0 to 60 well south of 2 seconds. So the cars themselves have become much more powerful, and that's led to a much more competitive racing series.
Yeah, that's incredible. You know what? And this is a great segue into a question that just came in from the chat as well. Are there any Formula E technologies or specific innovations that have trickled down to road cars? Do you see this happening more in the future?
Brad, it's a brilliant question, actually. And for a number of our manufacturers, that's the primary reason they race in the series. So when I'm talking to manufacturers like Porsche and Jaguar and Nissan, who are part of our ecosystem, they use this racing series not only because they're highly competitive organizations that love elite sport, but also because they use it as a way of delivering R&D for their electric vehicle platforms. So give you a couple of examples. Jaguar's electric platform is the I-Pace, so their electric vehicle is the I-Pace. So Jaguar developed learnings and technology in the Formula E series that they were able to push across to their I-Pace that effectively increased the range of the I-Pace by around 10%. And that was delivered as an over-the-air update, software update to all of those I-Paces on the road. So people were getting maybe 30 miles more effective range out of the I-Pace through technology that was developed on the racetrack. Nissan, very similar, the Nissan Leaf, they delivered 181% more efficient battery usage to the Leaf through technology they delivered on the racetrack. And I had the great privilege, actually, of being invited by Stellantis to a DS event that was held in the Motor Valley in Italy very recently. And I got to see I think it's called the E-Tense, which is a concept car that they're building for DS that is effectively a road car built off the entire principal platform of the Generation 3 racing car for Formula E. So they are developing a concept sports car off of the Formula E racing car. So absolutely, that trickle-down effect, we call it from race to road. That race to road journey is very direct.
I love that. And I love the idea. Imagine if we said, hey, you can get 2 extra miles per gallon just from an over-the-air update. Well, with
nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's the EV effect of that. You had mentioned the Jaguar and the EVs there. Early on in Formula E, question from the chat, there was a support race series with what was then the new Jaguar I-Pace.
That's right.
So with so many EVs on the market now, do you see the return of a production EV car support race?
I'm fully open to that, and we have had conversations. We have a couple of live conversations with potential support series. It maybe for slightly different reason though. So what I don't think, we don't need a support series necessarily from a technology or a technical development point of view. I think if we looked at a support series, it'd be for a different reason. So potentially because we wanted to add to the fan experience. A lot of people bringing families to watch the racing series, and they get to see free practice, they get to see the dual qualifying format, and they get to see the actual race. But maybe there's time in the day to make it even more compelling by adding another race for them to watch. So I would look at it on that basis. The second thing is, if I thought it was an opportunity to bring more diversity into the series, so perhaps it might be a women only support series, or maybe we'd invite younger drivers that were coming through the funnel trying to get into motorsport into a support series, then I'm absolutely open to that. And as I say, we have a couple of live conversations, but we won't launch a support series for season 10, which starts in January.
Okay, and again, a great question, and pretty exciting to, at least hear about some of the things that are being talked about as well when it comes to the future of the race weekends in the series. You had mentioned Portland last season. You're going to go back for a double header of races this upcoming season. So tell us about the increase and why, and then the U.S. strategy overall.
Yeah, so Portland, I was at the I think the Portland race was my third race. My third race in charge. I'd visited races before as a fan, actually, but my third race in charge. And I won't lie to you, there was a bit of apprehension heading into Portland because obviously it's a fixed circuit. Formula E is renowned as a street circuit or a city circuit setup. It's a fixed circuit. People weren't quite sure what to expect. We were pretty much blown away by what we saw in Portland. As I said, 400 overtakes. I got a chance to speak to a number of IndyCar fans and NASCAR fans who were there to watch the racing, and they were extraordinarily complimentary about what they saw, not just the racing, but also the setup and the infrastructure and the hospitality and the circus we bring to town. So we had great fun. I was also very lucky enough to see to spend time out there with Michael Andretti, and obviously Michael's won on that racetrack many times. In fact, if my memory serves me right, he had a pretty exciting finish against his dad there in one of the races at Portland. So I was able to chat to him about his experiences on the racetrack there. But North American market, critical for us, one of our top 2 or 3 markets in the world, alongside China and some of the core European markets. So going back to Portland for season 10 will be brilliant. And then from season 11 onwards, looking to expand our footprint and bring even more races to North America.
Yeah, we actually had a question just come through. Any plans for other races, perhaps in Battery Alley? And I don't know if Battery Alley refers to, say, the Austin area. You know, I know Toyota is putting a battery facility in North Carolina and all of that. So it seems like a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, and not just Battery Alley. So West Coast, East Coast, incredibly important to us. So I'd love to have representation on both the East and West Coast. But we're also talking to a number of other cities around the US at the moment, and not just in what you might consider new technology areas for automotive. We're also talking some of those areas that might have a rich history in internal combustion engine as well, to try and bring new tech there and showcase the development of automobile manufacturing. But I would be very surprised in season 11 if we don't have 2 races in North America, and then maybe beyond season 11 to increase to potentially even 3 races.
Wow, that would be incredible. Just from a curiosity standpoint, are there any other doors that potentially open? Because one of the things, especially, you know, being a predominantly street series, when you go into a market, they're going to worry about noise. Are these cars going to be so loud they're going to break the windows in our skyscrapers? I mean, it's literally things that are talked about. You don't have the noise constraint. Does that help with conversations?
Yeah, of course. And a lot of the cities we end up in, Brad, are often because the city talks to us because they're trying to educate more around climate change and sustainability. And when we turn up in town, we try not to be too disruptive in building a circuit if we turn up in a city. So we try to do it as quickly and as efficiently as possible. What you have then is a number of people that are in the city that don't have to travel by car to get to see the race. They can go by public transportation. So you don't have this enormous amount of cars on the road to try and get to watch a race. We're also able to use our race as a way of educating around the need to focus more on carbon emissions, climate change, and this kind of drive towards net zero. So we use ourselves not just as a racing series, but as an education platform, and that very much appeals to the cities we race in. And you're so spot on. You know, for a lot of people turning up with families, particularly young families, not needing to strap on the big headsets and the ear protection or worry about the smell. The fact that we turn up and it's a clean, quiet sport racing in a city centre is very appealing to the cities we talk to.
Yeah, for sure. Another quick question on the schedule, and let's just expand North America because we have a question about Canada, Vancouver, British Columbia, more specifically. You think
whether we'd go back and race there or whether we'd race in Canada?
Yeah.
Yeah, so without giving away too many trade secrets, I'm actually in conversation right now with a very large Canadian city who are keen to bring the race to themselves over the coming years. So no, when we talk about North America, we include Canada within that, and from a geographic point of view. But absolutely, Canada, we would look at Canada as well, and are looking at Canada as well.
Oh, that's wonderful. All right, let's talk about the teams now. Do you have capacity for another U.S. team or from anywhere else on the Formula E grid?
Yeah, so look, our maximum number of teams, Brad, is 12. So in the regulations, the sporting regulations, we agreed to a cap of 12 teams between ourselves and the FIA, and we currently have 11 teams racing. And those 11 teams are a mixture of manufacturers, as I said, Porsche, Jaguar, Maserati, McLaren, Nissan, Mahindra, Neo, but also kind of DS, but also kind of racing royalty. We have the Andretti team, we have the Penske team, we have the AB team. So we've got this real lovely mix. Now, that 12th spot, so we have a 12th spot available, which is not one we want to give away. So it's not one we just want to fill for the sake of filling it, because we don't need to do that. We have highly competitive racing with 11 teams. On the other hand, it's one that's available for a brand that brings something to the series. Now, you talked about a US manufacturer there. I would love to be having conversations with US manufacturers about putting a team into Formula E. The reality is, up to this point, the conversations have probably been more active with Chinese EV manufacturers or European, because they're slightly more advanced in terms of the rollout of their electric vehicle platforms. But over the coming years, we've just started to talk to some American US-based OEMs. And of course, we would love to have an American manufacturer, US manufacturer on the grid, because we're a truly global sport, and the US market is one of our most important markets.
And which is wonderful, and certainly welcome here for sure. Question from the chat: going forward, what television coverage do you have planned? Is it possible to have coverage on a network that maybe is more readily available?
So in the US, so around the world, we're doing media deals all the time. So our media reach is about 360 million a year, or it was in season 9, and we look to expand that into season 10. We're heading back to China, as I said, so we're about to announce, I can't say it on here because it's not official, but we're about to announce our Chinese media deal. We'll announce a new Japanese media deal as we head into Japan. And we announced earlier on in the year a really interesting combination deal for media in North America. So with CBS, who have carried our races before, been a very good partner of ours. But we've also announced a deal with Roku. And Roku, I think, has about 70 million customers across the world. But Roku in the US, we will be the first live sport that Roku partners with. So when you land on the Roku platform, if you're watching the race through the platform, you'll be able to, on the landing page, see the tile for Formula E, go in and get a deep and rich experience around Formula E through Roku's platform, and also watch the live racing. And therefore, if you're watching races through CBS as well, through the Roku platform, through that one portal, you'll be able to access everything we do in North America and everything we do around the world.
Oh, wow. That's really cool. And that's some great coverage as well, for sure. All right. Let's look ahead to this next season. And I know we talked about the competition on the racetrack. Would love to see equal to that, if not more. But what predictions do you have for next year, Jeff?
Oh, that's a big question. So that's a great question. I'd get shot by 10 teams if I gave you a prediction for who I thought would be the winning team. I think the competition will be bigger and better than ever. I was lucky enough to get all the data through from our Valencia pre-test that we've just had in Spain. So I think it will be another highly competitive season. In terms of the locations, my prediction would be that seeing the cars race around the Shanghai Grand Prix circuit, the intermediate circuit there, will be brilliant, because the Chinese fans are super excited about us going back. And I think from race point of view, all of our races are great, but I think the two that I'm really interested in seeing is the race in central Tokyo. I think that will be an incredible spectacle. And also, we're moving our Italian race next year. We move from Rome in the city centre, and we move to Misano in the Motor Valley, very famous for the MotoGP races there, the home of the Doctor. So very excited to see our cars racing in the Adriatic coastline down there in Italy, in Rimini. The only other prediction I'd give you would be a real strong prediction on Max Verstappen winning the Formula One World Championship, but I don't think that's what you're asking me for, Brad, was it?
No, not quite. But I do know this. In my brain, I'm already vacation planning because.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, we'd love to host you. I can recommend Rimini. Beautiful part of the world.
Oh my gosh, yeah, not just the amazing racing, but also the visuals and the destinations and everything else that you guys have.
You say that Tokyo. I mean, Tokyo, we're racing during cherry blossom season, which, as we know, is a very short period of time. I think it's only about 2 or 3 weeks that they have cherry blossom. We're right there in the middle of that. So Mrs. Dodds has already booked her place at that race, Brad, but I think it's more for the cherry blossom than the motor racing.
I can understand that. And that's what's great about these being destinations as well. All right, let's talk about sustainability. And if we move now to sustainability, this is where Formula E started, obviously. Tell us about the intersection of high performance and sustainability.
Yeah, it's a great question. So when I explain what Formula E is, Brad, I tend to ask people to visualize the yin and yang diagram, that icon. And on one half of it, we're an elite motorsport, a world championship motorsport that has sustainability at its core. And on the other side, we're a platform for educating around e-mobility and the move towards net zero that has motor racing at its core. We absolutely see both of those things together. They come together to make up what Formula E is. Formula E, when it was founded by the Spanish businessman Alejandro Agag, when Alejandro founded the business, I think that year there were only 300,000 electric vehicles sold around the world that year. If you fast forward to now, it's nearer, I think, to 10.5 million electric vehicles will be sold this year, and it's growing at about 20% a year. So the vision to set up a world championship 9 years ago, when there were almost no electric vehicles on the road, to see where it is today, and then to see where it might be, you know, when my children are driving their cars, they will have never experienced an internal combustion engine. They will only probably know an electric vehicle. And the key thing for us, therefore, is not just delivering compelling racing, but also delivering a compelling story around the environment and sustainability. Now, we're rated the #1 sport in the world for ESG, not motorsport, the #1 sport for ESG in the world. We're committed to science-based targets. I think we'll be the only sport in the world committed to science-based targets. And even though we have such a focus on sustainability, we also committed through those science-based targets to reduce our emissions by 45% between 2019 and 2030. And we're already 25% roughly towards that 45%. So as you can imagine, there's a big team here that are fully committed and fully fixated on every part of our chain, our supply chain, our business model, to make sure that we are as sustainable as we possibly can be. And through season 10, we have some other exciting things we're doing in the space of sustainability that we will announce in season 10. But no, absolutely core focus for us.
That is incredible for sure. You're participating in COP28 next week, and you've already delivered a message of global sport of give it everything to be more sustainable. Tell us about that.
Yeah. Look, I think, you know, sport is an incredible thing. So it's a passion for many, many people around the world. And every week around the world, there are multiple billions of people watching sport. So our view on this is, if sport were able to talk about what it was doing to become more sustainable, just for a week, just take effectively one week match and talk about the fact that they are changing things in their business model, they've changed their approach to logistics or supply or transportation, or done something to make themselves more sustainable, the number of people they could reach with a message about change and positive change on a weekly basis would be billions and billions and billions. So we're very lucky, Brad. So we were born as a sport that's sustainable at its core, net zero from day zero. Many, many sports, Formula 1, 75 years old. I think NASCAR, roughly 75 years old. You look at NFL, you look at baseball, you look at the basketball, you look at soccer. These sports are much, much older. They didn't have the luxury of establishing themselves with a business model that was focused on sustainability, but they're all doing something. And our simple ask is to get out there, to focus on that and communicate that more to your fan base so that you take the lead in educating them about some of the things they can do differently.
That's incredible. A couple of chat questions. We were talking about noise earlier, and this one's interesting because there are some EV manufacturers who might, you know, give exhaust noise, you know, as part of it. But you know, for older fans, here's what it says: the noise, or quote unquote music, as many of us refer to it, what steps are being taken to attract those fans? How do you convince a petrol head, let's say, e-racing is just as exciting?
Yeah, I don't know if the person put their name at the end of the question, Brad, but
Ben O'Connor.
No, Ben. So hey, Ben. So you and I have something in common. So I'm a petrol head as well. So I've grown up watching all forms of motorsport. Nothing I love more than going to watch a race and getting that tingly feeling and feeling the vibrations kind of resonate through the body when I'm watching it. But we have this dilemma, and the dilemma is this: that the sound you hear when cars are racing, combustion in cars are racing, that the noise is largely a function of inefficiency, engine inefficiency. So the louder the noise, the less efficient the engine is, because that energy is not being used to propel the car forward or the vehicle forward. It's lost into the atmosphere, and you hear that as noise. So the reason you don't hear noise in an EV racing is because the engines or the motors are like 98, 99% efficient. So there is no lost energy. So to try and create a noise would effectively be trying to create the illusion of inefficiency. So I don't necessarily think that's a great idea. I also think if you think about the emerging fan base for EV racing, and as I say, we have a large number of fans around the world and it's growing very quickly. For a lot of those people, they probably won't experience, the youngsters coming through probably won't end up having much experience of an internal combustion engine. So they won't feel the need to have the loud engine noise, because it's when they get in their own car, it's not something they'll be used to. So I think where we've netted out is, because we've looked at synthetic noise as well and artificial noise. We're a very authentic business. We don't like the idea of artificially creating anything. It would be a symbol of inefficiency, which we're not sure we like the idea of either. We think the world, once everyone's driving EVs, people will be slightly less worried about the noise. And don't take this the wrong way, Ben, but as an, you may not be, but many of the petrol heads I've met and the die-hard Formula One or MotoGP fans or NASCAR fans are pretty convinced they don't like EV racing because they're a traditionalist and it's not the same as what they've grown up with. I'm not sure we should be spending all of our time and energy and money in trying to convince some of those people to change their view when we have such a huge opportunity out there for a new fan base.
And I think that's a fair way to put it. And as much as I love the roar of the engine, the feel, the everything, there also is something to be said about having a conversation with the person sitting next to you as you're enjoying the sport.
Yeah. And by the way, I'll say it again. I love both. I get a huge kick from watching a Formula E race and being able to talk to the person next to me about what I'm seeing. I also get a huge kick turning up at a MotoGP event or a Formula One event and getting that amazing feeling. So for me, us trying to match them doesn't feel like the right answer. We have something different, which we're embracing.
Well, Jeff, I'll tell you, we look forward to the innovation, the events, everything that you guys have coming up in 2024. I truly appreciate you coming on here today and feel like we're probably going to spend a couple hours even just answering questions from the chat, which has been great. We look forward to it.
I'll be back next year, Brad.
Awesome.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Great. And Ben just said perfect answer, and Ben is right. And I know Ben. Thank you for watching us. So stay with us. Jeff will run a very short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you on next session with Lequien.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. And what a great session we just had, and what a fantastic lineup. So if you're watching us on Zoom, on YouTube, on racer.com, on speedsport.com, we're also live on Facebook and LinkedIn. Please share those links with your friends within the industry, because if you know anyone's not watching, please tell them they should be on. This is absolutely unbelievable. And we next going to have Rick Ware.
Yes, and let me jump in here because, you know, throughout all the races I attend, IndyCar, NHRA, NASCAR, throughout the year and events, I ask people, who's the one person you'd like to be interviewed? I swear to you, all year long, Rick Ware. That name popped up all over the place. So I am so proud to have him on and thankful that he's joining us this year.
Spot on, absolutely. Mr. Ware is with us, so Brad Gilly will let you take over as soon as Rick starts his video and is with us. Well, let's we'll wait a few more seconds for Rick. There he is.
Hi, Rick. Thank you for joining us.
Judy, thank you for having me. Sorry for my computer literacy there. I have to have a bunch of help for this.
We're good.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I had myself muted, Rick. Sorry about that.
All right.
You and me both. I think, did we actually have a video to play to start with this today? If so, if we could get that rolling, that would be great.
Parts Plus and Biohaven for Clay Milligan as they head to the finish line stripe. It's Clay Milligan! Yes! Clay Milligan picks up win number 5, his second on the season. Rick Ware Racing!
Checkered flag, Shane McElrath wins the British GP. It's a great weekend for Rick Ware Racing as Shane won both overalls last year en route to his first SX2 championship. The KTM from Rick Ware Racing. Here comes Breyer Bauman on this Parts Plus KTM. The first victory for KTM, the Progressive American Flat Track Championship. Breyer Bauman's gonna do it! He's won the Springfield Mile, the Progressive American Flat Track Premier Division.
One thing that's kind of interesting is momentum Rick Ware Racing is carrying into this event.
Point racing with Rick Ware Racing rookie King Ray Ross. Green is the call here in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Let's go!
Gentlemen, start your engine!
Man, the whole RWR team is incredible, and it doesn't matter if it's the top fuel car, the NASCAR, the IndyCar, the IMSA car, Global Supercross, IMSA, you name it. If you ain't following RWR, you are missing out because we are making things happen. We're stomping on that loud pedal a lot.
Well, Rick, I think the best thing we can start this off with is there a series in North America that you're not entered in right now? That might be the quicker review.
No, there are several. Motorsports is alive and strong, and I'm really thankful to be part of it.
It's incredible. Well, let's talk about you for a minute here. You know, you're a gearhead from California who came through Texas and kept working your way east, and obviously picking up a lot of racing along the way. So let's talk about where it started, and we'll take it to where we are today.
Well, just you know, I grew up in Southern California, born in '63, and so the you know, growing up through the late 60s, early 70s, Southern California was really a hotbed of all kinds of racing. You know, I think back through even the early 80s, you know, NASCAR actually opened up and closed at Riverside, both the beginning of the year and end of the year. The amount of IndyCar, Can-Am, all the kinds of racing, there was so much going on within that industry. I was just fortunate to be, you know, born there and kind of be able to go hang out at shops and got to do cool things. You know, I used to hang out at Bell's Parnelli Jones' shop, and he'd have the Ole Baja 1000 truck there right next to the Viceroy Indy car. And, you know, they were dynoing motors, you know, getting ready to go to Indianapolis for Speed Weeks, and just going to the original Trans Am series, which was, it was kind of like, it was like the road racing of NASCAR back then. It was beating and banging, and all the manufacturers, and then I went to Carlsbad and Orange County, Lyons and Irwindale to in the heyday of all the funny cars and the fuel racing, and Ascot and sprint cars. So as a kid, I was just enamored with racing, period, and I loved it, every form of it. And that was probably the nucleus that embedded my addiction, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, well, it's going to be great to talk to you, and it's great having you here because you are involved in so many different things. Let's just start with the NASCAR team. A couple of cars. You had a big change this past season where you actually moved the race shop over to Concord, North Carolina. It's on the campus of where RFK Racing is, Roush Fenwick Keselowski, and a strong technical alliance there. Moving forward, you've signed Justin Haley as one of your drivers, not just for 2024, but beyond that as well. So how has the past year been for Rick Ware Racing? And let's take a look ahead as well.
The past year for us, we achieved a lot of goals in different series, and as well as NASCAR, is just to continue growth, to try to excel from where we're competing at now, to to shoot for top 5s, top 10s, top 20s. Man, the NASCAR deal, it's tough. It's, in my opinion, it's the toughest. It's the toughest form of motorsport on the planet by volume of the amount of races that we have to do, the amount of things that we tear up on a weekly basis, the preparation. We're taking baby steps in that program, and I feel like what we did this year, moving to RFK, it got us closer to be more embedded to getting. It's one thing to get the information. It's another to get it and to have to decipher it and to actually get it on the car correctly. I always heard jokes about people, measuring toe. You can measure toe setting up a car with a laser or a string or a plastic gauge and all kinds of different things. But at the end of the day, it has to have consistency. And we weren't having consistency even with the information that we were getting. We weren't getting quite enough information anyway. So it's multiple pieces. And now with this new car, we have so little practice or no practice. We run, I think, 6 races where you actually literally have no practice. We unload and race at, I think, Daytona, Talladega, and both Atlantas. You better do your homework at the shop. And so we have, for a small team, got a really great bunch of guys at the shop that can help us get the cars prepared, take the information that we're getting. And I got to hand it to RFK. They've been fantastic. They've done everything that they said that they would do and then some. We still have to utilize that information that we're getting from them, continually learning to do that better, because it's a process. And if you don't have quite as much depth, they may be preparing their Talladega cars, let's say as an example, 4 weeks ahead of time, and we may only be preparing them a couple weeks ahead of time, just by the volume of equipment that we may or may not be tore up, or the amount of people to prepare those things. So the NASCAR deal, I think I'm cautiously optimistic in that we will continue to progress. I would say this year it has been insanely competitive in the amount of the new knowledge that on a weekly basis. Now, a year ago, as a small team, we might hit it a little bit lucky, and come off the trailer for practice and run decent. And then as the event goes on, or we come back to that track a second time, the bigger teams have a whole lot more information. And so then there's another leapfrog. The off season in 22 into 23, it's just been amazing, just the growth of this industry.
Yeah, and things continue to move forward. You guys will be campaigning the new Dark Horse Ford Mustang, which, by the way, is a very cool name for a race car. I also want to ask you about the business side too, because when the charter system came out, you went out there and you can look at it and say you took a risk, and some became available, and you jumped on them pretty quick. And now we've started to see the value of those continue to grow, very exponentially and very quick as well. Were your early thoughts on that? That did you see the vision of where it would go, or was it just right place at the right time? How did that work out for you?
Well, I think the one thing that we decided on, me and my wife decided on, we'd been racing the part-time cup. We'd run basically a full season as an open car the year before. We weren't being able to get over that hump in Xfinity, and having been in the racing is what we do for a living. So, racing inherently is not a very profitable business, and it takes the right amount of sponsorship and all these things to come together. But what I could see is that NASCAR Cup was getting stronger. NASCAR as a whole was continuing to get stronger. But if you were ever going to get a seat at the table, you had better start fighting early and figure out a way to do it. It was never. I always believed in the charter system. It's worked in everything else from Formula One to we have a charter in the World Supercross. It works in MotoGP. Anytime that you have a guaranteed structure, people can invest, which before it was just wealthy people being involved until they didn't have the comfort level of spending any more money and then would leave. So for us, it wasn't about, hey, could you buy a charter for X and then turn it around and resell it? Because if that was the case, we would have already done that, I would say, if it was about the dollars. What it was is the viability for me to continue to be in business, first off, because it was getting tougher to even be in business in the racing world. But I knew if we had a seat at the table, that we could at least plan. If you have set income, meaning that at least that you're going to be in business for a full year, then you can sell sponsorship based on that. You can hire better people. We've added and increased the quality of the people and the payroll substantially every single year. You can't do that on just a whim. There has to be a business model there. And at the time, we paid record prices for the charters, and people, I had some people even laugh and say, man, I can't believe you paid more money for the last place charter than somebody paid for the first place charter when Front Row sold. It was really just about being able to start to grow the dream and the plan to, first off, just survive. And then, again, I'm a racer, and I try to be a smart businessman and to grow what I really wanted to do, which was, start to grow into motorsports as a whole. I love the marketing aspect of it, and but NASCAR was the cornerstone of the whole program, and still is.
Yeah, it's interesting when we look at today, the most recent charter transfer that happened. Some people are going, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe these are going for $40 million." I look at this down the road, and people are going to go, "Oh my gosh, can you remember when these were only going for $40 million?" I mean, that's what it's supposed to do, right? Increase in value.
Well, if you take it from the context of, and I hate to do too many stick and ball analogies because I'll get myself in trouble. However, the lowest, Major League Soccer teams that we may not be familiar with that are not winning games, they're shy of $500 million. They're probably in that they're probably in the $250, $300 million range, and they don't have the branding potential that NASCAR does. They don't have the schedule, the depth, and that doesn't even count, some of the wild things we're hearing about for 25 and beyond that we may be going and racing. So to say $40 million, that's $40 million doesn't even get you a winning AAA ball team anymore, right? And so, that number is a stout number, and the way we live, that could be life-changing money. But the people that know me, I could have retired at half that years ago if that was really the plan. We like racing. This is our business, and we still have a lot of racing to do. So, but it is nice to know that, all the blood, sweat, and tears that you had, and the things that we've leveraged and had to sell to be able to even acquire the first one. It wasn't just a passive idea. It took risking and everything that we had. And it's nice to know that, 5 or 10 years down the road, we'll at least, be able to relax.
Yeah, which is a great thing. I want to transition over to IndyCar, and I'll do that with a question from the chat. When you partner with someone like Dale Coyne in IndyCar, what do you hope to do by partnering? Is it to help to learn how they run their team, learn new processes, make new business connections, or something different? Tell us about how that works for you.
So Dale's the only partnership that I have in motorsports, and my philosophy has kind of been, typically in motorsports, there's the race team guy, there's the money guy. Usually the money guy is a sponsor, or he comes and goes, or somebody kind of has to lose to make something work in this business. The relationship I have with Dale is a very rare one. And to answer your question, I could be racing with Dale for 5 years and still continue to learn from him. A lot of people don't realize, other than Roger Penske, he has the most IndyCar starts in IndyCar history. He is a hands-on guy, hard worker. Just have a total respect for him. With everything else we had going on, when the opportunity came about, actually through COVID, and anybody in racing is familiar with the Indy 500, and that race is just a crazy. It's a crazy event, let alone a race event, right? So when the COVID came about, and there was a lot of fluctuation and funding and drivers and money and this and that, we had an opportunity to run a third car with Dale. We took, this is early on with some of the expansion, when we took some of our existing sponsors and said, hey, how would you like to be involved in X? And of course, it's an easy opportunity for somebody to want to be involved with a 500. And I had never been, a co-owner and entered a car in the 500. Needless to say, we ran. We had a mechanical problem right off the bat, but that's a pretty strong aphrodisiac to even walk on the grid and to be part of that. So, that was a pretty huge drug to pull me in. And, the conversations just went from there. And, we had looked at doing IndyCar, and we looked at doing, prototypes. And, years ago, I viewed IndyCars as a little bit more daunting just because of the cost. And, man, you're wrecking these things. I will say, with what the new next gen cars cost and the amount of effort and work it takes to go put these things back together, it took a little of that sting away. And I think there's some things to learn a little bit from how they do a single source supplier versus some of the ways that we're doing it with suppliers, as opposed to building things, right? We are now purchasing things just like the IndyCar did. So right now my plan is to continue with Dale and to really dive in deeper and to grow that. And I get along great with him. He works hard, and he's a real asset and a real tool in the toolbox for RWR.
That's wonderful. All right, I'm going to ask you this question, and maybe this will transition into another series in which you race. But you have so many different types of race teams. Which was your favorite win so far?
Well, again, since we haven't won a cup race, I would have to say, winning a top fuel race was pretty cool. Having, again, I was 6 years old during an intermission, and I made my first full pass at a drag strip. It was a quarter mile, staged my go-kart, Christmas tree, got the time slip at the end of the deal. At 6 years old, it felt like I was going 200 miles an hour. It's probably a day and a half, right? And but like that, I can remember every aspect of that, and then to grow up during the fuel, the core of the new fuel racing with funny cars and front engine dragsters. I was enamored with that just because it's the sheer speed, the smell, the sound. My father was racing a '68 Camaro, and I think it was like the modified production class, stick shift class. So I loved drag racing. And as I got older, I loved the marketing side of it, and where it wasn't necessarily age related. And as when I was in California, when I moved in '90 back to North Carolina to pursue racing, NASCAR more. John Force went from to almost a nobody into this superstar, and he did it through marketing, branding himself. And I like drag racing because it could, you could be 50 years old and still be competitive to this day. And that's what I always liked about it. I never figured out a way to monetize it or make it a viable business until probably 3 or 4 years ago. And it took me a couple years to put the pieces together. So kind of a long answer, but the reason being is that it's I grew up, we're racing with John Force and Coletta and just, I mean, these superstars of the drag race world. And I love it. And now I'm having a race against Tony Stewart. He's been kicking my butt every weekend. And now I've got a race with him over there too. So it's kind of cool.
That is great. And I'm right there with you when it comes to drag racing. That was definitely an early passion for me in my motorsports fandom, which is wonderful. You had talked about finding a viable way to make it work. And while we're talking about the multiple series in which you race, Rick, how much of that is able to transfer when you start talking to sponsors and, having opportunities for different things or maybe combining efficiencies? How do all of those help work together?
Well, so the efficiencies really work well because we've finally been able to get some full-time, a good small group of marketing people in-house that does our graphics, our video stuff. We manage our hospitality in-house and our social media, et cetera. It's worked well because, if you're a Fortune 500 company and somebody said, hey, you can be part of the Super Bowl and the World Series and NBA playoffs, those things, those are all iconic events. It's hard to be able to go in and potentially do that as a sponsor in motorsports because you're going to have to deal with multiple entities. And the few people that do that, it's pretty expensive scenario. Throughout my whole history, you go and you pitch a sponsor on a NASCAR scenario and somebody kind of like, man, our market, they feel, and whether they're right or wrong, but they may feel that, we're more tech oriented. We kind of like the coolness maybe of what the Indy cars represent, or, drag racing, is a different animal, but yet there's a lot of crossover between NASCAR and drag race on the fan base. But what I would say is that each series has something unique to offer. And if you can go into a company, which we did a couple of years ago with, Biohaven was the parent company and it was Nerdtech, and they wanted to do what a lot of teams did, 10, 15 years ago before it got to be too expensive, is that they would come in and do, IMSA and NASCAR and drag racing. Bernstein, did that. Joe Gibbs did it with, Funny Car and Top Fuel and Cup and in Supercross. And there are many other people that have done it. And this got really tough to do. But to be able to go in and talk to somebody and say, hey, look, you may be all about NASCAR and that's the 800-pound gorilla and there's 36 events, but man, wouldn't you like to bring people to the Indianapolis 500? Nobody's ever said, no, we don't want to go to the largest sporting event in the world. The U.S. Nationals, which, has over 900 entries and they're there for a week. And it's a crazy drag race. So I now have brought people from that side over to NASCAR and vice versa, and utilized all the greatest things. And we are a value financially to be able to do that. And some of our people that we compete against that have similar scenarios, I think are dramatically more expensive than we are. And what's really important is at the end of the day, it's a business, is marketing, but we all race to go win races. From the very first time you drug a go-kart anywhere, or you did a street stock at Caraway, you go with the mentality of like, well, if we're not going to try to win, why do you go? The reality is once you get to a certain level, it gets really tough to win. And, guys like BJ McLeod have won hundreds of super late model races. But when you get to Truck, Xfinity, and Cup, there are successful race drivers that have not won another race, for years or decades. So it's important for us as we brand and build RWR as an entity that we have to be competitive. And again, NASCAR, we get our butt kicked on a continual basis, but we are getting more lead lap finishes, top 20s, multiple top 10s, those kind of things. But everywhere else we compete in, we can generate enough budget to literally say we have a shot to win. We've been on podiums in Supercross and IMSA, and this is our first full season. We did a partial season last year in Top Fuel, and we won 3 races in Top Fuel this year. And there's only, I think, one team that won more races than we did. We won the Daytona 500 of flat track at the Springfield Mile with KTM, and had 9 podiums and won the World Supercross Championship last year. And I say this because it's an important part of what we do. So when we come in and talk to somebody, we can say with conviction, hey, on Monday and Tuesday, we're going to have videos and you're going to have success. And you have to be careful what you promise in the success, but we need to have a history, and recent history of we are competitive. We are gaining competition levels more and more in NASCAR. I hired Justin Haley. He's won in all 3 divisions. That's the first step. We're continually getting more and better engineers. So that's a long answer to Top Fuel. You asked me what my favorite deal was, but that's kind of why. Because it's if you've never been to a Top Fuel race, it's violent and cool all at the same time.
It is. I would agree with you. It is. It's just. It's an insane experience in such a good way. Rick, with Supercross and flat track, the 2 wheels are my passion as well. With sports cars, with dragsters, with open wheel cars, with stock cars, and all that. How do you decide where to go on a given weekend?
Well, a lot of it determines on, if there's a red flag somewhere, meaning either we're trying to keep the wheels on the thing, there's a problem, or there's a big sponsor scenario. We are a small team, but we have some really, really good people. We brought Robbie Benton over going on our 2nd year, and he won the championship in 2018 with Penske in Cup, and won multiple championships and run his own teams. I need someone like that to help me manage all this. We do 110 events or something a year. And obviously I can't go to all of them. We don't have private air transportation. And so we have to pick and choose. And it really, we kind of sit back and where are the places that I want to go just selfishly. I am still married, thank goodness, and she stuck with me. So we have to pick some of the places that if I'm going to drag her to someplace, another race somewhere, that it's at least on her top 5 list. But it also kind of depends on, what's going on with that particular series, at that particular time.
Yeah, great point. Let me close this with a comment from the chat. John Stewart, who earlier, by the way, said you had the best hair in racing. I wish we had 10 more guys like Rick Ware. His passion for motorsports in general is contagious. He's developed a proven marketing platform without spending a fortune in each sport in which he's participating. Great interview, and thank you. And I think that sums you up very well, Rick.
Man, thank you all for having me. It's an honor. And Judy, thanks for hunting me down and giving me the opportunity. So,
well, the pleasure's mine. And I swear to you, your name was popped up everywhere all year long. So
sounds good. And Brad, good to talk to you again. And
very grateful.
Awesome. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rick.
Yes,
stay with us. We will run a very short video and we will be right back.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you very much and welcome back. Next, we're going to bring Jérôme Galpin on. Jérôme is the president and CEO of NASCAR Euro Series. Now, I'm going to say little things about Jérôme because not only is an incredible entrepreneur, a true racer, but about 15 or something years ago during our PRI days with Judy, I made a little introduction between Jérôme and NASCAR at PRI because he had some questions. Never thought what he had in mind would become this absolutely incredible racing series, the NASCAR Euro Series. So I'm delighted to bring Jérôme on, and Jérôme and his wife are absolutely extraordinary couple. Not only they run many series, run a great organization, they also compete. We had the people from the Dakar yesterday. They won the Dakar Classic twice. So Jérôme, welcome back, and you are in the States this week because there is a very important week for you.
Yeah, absolutely. What an introduction. Thank you very much for the introduction. Yeah, absolutely. We are in Nashville this week to celebrate the NASCAR champions that will come from the cup level to all the weekly series. So as part of the Euro NASCAR, we will celebrate our champions also with the NASCAR family in Nashville.
Yeah, and I think that is wonderful that Euro NASCAR is a part of this week's Champions Week in Nashville as well. Jerome, forgive me for just Americanizing the pronunciation of your name. I cannot say it with the same kind of flair as Francis, but we welcome you here today and welcome to the States. I hope it's just a wonderful week in Music City for you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. No problem at all. Just bear with me for my French accent, but that's part of the European flavor.
Yeah, oh, it's wonderful. Well, let's talk about Euro NASCAR, the Whelen Euro NASCAR Series, and you guys just wrapped up an incredible season, 7 rounds, 28 races among 2 divisions. Tell us about how Euro NASCAR works, how the schedule works, and what you guys are doing throughout several different countries as well.
Yeah, it's a huge season for us. The thing for Euro NASCAR, you have to understand that we work on a daily basis with the NASCAR International Group, so we have great support and we work really hand to hand with NASCAR USA. NASCAR, we had to translate the NASCAR spirit, the NASCAR fun and NASCAR racing to the European culture. Because, on our side of the pond, we have a different way to race with more, let's say, road course action. We race under the rain. So it's not really, a copy-paste of the NASCAR US model, but clearly, a very unique model that we developed for the European markets, competitors, and teams and fans, of course.
Well, one thing I will say that comes over there is NASCAR is definitely full contact, full fendered racing, and in no way is this disparaging of any other series. A lot of road racing series, some of that is frowned upon. But how does it go in Euro NASCAR? Is it encouraged? Is it frowned upon? Is it part of it? What can you tell us?
Yeah, Euro NASCAR is doing really well. Since we funded the series in 2009 and then became the official European NASCAR series in 2012, the series never stopped growing. And now we have an average of, let's say, 25,000 fans at the event. All our Euro NASCAR events are built like a huge American themed festival where you have a lot of, so we have American football players, we have barbecue contests, we have rock and roll and country music bands, we have cheerleaders, so it's a big mix of people coming to the track to have fun, celebrate the US culture in a very fun atmosphere, and we have such great track partners, with Valencia, Brands Hatch, Most or Zolders, and we are lucky to have a great fan base with a lot of families and kids coming at the event, and we can't be more happy to see those smiling faces around the track.
Putting on 4 races in a single event weekend, and again, among 2 different divisions, tell us about how that goes and maybe even how that might add to that festival atmosphere.
Yeah, we made the choice to go with 4 high action sprint races in a weekend compared to one big race, for the usual NASCAR series in the US, to bring, a kind of a very nice program to our fans, the same programs with 2 races on Saturday and 2 races on Sunday. We also run a very special format by having 2 drivers sharing the same cars. So our first division is the Euro NASCAR Pro Series, where we have the top European drivers competing for the European NASCAR title. And then we have the Euro NASCAR 2 division, which is really designed for young drivers to come and discover NASCAR racing, and also for gentleman drivers coming to have fun in a pure racing machine.
For sure. Let's talk about the race car. And I know we even have some questions from the chat about it. But, when we talk about NASCAR Cup and having single source suppliers and 100% parity, tell us about your race car and the 3 different manufacturer body styles that run.
In fact, we have exactly the same model. This is the model we run since 2009. Our company, Euro NASCAR Management, is handling all aspects of the cars, and all teams must buy the parts from us, and all parts are single spec. So that means when you see the cars on the grid, from the spark plug to the gearbox to the lug nut, they all have the same part. So it's all about the crew chief and also the driver to make the difference, to make the best they can with their parts lot, and get the most competitive car. So let's say every single car on the grid with a good adjustment and a good driver can win the race. So it can't be more parity than this. Regarding the technical spec, our cars have there is no car like this in the US. Exactly in the same way we did for the format, we had also to adapt the cars to the European cultures. Our background in Europe is, of course, more about road course circuits, but also, about, great handling and stiff cars. Our guys, they come from GT racing, from open wheels, from go-karts. So we need to have our NASCAR. So you will find a great, very safe tubular chassis with a big V8 engine. But then regarding all let's say the weight, we are approx, I would say 500 pounds lighter than a US NASCAR. So very light car, and also very responsive in handling. So that's mean, from the huge track. In the past, we were selected 9 times to race the race of champions, that are raced on the stadium TD tracks and so on. And most of the best drivers of the world, they really enjoy our car because it's all about pure racing with no electronics. So you control everything. And basically, they are handling like a big go-kart. So they are really predictable to handle, and it's a great fun. So I think what made first the success of the series when we get started was about the pleasure the driver get when driving and racing with our cars.
That's interesting. A question came through about the race cars. You have the Chevrolet Camaros, the Ford Mustangs, the Toyotas as well. Does Euro NASCAR have car manufacturer support, even if they might not sell those cars in Europe? How does it work in that way?
No, basically all the cars are the same. You can change the brand of your car by changing basically the decal kit and the front bumper, but every other single element are spec and coming from our shop.
Another question here, Jerome. Does the influx of international drivers in Cup, and we've seen some people come over, from Kimi Räikkönen to, Shane Van Gisbergen and several other drivers as well. Does that have an impact in the Euro Series? And I'll even add to that as well, because Bobby Labonte, a former Cup and Xfinity champion, has come over and raced with you guys. Myatt Snyder, who runs in the Xfinity series right now, has come over and raced in Euro NASCAR as well. Can you tell us about the transfer of maybe interest in drivers wanting to go back and forth?
Yeah, our job is to make a bridge between the US and Europe, but also I would say a little bit more deeper than this, because we have also in Europe multiple drivers coming also from Asia, from South America. So basically, we gather people wanting to discover NASCAR in a format that is closer to their background. So I think since we started the series in 2009, it was even the first year in the heart of our process to bring drivers to the US. I think we had over 35 drivers now racing with us in the US thanks to their participation in the series. From the weekly series to understand, NASCAR racing to the cup level. The last one was Loris Esman, said the team Esberg that were racing also with Jacques Villeneuve in Daytona. Jacques was also part of the series for 3 or 4 years also. Alon Day also made some good results in Xfinity, and he also drove some cup race. So having Bobby Labonte and Maya joining us. The last one was also Ryan Vargas coming with the team 3F Racing to race with us in Oschersleben and Zolder this year. So more than ever, the world is coming smaller and smaller, and these kinds of exchanges will I think get bigger and better in the coming weeks and months.
Jerome, this past season, NASCAR made a very big impact in Europe as well at the 24 Hours of Le Mans with the Garage 56 project. And it was great, at least from our side, to see a lot of what came out of that and a lot of the interest as well. What impact, if any, did NASCAR's entry in Le Mans this year have on the Euro NASCAR series?
It really made a big impact in Europe. First of all, because the project was perfectly designed and conducted. The car was absolutely great on track. The sound was amazing. So I think everybody I met told me about how great was this car. Also, in terms of performances, the car was faster than pretty much any other GT on track, so which was super cool from our perspective. For the last 15 years, we are battling against people thinking that NASCAR is just about turning left and about a big and heavy car, not funny to drive. So showing them in Le Mans that a NASCAR car can be absolutely great to drive and also super performant is something special. So I think if you look at all the points that this Garage 56 project had to check, I think they check all the box and present NASCAR racing under the best possible way, and also all the team management and the way they were doing racing in a fun way. You can be super serious, you can fight for high performance, be hard on track, but it doesn't prevent you to have a great atmosphere in the paddock and be cool, and also have fun. So this is what we are doing also, and this is the same atmosphere that you will find in a Euro NASCAR paddock. That means, yes, it's hard on track, it's pure racing, it's hard racing, but yeah, it's also super cool and fun to be part of.
Yeah, for sure. You have a great sponsor of the Euro NASCAR series in Wheeling, and actually here in the States, you guys got to visit them as well. Tell us about the sponsorship, not just the title sponsor with Wheeling, but maybe some of the other sponsors that you guys have brought over in Europe that are a part of the series.
Yeah, we have such a great sponsor with Wheeling Engineering. It's a story that started in 2012. So very few people in the industry can count on such a great and long time partner. We were very happy to visit them last week in their headquarters in Connecticut, Chester, in Connecticut. It's impressive when you see those lights and products. It's difficult to imagine the engineering and work and dedication that is in technology you have behind those products. So it was super cool. For the last 12 years, we were thinking about talking about going there to visit the facility, but it was a great experience. On our side, the past 10 years, we are really focused to develop the product, the competition product, the cars, to make sure we have all the basis of a really strong racing platform. And now with NASCAR in the US, we are engaged in a deep process, a strategical process to work on the next 5 years. And of course, sponsorship will be one of the next points to really work on. So Wheeling is an absolutely great partner. We have some others, tire manufacturer. We work with Hoosier, and they are with us also on long-term commitments. But we will know we have right now all the tools to chase for bigger sponsor and develop the series. I think we have seen that in Le Mans with Garage 56. We are seeing that on our side every day. At every track, how popular the fun atmosphere and NASCAR racing can be in Europe, and the appeal for pure racing and racing show in Europe, where it's not all about technology. It's all about, people sharing passion with fans. And so yeah, the next 5 years for us will be a kind of we have to go for it and go to the next level.
Yeah, for sure. There are several different NASCAR series throughout the world. Obviously, we have NASCAR here in America, NASCAR Mexico, in Canada, the Euro NASCAR series also. Jerome, do you ever get involved with any of the other series or any of the other, say, appeal worldwide as far as continuing to expand stock car racing?
Yeah, that NASCAR wants to develop international, and they have a very group, NASCAR International Group, led by Chad Ziegler, and we are all together to form a great community. We had already some exchanges with Canada and Mexico, bringing a driver to race at Mexico City and at Trois-Rivières. We also had their champions coming to race with us. So yeah, the NASCAR is expanding internationally, and I think we are just in the first step of the process. You will see probably much more in the coming years, and Chad is really working, and his group, they are really working hard on that. So wait, it's a really cool community. We have a lot of exchanges and calls and email. We share the best practices and ideas. So I think it's really worth to have all these people around and sharing different background and opportunities.
When it comes to team ownership, do you have room on the grid? If a new owner wants to come in and race with you guys, is there space for them? And what would someone have to do to be involved?
We are engaged in a process where we try to develop the series and go for better quality, and also to develop to the next level. We had to go back a bit. Season 22 was our biggest field with nearly 35 cars, but we have seen that it was probably too much to have a good quality of teams and cars. So I think our right number should be between 25 and 30, which is pretty much where we are. We were at 26, 27 this year, so there are few rooms, but we are working also on our side with our teams to elevate the level of the series and on technically and also on the marketing side. So there are rooms, but now the selection will be much more stronger than ever, and we have to make sure that we are all on the same page, sharing the same spirit and the same goal to elevate the series and become the best racing series in Europe.
That's wonderful. So the schedule, we talked about the 7 event weekends this past season: Spain, the UK, Italy, the Czech Republic, Germany, Belgium. It's amazing how much that you are able to cover of Europe, first of all, but is there room to expand the schedule as well?
Absolutely. This 24 season, we will bring back a new oval event in Van Rij in the Netherlands. So this will be it was at the calendar before the COVID period, and then we stopped a bit to go there, but it's a wonderful half mile track, very fast. So it's great also for our drivers to have a kind of a test and experience on oval racing, even if we are much more focused on road course. Of course, our goal would be at midterm to get to 9-10 events per season. We just have to manage the growth, and do it step by step and slowly to help our teams and drivers to gather the budget that go with more events. But for sure, target would be probably 10. And now it just good management, finding the right opportunities. The thing to do is that organizing a Euro NASCAR event is just like organizing an event. You have to make something. We were talking about the great American festivals, and now all those people in Valencia, in Brands Hatch, in Most. The last one was Oschersleben in Germany. They perfectly catch the concept. We have a parade. Most of the event, we have a parade in the city on Thursday evening when we go to the closest city center to meet with the fan. A grid walk is also mandatory, so we have to get the fan on the grid and share our passion very close to the fan. So you have a lot of things to do to organize a Euro NASCAR. We receive multiple requests. We just have to make the right choice, making sure also we share the same spirit with our track partners. we have such a good group now of people that we need to be very selective to make sure the new entrants will fully be on the same page than all of us.
Yeah, you know what? I love it though. A true promoter talking about the festivals, the parades, the grids walks, all of those other things that a lot of times we talk about, and I look at racing a race weekend as an event, and as part of that event, you get to see some great action on the track, but you get to see a lot of great other things as well. And the importance of that when it comes to the ticket buying public, when it comes to people coming out to the event, to have all of those different things for them. Jerome, where do you see the appeal? I know someone's coming there for the race. They're probably the ones that bought the tickets, but they might be bringing someone else with them that might find the appeal somewhere else, like you said, in somewhere in that festival atmosphere. What do you see in your race fans as far as what they're looking for?
You have a lot of things to do at the racetracks. First of all, I think the key points is access. Nowadays in motorsports, it's very difficult to access to the paddock, to have let's say a direct link with your favorite drivers or teams. For us, it's really open. So you can come, you get close. You can get as close as you want of the car. You have a chance to meet with every driver you want. Just a fun example. Teams usually they don't know what to do with their used tires. We put the used tires for the fans to get them, and you can't imagine the number of kids coming back home with a used Euro NASCAR tires. You don't know what they do with that, probably in their room, but. So that's a lot of examples. They can see, they go to see some, let's say, monster truck rides, or most of the time we also have a lot of muscle cars presentation and show around the track. So you have movie cars, so you have so many things to do around the track, and I think the common thing, whatever you are, because we have event with people with different culture. A German has not the same culture and than a Spanish or a British and so on. And the common goal is basically, when you look at the situation in Europe, our common culture is the American one, because we are all watching TVs and we have US movies and series and so on. So we all have the same thing. And when it's fun, when you have a good atmosphere, when you have access everywhere, it's not something where you are restricted and you can't do that. So that's why our events are growing year after year, because people come, they spend a good day at the racetrack, they are smiling. We have also a lot of kids and families coming. So what they want is just coming back the year after and bring some more people. So that's how year after year we are growing the fan base just by making things easy and just fun. Our goal is not about technology. Our thing is not about technology. Our thing is about fun and pure racing.
Yeah, and I love that, and everything that you just said that just makes it into a wonderful weekend. All right, Jerome, I want to ask you a little bit about you, because you're a bit of a racer yourself. Tell us about your background.
First of all, I'm not alone, in this boat. First of all, it's a family and a couple story. We founded the series with my wife Anne, and if you walk in the paddock, everybody will tell you that she's the real boss of the series. So I'm just the face over there on screen, but she's the real brain behind the series. And also my background is all about racing. Since my younger age, I follow my parents racing road rally in Europe. It's not really popular right now in the US, but it's a big thing in Europe. So yeah, I think since my really first days, I was at the rallies following my parents. I drove rally in French Championship and European Championship. And also we had this idea, we made the statement with my wife that, hey, there is not this kind of fun racing series in Europe like NASCAR is in the US. So we had the knowledge and technology and also the network. So the first goal was to build a car that respect, because keep in mind, we race in Europe under the FIA sanctioning body. So that means our cars have to go to the full crash test process and so on to be certified by the FIA. So which we did, and it started like this. First step was to get a car and develop a car, and then but let me tell you that the first year, when European European racing was all about, carbon fiber and paddle shift and so on. When you show up in Europe on a European track with a car with a 16-inch wheels, H pattern gearbox and carburetor, it was a challenge. But once again, the cool thing is as soon as you put the driver in the car and put a real driver in the car on track, he has a lot of fun in the car. And I think that was the beginning of everything. So that's how it gets started. And I keep always, watching every kind of motorsport, and we also try to save sometimes to go racing. So that's why with my wife, I think 2 weeks ago we were racing also a rally in France, and we did the Dakar 2 times. So we have a kind of let's say a different background and try to everything that is motorsport is fun. So we try different things.
I'm very impressed. I really am. Talking about the rally and Dakar and all of the things that you're involved in. But I think more than anything, having spent a decade with NASCAR, the Euro NASCAR series, and everything that you have done to grow it as well, it really says a lot about racing in general and the shared passion that we all have. So I hope to run into you in Nashville a little bit later on this week, Jerome. And thank you so much for being a part of Race Industry Week.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for the opportunity. And Francisque, once again, thanks a lot for the very early days of the series. Thanks for the introduction.
You did all the work, Jerome, and I love your energy, your passion, your enthusiasm, and it's not only Jerome. His wife is very much involved as well, and both of them are absolutely brilliant. And so, no, thank you for everything you do. So proud of the achievement you have accomplished. I mean, that's absolutely fantastic. So thank you, Jerome. Have a wonderful week in Nashville. So we will run a short video. We will be right back in our next session with SRO. So stay with us, and we'll.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue DEF, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Thank you very much and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. In our next session, we're going to bring Greg Gill from SRO. And again, we mentioned to you earlier that we are not only live on Zoom this year, but also on YouTube, on the ePortrait YouTube channel, Racer YouTube channel, Speed Sport YouTube channel. We are live on racer.com, on speedsport.com, as well on Facebook and LinkedIn. So if you're watching us today from any of those sites, please share the links with your friends. We make this program free of charge for all the attendees. A big thank you to our sponsor, or basically covering the production cost of this event, and that allows us to be able to reach an audience that's absolutely worldwide. So thank you very much.
We have such a great list of sponsors here. They are all deeply inbred in hardcore racing, so I'm proud of each and every one of them.
Yeah, and let's take a second to thank ETS Racing Fuel, Fifth Third Bank Motorsports, Peak, Penske Racing Shark, Scott Lewis and Associates, Total Seal Piston Rings, ARP, Performance Plus Global Logistics, and Shop Monkey. So we had a very busy start of the day. We had an extremely busy day yesterday. Jim Roller is back with us as a host. He hosted a few sessions yesterday. He's going to be hosting SRO next. And we should be bringing Greg any second. I think Jim is with us. Jim, are you there?
Yes, I am, but somebody has my video feed shut off, so there you go. There we are. I had a bit of a panic with my background this morning. The Zoom feed came up without the background, so I had to do some quick fixes. Good morning. Hey, Greg, how are you?
I'm awesome. Jim, how about yourself?
Very well. Good to see you again.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Well, and welcome to the Race Industry Week. It has been an outstanding season for SRO. For those that may not be familiar with SRO, you're part of the Stefan Rattel organization group. They conduct events over 5 continents, and you cover. It'd probably be easier to tell the folks the GT categories you don't cover than the GT categories you do, because I think you do cover them all. In America, of course, there's GT3, GT4, and touring cars are represented. And you have, I think if my count is correct, 5 series running in America. Did I count that correctly?
That is correct.
So that would be the Fanatec GT World Challenge America, GT America powered by AWS. Those are GT3 platform series. GT4 is represented by the Pirelli GT4 America series. Touring cars are TC America, powered by Skip Barber. And of course, the Toyota One Make series, GR Cup North America, which we at Speed Sport got involved with this year and really enjoyed that. And I, for one, have really enjoyed watching your races this year on our new platform, Speed Sport One. So tell us a little bit about 2023. Were goals met? Was everybody happy?
Well, in motorsports, you can't keep everybody happy, but we did have a really good year. We just came back from our corporate gala in London, where we were able to celebrate all of our championships around the world. Like you pointed out, Jim, we do race on 4 continents, so we are not in Antarctica, just for those that are concerned about that, or in South America, but we hope to rectify South America soon. But it was a very good year for us, a good year of growth. We go into our 35th year in 2024, and our goal remains the same, just to provide the best GT racing in the world, and we're acknowledged as that leadership.
Now, when you combine your efforts with this vast international organization, what kind of marketing horsepower does that give SRO America as a functioning sanctioning body?
So that's an interesting question. I think the horsepower in terms of the media and the reach, we were one of the early people that moved away from traditional broadcast models. We've always had partnerships with whether it was CBS or NBC, but early on we started going into, and I'm not kidding, I think when we first started live streaming, there was actually dial-up sounds when you first worked with us. So as an early adopter of that, it was a real helpful thing for us. And then we pushed more and more with YouTube. You mentioned, and Francisco mentioned earlier, all the different platforms available to watch this particular trade show on. We've mirrored the same thing. And out of that, that's put our impressions into the billions. And because we race around the world, we find things. I noticed, in the days of traditional media, we might see a live stream having 100,000 viewers and be very happy. And I noticed a few years ago, our Circuit of the Americas broadcast was almost 1 million. And I started looking where the viewers were coming from, and they were coming from Asia. And there was a tremendous interest in that pre-pandemic, and then it's only grown post-pandemic. So that's, that is the global reach. But at the end of the day, Stefan Rattel is kind of famous for saying to our VP of Operations, Brian Hughes, that, Brian, I want you to think globally, but act locally. I want an American accent in your race control. You're in North America. It's important to race in North America. Make sure that, we are dominating and building something appropriate that is for the North American market. And so that's really been our goal for the last few years. And we feel that we really do have that now, but very much we're all North American people, and we love our country. We love what we do. Love being part of a global organization, but our focus is right here in the States.
To that end, the 5 championships that you have here in the States, you run at some of the most iconic venues. This year, wrapping your season up at Indianapolis doesn't get any better than that, I suppose. Right. How are the series growing? Are you happy with the subscription rate and I'm not talking about on your YouTube channel, but on your of your grids and that sort of stuff?
That's a thing that we really obviously build our business on, is the strength of entries. We were up in 2023. We were thankful for that. You mentioned GR Cup as a foundation. That was something we were very concerned with, just everybody migrate out of our touring car class and go to GR Cup, because it looked to be so exciting, single make racing, and it really was a wonderful inaugural season. What was great about that, and we really thank our friends at Toyota, because early on when they first approached us and said, hey, we have this concept, we're going to talk to a lot of different sanction organizations, would you like to, consider being part of it? And I immediately raised my hand and said, yes, because what you're doing is trying to add new people to the sport. This is going to be great for everybody. I hope we get the contract and get to work with you, but no matter what, this is great for the business and for all of us in sports car, really, and ultimately in motorsports. And we can really be thankful for Toyota, for all of us to do that. And I think that's one of those real neat areas that brought a new grid in, and consequently also brought people into different classes. After 1 year with GR Cup, they're moved up to touring car into our TCX class. They've moved up into GT4. So we saw just good growth, and it looks like another year of good growth for us across all classes in 2024. Seeing that one question raised about, will we go back to Ozarks? You betcha. They've worked on getting their circuit homologation, and we should have that in the coming weeks. And it's something that we're looking at. What is the best fit to do? They built such a great facility, and not only a great track, in a really cool location. We want to find the right fit of our classes and cars to be there, but definitely interested in going back to OIR.
That's great, Chad. You and Chad were one step ahead of me on that one, because that was going to be my next question. Is how about
we'll let you answer the question. Ask the questions, Jim, from now on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Any looks towards expansion of the schedule?
Yes, we'll have some meetings at PRI next week to discuss with various tracks where the next time you are. Right now is a great time in North American motorsports. And I don't think there's an unhealthy series out there. Everybody has seen growth and expansion, and we're all very thankful for that. But with that embarrassment of riches is a need to, there's only so many hours in a day. How can you get more cars, more series into your weekend means you're going to have to expand the calendar a little bit, move some series around, do some things that really reflect the markets right. OIR being a good example. What's the right cars? What's the right combination? It is ideally set up as a place for a festival, as is Lime Rock. Places that we haven't been to for a while, we look forward to going back to.
Yeah, Lime Rock is one of those places that is just suited to GT cars, isn't it? I mean, it's just the prototypes get to be a little bit faster on there, but the GT cars really do put on a heck of a show at the little bull ring.
Absolutely.
One of the big news items breaking late in the season for the parent company was the addition of the Nürburgring to the Intercontinental GT Challenge Series. So now it's going to be Bathurst, the CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa, the Indianapolis 8 hours, which is the season finale for your regular American competitors. Now they're going to have the Nürburgring as part of that. When you have an international series like that, does it? I ask this question because I can remember my days with the American Le Mans series, and when as the European Le Mans series and the Asian Le Mans series came on board, we started to see at some of our events some competitor crossover. Can American fans expect to see some of that crossover, especially when you have these great foundation events like I just listed?
Yes, absolutely. And you mentioned the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. A few years ago, 2018, SRO Global invited us over, and we went as a team and visited. And I really recommend if you're gonna attend any of the global GT races, certainly Bathurst, Nürburgring, Le Mans, but Spa is special because it's GT cars only, 70 plus of them, an amazing, really almost 10-day experience. And our first goal, Jim, honestly, was to get American competitors going to those venues because there really was I've known about that, I've heard about it, but was it easy to be part of? And now it is. Now we have customers who are considering racing at Bathurst in February next year. Nürburgring obviously has special licensing that makes it a little bit more challenging for teams to get there. But in turn of saying more people coming to the Indy 8 hour, yeah, absolutely. From that, and I think the fans can expect to see more names. We keep pushing Valentino Rossi because he's had such a fan base in Europe, and we know he'd be huge at Indy. We hope he'll finish the season with us, but it remains to be seen if that happens. But for sure, you're going to see more European drivers and teams entering Indianapolis. And when we were just in London, several raised their hand and pulled us aside and said, we want to make sure you're counting on us for Indy next year.
That's outstanding, and certainly with the addition of the Nürburgring, they've pulled together a Mount Rushmore, certainly of venues, haven't they? That's outstanding. Now, one of the things that's an advantage, and this is kind of an answer, I hope, to one of the questions that we've gotten in the chat from Phil Nellis, is one of the advantages of the GT3 and GT4 platforms is there is standardization through the FIA rules. Are there not?
Yeah, that's correct. One of the things that SRL is really proud of is that in the early days of GT racing, when it really wasn't clearly defined, GT1 had come and gone. And, again, from your experience, you know what I'm talking about. And Stefan Rattel and another gentleman were flying back from an event, and they were thinking, man, we've got to get more people engaged, and we need to stop the factory wars that are just keep making this absolutely unapproachable budget-wise. What can we do for standard GT cars? And thus GT3 was born with the FIA, in complete control of it, and us obviously working in support of it. GT4 is something that we actually created ourselves. And it's on our rule set and our balance of performance, and now it's licensed around the world in a lot of categories. It does make it much easier. Obviously, I came of age in build it in your garage, make it better than everybody else, keep it within the rule set as creatively as possible, and try to go win on the weekend. In the world as it's changed so much today, a homologated race car is actually a better solution. And again, I support building and the shops and builders out there 100%. But what we found is for today's consumers who didn't have that level of time and energy, there was much more of a click and shop mentality. I want to buy a race car. I want everything to come with it. I want to know who I'm working with. Click, I'm ready to go. That's something that both GT3 and GT4 provide, granted at a price point, but that's something that has really helped us grow.
You mentioned racing's three-letter curse word, BOP.
Blame other people?
Beat other people. There you go. How much, and you said earlier that in Stefan's philosophy that there should be an American, like you say, Americans in race control and think locally. So I give it that background because how much guidance do you get from international BOP, or are you totally on your own? Because a lot of times the performance of a particular car, while it may be, product A may be a little bit better than product B, but in the hands of the right team and the right car. So how much right driver, I mean, how much control do you have over the BOP, and how much guidance do you get?
Well, I tell you what, it is a global BOP in GT3 and in GT4. However, what they do and what makes the global BOP applicable to a North American racetrack, and again, I'm in Austin, Texas, so you can talk about Circuit of the Americas, maybe not the best example because it really matches a lot of European design tracks, lots of runoff, things like that. Where do you slide Sebring in, as an example? Not a lot of other tracks in the rest of the world like Sebring, but we run with an ABCD track configuration. And with that, we nominate the tracks around the world in that configuration. From there, we pull, just like any other group, we pull all the performance data, work with our engineers, work with simulations, and then work with actual track testing before the season starts to determine what's the best balance of performance. So when it comes down into the local market, to answer your question specifically, we'll look at the cars that are enrolled, because if you have an overdog or an underdog for that particular track, but they're not entered to race there, it could skew your results. 2 seasons ago, we had that happen with a Porsche Cayman, where they were just getting killed in our series, and we just couldn't figure it out because their results around the world were pretty good. But it was just like you just had boat anchors down. And again, kudos to the NOLA Sport team and others who were able to still really create. RS1 was another one that created, championship level results. And yet it was clear that they were just fighting every weekend. At the end of the season, we looked at it and discovered that we were taking a couple of cars in Europe that were part of the championships there, and they were skewing our power to weight ratio, and they weren't in the North American Championship. So when we do our BOP, we take that into account. This is what's happening in America. These are the cars. And we want to make sure that there's no outliers, either too fast or too slow, that would then pull down the average and make it not successful. So that's why, again, we're licensed and using our BOP not only in our own series, but DTM and others, because it's kind of proven to be the best around the world.
Earlier you talked about some possible schedule announcements coming at PRI, which is always a good time for those kind of announcements. Earlier in the year, there was a new 5-year deal announced with Pirelli. Are there any other things that I may have missed during the year since October, or any little hints you can give us before PRI of any new sponsor announcements?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you'll see, and I don't know if it'll be at PRI or not, but we'll be announcing that in the coming days that Fanatec has remained as our title sponsor globally. And I'm on my way over to visit them actually tomorrow. But a great company, a great partner, and they've really, as we all recognize, esports are so pivotal to our base customers these days and bringing people into motorsports. And so we're extremely pleased to have a great group of automotive enthusiasts like Fanatec continuing to be the title sponsor of the Fanatec GT World Challenge. So that's something new coming on. And we didn't touch on, but early in the year, I think probably the end of August, early September, before Pirelli, we announced the global partnership with Rova. There again is another great motorsports lubricant and consumer lubricant, that they get motorsports. They sponsor teams, they're part of it. Early on, they met with our VP of marketing at SEMA and said, hey, we're coming, watch us over the next couple of years as we develop things. They don't have the American market where they want yet, but they are really pushing. And we were able to work with them first in North America and then expand to a global relationship. So that's another one that we're really thankful for. But the Fanatec one is literally, the last couple of weeks news, and you'll hear more about that. And to clarify, although we will be meeting with some tracks, our 2024 calendar is set. We're thinking 2025 now is what we're working on.
Okay, well, good clarification on that, because I misunderstood that. You were probably crystal clear, but I was the one.
In my mind, of course.
We could almost do an industry race week on the next topic I want to talk about, and that's sustainability, because that is becoming a motorsports watchword, for lack of a better term. You started carbon reduction and offset in 2021. The organization can proudly tout an 85% carbon, 85% towards carbon neutrality, I guess is the way to put it. You reached that in 2023. What are the goals going forward, and what kind of steps could we see happening in the United States? I know in Asia and Europe, there's 100% sustainable fuels. How long until some of that migrates to America?
Well, first of all, how do you feel about bicycle racing, Jim?
I love bicycle racing.
We're gonna continue to race.
As fat as I am, I still love bicycle racing.
Exactly. Human powered is awesome, but we're going to continue to work with ICE and the alternative fuels. You ask about, it was something I'd like to note, that it wasn't a political decision. Stefan Rattel was one of the earliest people that came to me saying, look, I'm seeing things where I live, different places I visit around the world that are impacted by the climate, and I'm concerned, and I want to do this. And it was something that really impressed me, because before, as a matter of fact, to this point, we still don't have like a corporate underwriter or someone who is saying, we want you to do this. It was strictly something that Stefan felt as a global businessman that he wanted to push. And then, of course, we got on board with Amazon and others who were part of the Climate Pledge, and we were the first motorsports organization to sign on with that. So yes, in the 2025, we anticipate having a fully green fuel. We're already, as you noted, doing it in Europe and Asia. It's just an issue on shipping and getting it into the States in the right way now. But VP Fuels has got some great products in market, and we'll start testing those and working with them. And again, it's something that the commitment will be there, and we will get to complete carbon neutral. And the steps to that are as simple as all the basic things of, not using single-use plastics and working on biodegradable. And then the tough thing is, in North America, for all of us who are in motorsports here, and like you say, let's not spend too much time on it. It's a large country, and we're hauling things from one side of the country to the other. So we've really worked with that, of saying, as we design the calendar, let's not zigzag our teams across the country 3 times. There's some basic things that just add into it. Can we combine things? And they're all things that we were already doing, but that from a global level, it added up. And we were very pleased to see the amount of projects that we've invested in around the world, and here in North America as well, because we put our money into it here in North America. So we've made sure that we're investing in forests right here in the States to make sure that we're adding to the ability to have carbon neutrality.
That's one of the, I think, very overlooked things, is the vast nature of our country, the size of our geography, because we are, anytime in racing, any budgets being put together, whether we're talking about sustainability or just putting the budget together for the year, travel is more for anyone who races in the United States than probably 2 national series in Europe combined. I mean, it's just...
Jim, you're spot on. You're speaking the truth, because people ask me, how come it's twice as expensive to run an IMSA or SRO America as it is for me to run this series in Europe? And I'm like, well, seeing as I can drive across 4 countries in less than a day, that's why. It's quite, I mean, I remember the first time I visited Misano, Italy, and the person doing our BOP, Claude Sermon, commented, oh, he'd be going home that night. I'm like, but you live in Belgium. He's like, oh, it's 7 hours. You know, it wasn't any big deal. You drive for 7 hours, you haven't left Texas yet.
That's right.
I'm in Austin, and I'll barely have cleared Texarkana.
Yeah, the longest week of my life one day was traveling corner to corner in Tennessee. So
yeah, exactly. You go east to west in Tennessee, same story, right? Yeah,
that's right. That's right. I'm old enough to remember when the GT world was dominated by a 3-letter series called BPR. Barth.
Oh, wow. Yes. Wow.
Yes. Barth, Peter, and Rattel. And I worked for a company at the time that had the video rights here in America, and Jürgen is a longtime friend, so I was very close to that series. But and I only bring that up because they were on the leading edge of GT racing. As you said, it was a time when it needed to be propped up, and they were able to do that for various corporate reasons, but they were able to push those corporate reasons to the benefit of GT racing. How does this organization look? We joked earlier about bicycle racing, but what about electricity? And of course, the gorilla in the room, electric race cars.
Well, you know, it's the future, and the future is now. We have a class that we're working on. It's not something that's talked about a lot in North America right now, but we have resurrected the Targa Florio. And we will be running that in 26. I know, isn't that cool?
Sign me up.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, and it will be 100% alt fuel.
Oh, wow. Nice.
And our intention on that, a few years ago, Stefan had the vision for something called GTX, and working with it, and built on the original, you know, much older than you and I, Grand Touring concept of, you know, and even Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you know, how long can it take to get this car to break down, and can you really get from Paris to Berlin with automobile? That was GT. And so with GTX, our intention is to, you know, to bring back that Grand Touring experience. So you'll see everything from hill climb to the actual race to performance evaluations, everything at the Targa Florio. And we've got tremendous support from all of the OEs on it, and also in, you know, here in the States, Pratt & Miller and other of the racing engineering groups to support it as well. So more details on that to come, but it's something that it's, you know, on one hand, we can also talk about autonomous racing, which we've all heard about last week, and great news and what that'll look like for the future. I like what Stefan says, that the last car ever driven will be a race car. So
you got that right.
Yeah, how it's powered and where that comes from is just part of what makes motorsports so exciting. How you're fueling it. And obviously now we're in the land of safety, refueling, all of these issues that we're looking at today. There's some exciting things with hydrogen that are right on the edge. And we've seen already Le Mans making a little bit of ACO making a little bit of a delay on that. But I can tell you here in Texas, the technology exists, the performance is there, and I'm hoping, if not in 24, in 25, you'll see some cars actually running in a demonstrator level of the performance level at a GT level that are alt fuel, be they hydrogen or electric.
Well, we're almost out of time, and I didn't want to let you go before we talk about one fun thing. I know that SRO America is all about the racetrack, but there is, if you go to the international SRO site, you see the Total Look rallies. When can we see a Total Look rally in America? And folks, what it is, you need to go to the website and check it out, because it's like a rally that is the Goodwood Revival, where they pick a decade and all the cars and all the dress and all the music and the whole feel of the event is from that decade. It's an actually outstanding lifestyle event. When might we see some of that here in the States?
Well, I tell you, if I have my way like tomorrow morning, because it is just so cool, and everybody who's participated just loves it. So we keep asking for it, and I think in 26 you've got a good chance of seeing it. To see the decade breaks, we've been getting more. Again, the same thing. More American customers who've been going over it, either renting a car or shipping their cars over for it. Been really excited, and even now revisiting the 80s, which was the first one we did. But we've done 60s, 70s, 90s is coming up, so it's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to continue to do that. And again, like you mentioned about knowing the original BPR group. Stefan likes to note that the first race that he ever went to was a race that he organized. His background really was in having fun with your cars, gumball style things, etc., and then realizing it was much safer to do that in a race course. And so we haven't lost the desire to have fun and to throw a good time. And you'll see more of that coming over. Really appreciate the question. And Jim, everybody, thanks for letting me join you today and fit through the scheduling.
Thanks for taking the time, and it was great to see you again, even if it was through ones and zeros going over the wire.
Good deal. We'll see you at PRI, hopefully, Jim. Thank you.
All right, super. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. And I want to publicly acknowledge how grateful and helpful you have been with us this week. You had to readjust your schedule to help us bring Rick Hendricks tomorrow. So we're very, very thankful for that. We're a big fan of SRO. And I also want to say another extra thank you to you, because you built the foundation of the first annual Race Industry Week. You were one of the first one to be joining us, and we have been able to build this incredible lineup in the last 4 years, and you were the part of the foundation of it, Greg. So thank you, and you do a magnificent job with SRO. So we're delighted to have you on today.
Thank you very much, guys. I wish you continued success, and it's amazing to see what you've built. We'll do anything for Judy. So it's something that most of the industry.
Smart man.
Yeah, exactly. Most of the industry knows that. So that we appreciate her leadership and guidance for so many years. But on the same token, appreciate what you've built, and excited to see this line of speakers this year is incomparable. It's just amazing. And so very happy to be part of it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Greg. Stay with us one more second. So Jim, thank you very much for being with us today. We're going to bring Jeff Hammond next. We're going to roll directly into our next session. And Jeff should be on with us any second. And we're going to be talking SRX with Don Hawk. So I think Jeff is going to be joining us, and I'm getting a signal from our producer. They are waiting for Don to be joining us. Oh, Don is on as well. Good morning, Jeff. Welcome back.
Good morning to everyone. And very exciting day. Great kickoff to Industry Trade Week on Monday. And gosh, you're continuing right on in down the line. I mean, it's just all these great guests and all the information that's being spread out there. And now we're going to be joined by Mr. Don Hawk, and representative head honcho at SRX. And with y'all's permission, I'm going to pick up and take off, and we're going to get down to the nitty gritty. Don, how you doing?
How you doing, Jeff?
I'm doing good. I hope you are.
I'm fantastic. I just ran from the shop to here, so forgive me. I might be a little bit out of breath. I'm just kidding. I used the car.
That's right. Get yourself a big drink or whatever that is, and we'll see if we can't. Tell me what's going on with SRX. I mean, everybody. Let's put it this way. I don't know anybody who doesn't enjoy watching since this series was started. And now that you've kind of like rebranded it and got it running on Thursday nights, I think even more people are happy about that, because, a lot of people had Saturday nights and there were challenges, trying to see it live. Not to say you couldn't record it, but now you got we got Thursday Night Thunder back, and it's being represented by your series.
Yeah, that's really part of the rebranding, Jeff. So it goes from its initial stages, which you were involved with, of being on CBS on primetime television, and then this paradigm shift of leaving CBS in primetime and going to ESPN. And we were like, what could we do different? And what we did different was bring back Thursday Night Thunder. So before we ever even met with ESPN, I started to go seek the ability to find out who owned the trademark Thursday Night Thunder, found that out, called them up, started negotiating, as you know, I love to do. And it was a no-brainer. It was a partner that literally, and I don't know if you know it, the marks are owned by USAC. And so USAC owns Thursday Night Thunder. I get on the phone with them, and they actually, with myself, we call the race. So it was hand in glove. They were so excited about it. They wanted to bring it back. And here's the interesting story about that, Jeff. You're one of the few that can appreciate that. But remember, we used to go to the racetrack on Thursdays. We didn't have driver owner lounges and motor coaches. We stayed in a hotel, right? So Bernard and I would eat early. We'd hustle back to the hotel, and we watched Thursday Night Thunder and the Atlanta Braves, toggle through the channels, right?
Right.
And I can tell you that the last Thursday Night Thunder race held on ESPN was won by Tony Stewart. And here's what's interesting. Tony Stewart is now part owner and driver in SRX when Thursday Night Thunder returns. So it was pretty cool. It was a pretty exciting time.
Well, it's the fact that you bring that up. Yes, I remember that was one of the things I loved about it, getting a chance to watch guys like Tony Stewart and Jeff Gordon. I mean, they were kind of like, fan favorites at that time. And whatever reason, it was, I guess it might say it was something. It was like what SRX is today. It's happening in a hurry. It's not dragging on. It's coming in there, it's like an hour and a half, bam, 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 good, hard, aggressive racing, and not having to feel like, you've given up a lot of your time to enjoy something that everybody really likes to watch. I mean, there's nothing better than a good old heat race and a short main event.
Yeah. It's Jeff, the neat thing about it is you got two heats, you got a main event, you got a bunch of checkered flags, you got a bunch of green flags, and we're out of there in 2 hours. Over and out. Yep. Champions crowned, and we even in championship finale week, we race winner recognized, champion recognized, off the air 2 hours. Boom, gone.
Well, right now, just so you know, we're getting a lot of people already, tuned in or watching what we're talking about here. We got people that are, excited about it, about SRX as a whole. And I say thank you for the Thursday night deal, which, we're already talking about. Just reading here, Phil Nels, he says you have a great broadcast partner in Canada, a solid fan base, and more than one track promoter interested. What's stopping SRX from going to Canada? And that was going to be one of my questions. I've seen your 2024 schedule already, and I'm kind of jumping ahead of where I want to go, as long as we touch the bases. You got lined up Stafford, as always, kind of like your kickoff track, Thunder Road. You're going to be that. Slinger going back there, love racing there, Berlin. But you've got 2 dates that are open right now. Can you address the Canada question and maybe give us some insight of what your thought process is?
You know what? You have a clairvoyant bunch of listeners today, right?
Right.
I'll tell you, you know me, Jeff, because you and I go way back. First of all, everybody just listen to me when I say this. I'm a fan of Jeff Hammond. I was a fan of Jeff Hammond when he was with Darrell Waltrip. I believe in what he does. I saw him do it. We've known each other in and around the garage for many, many, many years. We raced against each other. And I don't think we ever had a crossword in our entire 30 years in that garage. And so for me, it's an honor, Jeff, to have you interviewing me today. So thank you for that, because I'm a fan.
Look, they said, hey, who's going to do SRX? I said, I got to do SRX. I mean, I was there when this baby was born.
Yeah.
And, I've watched it get, grow up, and now that it's up and running, not crawling anymore, it's important that something that I think is relevant to race fans around the country. I mean, you already see this, people in Canada. I think that, people in Europe will watch it. So it's it's great racing with great race car drivers. And I think the storylines and the fact that, they kind of have a tendency to kind of follow the road, they're not predictable. They're unexpected. Sometimes, you got a guy that's coming in like a Kyle Busch. Then all of a sudden you don't have him, but you got a guy like Ron Capps jumping in there. So there's a lot of each and every week is kind of like the changing story. And we see emotion. We see guys great racing. We also see, people get the heat of battle kind of comes out of veteran drivers of no less. I mean, if you want to understand what's in a driver's mind, put him in a race car where, he's not really racing for money. He's racing for pride. Is that right?
It's a trophy. And you wouldn't believe what Hamlin, when he won that first race at Stafford, he would not let go of that trophy. And it was pouring down rain, lightning and everything. We all took off for the infield. And his trophy was in his golf cart, right? And his four-wheeler. And he's like, where's my trophy? Like we were all underneath, hiding under the from the rain and the lightning. And he's like, go get my trophy. So we got the trophy and he felt a lot better. It was like his warm blanket. But, Kyle Busch was the same way, man. He was like, I want more of these, so that part's been pretty exciting. But back to Canada, I want to touch on that for you. Great question. Right. And Jeff, I'll break it. We'll give them breaking news right now. There's a reason we announced the 4 pavement tracks, because the 2 dirt tracks are still in play and one of them is in Canada. And I have a conference call tomorrow afternoon at almost exactly this time with a television network in Canada, because we need a TV partner in Canada, because ESPN is not in Canada. ESPN has agreed they will air it in the United States and around the world, but the rights to it being in Canada is a telephone conversation. I have a deal. We have a deal. The track partner up there is terrific. We've been talking for 3 months. Tomorrow is, let's see if we can get it on the air in Canada itself, and we go international racing. And I'll give you one more breaking news. If that call goes good tomorrow, it'll be race number 5. Okay. All right. So great question. You still holding back on race number 6. You won't give a. You got people there. I mean, the thing is, you've got a series that I guarantee you. I know when I was associated with it, that it was not unusual to get phone calls from racetracks around the country. Hey, Hammond, can you put a word in for me with Ray or whoever's making a decision? Because people want it. I mean, they want this series to come to their local track. I mean, that year Tony
we
Stewart
ran
called me
National
twice
Fairgrounds.
yesterday. Jeff,
Did
you're
you
right.
really?
Tony Stewart called me twice yesterday. Both of them were about tracks. And so, but the ship has kind of sailed now. We took the 38 names or whatever it was this year, and that's not counting the overlaps. And we kind of went, I got myself to 10, then an attractive 8. And the reason there's still 7 or 8 on the table is if we can't get this TV deal done tomorrow in Canada, we got to press on and we got to tell people where they're racing. So great timing, great question, whoever that was that answered. So thank him for us.
Well, I mean, you got people right now. There's people hollering. Eric Moreno. He said, "Hey, Miami or somewhere in Florida." So they want you down there. So I think that you can go where you want to. You are in a position of almost, like I say, picking and choosing what works best for your partnership with ESPN as well as the series. I mean, because a lot of people don't realize, you don't have, 50, 60 people working in your shop. This is a short series. And as we've seen and we both experienced with these drivers, when they tear up a race car, it's not like you got 30 more cars back at the shop either, so it's like, you've got to be thinking, how can we do this circuit and make it to where it works for us and we don't get so far away from our home base that we can't be ready for the next week. And I see strategically how you've done this. The dirt races have really been the hardest, I think, on your race cars. So leaving them toward the end of the year works the best, I think, probably for you. So I like the way your strategy is playing out.
You're right, Jeff. The dirt cars have been the hardest on the car itself and the crew, right? Mm-hmm. But they've also been the best in all 3 years that this thing has run. 5 of the 6 best TV rated races were on dirt. Yep. Is that not crazy? I mean, people just, and it could be part and parcel to the last 2 years, that's where you settled the championship also.
Yep. And I want to brag a little bit. That's where I got my win, was with, believe it or not, Tony Stewart at Eldora that year. And I don't think I've got it sitting up here on my mantle right beside my Cup championship and right across the way from where my Daytona trophy sits. So, I mean, I put SRX win in the same category as those. I mean, again, that's the respect I have for the series and the drivers I got to work with. And I again, thank you for the series, and thank you for carrying on this thing. I mean, it's important, I think, that we continue to do this for our race fans and for us who love racing. I mean, it's just a great series.
Well, think about this, Jeff. You're one of the few that would get this, right? 26 different drivers got in those cars last year from 5 different disciplines. There was a dirt guy. Think about it. Davenport came in there.
Right.
Just pure dirt, and dominated, by the way, at Lucas Oil Speedway. But got dogged the whole night. You have Ron Capps from NHRA. You got Elio Castroneves, Tony Kanaan, Andretti IndyCar people, right? Then you got Cup people, current Cup people past, truck people. I mean, it was a creme de creme last year. 26 different people sat in those seats. It was a blast.
It was, and I got 2 questions off of that. Number one, I worked with Haley Diggins. She was back again last year. Will we see her again? And is there any chance that there's another female driver out there that we might see come and sit in an SRX seat somewhere in the future?
Man, I think you're tapping my phone. Let me check here. There's actually a female. Haley, we haven't picked any of our drivers yet, except I'm pretty strong going to tell you that Tony Stewart should be back, because he owns part of the company, and we just talked yesterday. We really haven't called any drivers and said, here's your contract yet, although I've had some conversations, right? Haley's high on my list, and she knows that. But she also just got a new job, right? So we got to be mindful of that. She's moved up in an Xfinity car. So, but there is another lady that's on my radar, Jeff, and that's why I said you must be reading my phone messages again. So, good guess.
Well, I mean, there's so much talent out there right now. That's the reason why I say, instead of trying to just throw somebody's name in the pot, that there's just good talent. I mean, and there's a logical need for it. You know what I'm saying, Don? I mean, it's like you say, if something that Haley doesn't come back, I hate to see the females not being represented, by someone. I mean, someone deserves, I think, a shot at an SRX ride. And they don't have to be the season long. I mean, but when you've got opportunities to plug them in every now and then to get some exposure. And here again, we got people already. Phil Neals, he's saying, Canadian female driver. And at the same time, you were touching on Ron Capps and the different series that were represented last year. Eric Schoenfield wants to know, would SRX consider a type of motorsports, SRX, consider an NHRA or motocross driver? And I think you've already done that. Ron Capps came in, and I know how much he's a racer. You know what I'm saying? He goes straight line. That's how he makes a living, but he's got a lot of passion to go in a circle. He does iRacing. And I think here again, I saw him that first year, and he was hanging around the racetrack trying to see if anybody would let him in a ride the first year. So I know that Ron is very passionate about, getting some seat time no matter where you guys may go race.
Yeah. There's already an invite out there, one of the best 2-wheel riding people in the world. And it's right here in my phone. And all he's got to do is say yes.
Well, again, you're in an enviable position because of the success of last year and the years before. I mean, who doesn't want to go out? It's almost like having a golf game. Who doesn't want to go out, and play with the best of the best in golf? Yeah. Well, in this case, the SRX is kind of like that golf game. You get a chance to go up against the best of the best, and it's for that pride, not necessarily, you're not racing for $1 million like when you're running for in an all-star race or something like that. But at the same time, it means the same thing to these drivers. Like you say, you said Denny Hamlin. How about your defending champion, Ryan Newman? Ryan put together an incredible season, not only winning races, but you talk about consistency. I mean, he was there each and every week, ran smart, took advantage of what was in front of him, and brought home an SRX championship.
Ryan Newman's tough. He's not only the toughest guy to pass, but he races smart, saved his tires. Look at him, both races at Stafford, he just came at the end, right? He wins one and finishes second, Hamlin in the other one.
Yep. So tell me some more about the future of SRX. I mean, we touched a little bit on 24 as far as that's concerned, but we've also been asked a question, can you tell us about the next 5 years? I mean, what does it look like long term? I mean, you really feel good about not only 2024, but 25 and 26 as people are looking out. It's like a comfort deal. We'd like to know it's coming back, and can we look forward to it?
Yeah. What I'd really like to see, and we had an owners call on Monday, SRX owners on the phone. And I said, I'd like to see an announcement with a multi-year television agreement, because we're in the second year of 2 right now with ESPN. I'm ready to already announce it's ESPN or whoever gone on for the next 2 or 3, because you got to get that far ahead of it. You know that. The second thing is, then you announce not a 1-year deal, a multi-year with a series entitlement sponsor. Marcus Lemonis did 3 sequential 1-year deals, right? But that was really good, but it puts a lot of pressure on you to have to go chase down the rabbit again, right? So it's TV first, entitlement sponsor next, and then it lays the foundation for you to go to all the other 12 car sponsors. Because really what I've got is I got Joe Gibbs Racing, Hendrick, and SHR in one roof. You know this, Jeff, because you were there. There's 12 cars we got to sell. Sponsorship on 12 cars, and there's 4 spares. And so 12 of them things need to have decals be sold to somebody, right? And so for me, the success of SRX is moving from beyond this 1-year mentality to a multi-year agreement situation, and then Katie bar the doors on not only who drives them, including F1 people, but it also is the viewership just goes exponentially through the roof because people go, it isn't a one-shot wonder, it's here to stay.
With what ESPN is asking from you, I know they want great racing, but how much personality do you feel like is important to go back into the SRX series? I mean, because you've got personalities. I mean, having worked around Tony Kanaan, Helio Castroneves, what Tony Stewart and Clint Boyer bring to the table. How important is that? How important is it to, once again, have the fans feel like they're connecting with these guys in the SRX world? I mean, it's still a racing world, but personalities don't matter where they are. If they're shining and they're doing their thing, people want to hear it. They want to see it.
Yeah, the neat thing is, Jeff, these guys not only want to be on a track and race each other for that trophy, off the track, they're going out and they're meeting race fans. They're signing autographs. They're doing Q&As. They're doing autographs. And it's like they're at ease because they're not under the pressure of, a big fence, and they're not surrounded by, what Dale and Darryl used to call the CODs toters and the managers, right? They're there just to have fun. They want to go car racing, right? So that dynamic has helped it a lot.
I'm getting ready to do another interview later on this afternoon. I want to ask this question because maybe I could say something to her on your behalf, put a little pressure, because I think you'd like to do this. And I know at one time they said they'd love to have you. Wilkesboro, North Wilkesboro. Would that be a place that you would like to be able to go back or go to and run the SRX series?
I can honestly tell you at some point in time, Jessica Fickenshire, Mike Birch, Marcus Smith, and we've all talked about it. It's a question of they've got to decide what fits into their paving redo and all that. I literally had, for a while, I just held out a spot this year. And I'll tell you, I would even go so far as to say North Wilkesboro is the kind of place you could actually get me to call up the other owners and say, let's ask a network to do a 7th race. I think North Wilkesboro could be that big, and it's everybody's backyard.
Well, I know the paving job is down. It's beautiful. I mean, it really is going to be awesome. And I know that with the latest announcement, especially from the Cars Tour, that they're opening basically early part of the season at North Wilkesboro, and they're going to be closing their season in North Wilkesboro. So I think there again, that gives that grassroots racing a whole lot to holler about and cheer about. And I feel like SRX is a grassroots racing type of race car and series to a certain degree. And I just think, a place like North Wilkesboro is a great location to showcase y'all's guys' talent.
How about a doubleheader that night? Cars Tour finale and SRX.
I tell you what, I'll pitch it here in a few hours when I've got Jessica on the Zoom call, and we'll see what we can do with that, because I know that I will do that for sure, because again, SRX is it's such a unbelievable series, and I'm happy for you that you're running it and how you managed it and getting the things that we're getting to see and the potential. I think that it's awesome to think about having a race in Canada, because I know, and you know this to be true, you ran the business, it's like going to Pocono and in Michigan and seeing the Canadian fans that come over.
Oh my goodness.
Is like unbelievable.
Same thing, remember?
Yep. It's just one of those racetracks that are what our people, race fans. I mean, I would hate to think what percentage of NASCAR Canadian race fans, make up, because they're that strong. And I think that we owe a lot to them as far as racing is concerned. And if we could get up there and race the SRX series, I think that would be just off the chart one more time. I think it would blow some good ratings, but it would also make a lot of race fans up there very, very happy.
Yeah. Is that chat room that full, or is that just my imagination?
No, this thing here, we've got a lot of people right now that, that SRX and iRacing are getting together, in the near future, which I think, to a certain degree, they're kind of like hand in hand with a lot of their drivers, because a lot of people get a chance to practice racetracks on iRacing before they go and race. So,
Jeff, on that note, just so you know, they scanned a dirt car and an asphalt car. iRacing was living with us 2 weeks ago. They scanned our cars. We're gonna be on iRacing. That's official.
Well, there you go. There you go. Sam, you got a chance right there to get your iRacing buddies together and let them know that there will be a car for that. And speaking of that, the game, how's that going for you? I mean, I looked at that, and it's really well done.
Yeah. The game still it's gone like crazy. What I'm working on right now is people are just begging for die-cast cars, the old collector, right?
Yeah.
I mean, why would you not want a Tony Stewart first-time champion in SRX car? Tony, there's so many stories, right?
Well, I didn't really say put me down for one, because, like I said, I won with Tony that year at Eldora, and I would love to have anything else I could do to kind of like tie the two together. That way I could get Smoke to sign it, and I'd have something that would be great for my grandkids to fight over once I'm gone and everything. But well, we got a lot of folks right here that are really just excited. They want Sam Nelson, he's all pumped up. Laura Spalding, she said, definitely looking forward to hearing, the female, focus on the SRX, female next year. So I think, Don, you're doing a lot of things right. I think today's been a great opportunity for those who tuned in to get some insight and hear some breaking news about Canada. So really appreciate your time.
Hey, Jeff, here's the deal. You pick a race, you be my guest, you come in, and we may even pick your brain and have you crew chief somebody for a little cameo appearance. How's that?
Hey, all you got to do is just let me know. You got my number, and I'm available. Okay, Francis.
Thank you.
Now you've heard it. You've heard it straight from the horse's mouth. Now we're making breaking news right here on our webinar.
Thank you both for a great session. Lots of energy, lots of questions, lot of engagement, and thank you. Great series done and brilliant Jeff as
And a lot of
always.
chat action.
Yeah,
A lot.
and we're not only live on Zoom, but we're live on YouTube, on racer.com, on speedsport.com, on all their social media platforms. So thank you for being with us. Stay with us a few seconds. We're going to be running a short video, and we will be right back with IndyCar.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to the program, Marshall. We're delighted to have you on today as well.
Thanks, Francisque. What is this, year 4, 5? I don't know.
Year 4.
This
Year
is
4.
Building a lot of momentum. You and the E-Part trade and racer team and speed sport team should be very proud here.
Well, thank you, Marshall. Coming from you means a lot, and you're right. The lineup of speakers this year is absolutely incredible, and we thank John Doonan earlier today, as well as Greg from SRO, because they were right there at the beginning when we did our first one, and to see what it has become, and also the reach we are having now. We basically have people watching us from all over the world, not only on Zoom but also on YouTube, on the different social media platforms, as well on racer.com and speedsport.com. So each and every one of you out there watching, please share the links with your industry friends. I mean, this is an incredible week, and everybody in the industry from anywhere in the world should be watching. Jeff Fry, the president of IndyCar, is with us. So Marshall, you take on.
Look at that, Jay Fry. How are you?
Hey, Marshall. Good about you? Thanks for having me.
Oh, you're not late at all. I'm doing super well. And when we're done here, going to spend some time speaking with Susie Weldon and her son Sebastian, who just won his first open wheel championship. So it might be the off season. December might already be here, Jay. Things aren't slowing down. Why don't we start there? So IndyCar season ended early September. In theory, nothing's going on, right? Things are boring. Things are quiet. You're well rested and tanned.
Thank you.
More like the opposite is true. Non-stop hybrid testing for next year's brand new engine format. Even this week, you've been busy at the IndyCar base in Indianapolis, meeting with drivers. Why don't we start there, Jay? Folks might not know that IndyCar does things a bit differently than some other series. You're in constant engagement with your drivers, seeking input from them, advice from them, and so on. What do you do when you ask them to come in and meet with them here during the off season? What is this exchange all about?
Well, it's pretty cool. So, yeah, well, thank you again for having me today. If you think of really our busiest time of the year is from the last race of the year. So from Laguna through like basically Thanksgiving or like now, right? So a lot of times people ask, which is funny for all of us, what do you do in the off season? Well, there really is no off season. I guess you would just say there's not a racing season. So we're not currently racing, but there's lots of things going on. So what we do, our off-season meeting cadence is we always meet with the team managers, usually 2 or 3 weeks after the season ends because everything's fresh. Go through a bunch of things with them. Some's answered, some we wait for the drivers. Then the next meeting is then with the drivers, which we're having this Thursday. Go through a lot of things with them, solve some things, come up with some different things. And then ultimately in first part of the year, then we'll meet with the owners and we just go through kind of the whole package. So yes, we started this, I guess in 2016, 2017. When we come up with the 5-year plan and the buckets move and they change and who does what and how it's going to work. So we're really proud of the way it works. We've got some incredible stakeholders, from the teams, the team managers, the drivers. We've always talked about, harnessing the power of the paddock. So, we deal with some really smart people and excited and appreciate their help. From the driver's perspective, if you think of it this way, I think 25 or 6 are coming in on this Thursday, and it's not mandatory. So we just want them to, the ones that can come in, want to come in. We want to get their feedback. We want to get their opinion. So, I think that kind of sums it up in a big way that, that we have that participation in the meeting is not mandatory.
Let's talk about what's new coming here for 2024. We know that around this time last year, there was the announcement IndyCar, its engine partners, and Chevrolet and Honda would be sticking with the tried and true 2.2 liter twin turbo V6 motors. That being done to help them step in and help IndyCar bring hybridization to the series. Chevrolet, its partners at Ilmor Engineering, Honda, with its American base at Honda Performance Development, said, we will dive in. Half will look after the mechanical side, the MGU part, Jay. The other half will look after the supercapacitor, that being HPD, combining. Here we have kind of Hatfields and McCoys deciding to get together and really help IndyCar. Tell us about this process of testing and developing, because we're getting closer to the new season, but testing of the system and locking it down is by no means done. We have a test coming up, next week at Homestead on the road course.
Yeah, it's been an amazing thing to watch. Everybody from Honda, Chevrolet, and Ilmor, and also our other suppliers too, Extract, Delara. There's lots of people involved in this project. We have weekly calls. There's probably 20 or 30 people on the call. And that's just the scheduled calls in addition to the other just random calls that happen, throughout the course of the week. It's been amazing to see everybody's abilities and willingness to try to make this work and the stuff that they're doing to make it work. Again, it's a very unusual technology. It's unique. It's small. It's got a lot of horsepower. It's safe, low voltage. Will fit in the bell housing of the car. So it's different, right? So we've got, I think, some of the smartest people in the world working on it. And, we're excited to see this thing play out.
One of the big questions during the off season, I don't know how often you get it. It feels like I get it about 50 times a day. Are we going hybrid next year? Are there any things that would prevent IndyCar from going hybrid? If you listen to the rumor mill, and I know you don't pay any attention to it, one of the things I appreciate about you, there are plenty of folks who will tell me it ain't happening. We're going to get to St. Pete for the first race, and it's going to be the same cars that finish the season in Monterey. What do you have to say about that, Jay?
Well, again, like I just mentioned, there's a lot of really, really smart people that are working really, really hard to get this thing done. And we're very confident that all of us, including our guys, internally here at IndyCar, we're going to get this done.
So we had a pretty cool evolution last year. If we look at the running of the races side, and I always try to delineate for folks that since Penske Entertainment purchased IndyCar, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, there's been a bit of a change in how the hierarchical manner of things, where you look after the competition side and are really focused about the on-track product, the administering of the races more than ever before. One of the cool things that really sprang up last year was the use of the EM marshaling system, really going, we could say, digital, whereas beforehand it was largely analog. Any developments there? Any additions to it or changes to that system, enhancements maybe coming for 2024?
Well, actually, it's one of the things we're going to talk to drivers about. So when we go green, the panels weren't necessarily coming on going green as soon as we go green. And there was a lot of conversation about drivers or teams or not teams, drivers jumping to starts last year. And obviously we review every start. So if the panels are on and the panels go green when we start the race or when we go, restart the race, it'll be even more clear, when the race is starting or restarting. So that's something that could be different with the panels. EM did a phenomenal job integrating the system. They've been a pleasure to deal with. I think this system will just continue to get better and better as we go. Obviously, it's the same system that F1 uses, and it's a really good program. It looks very professional. The course marshals have done a great job of understanding and learning the system. So we're excited to see how that plays out.
Officiating was a topic that I raised to you more than once this past IndyCar season, where there were some excellent races, truly high achievement in officiating. I don't know if we ended the season my home track at Laguna Seca in the same way. It seemed like a brawl broke out over all those laps. I've jokingly written in the Racer Mailbag, said on my podcast, there's some great surfing nearby in Monterey. I wonder if some of the members of race control took the race off and went surfing because, kidding, but it seemed like the referee's whistle could have been blown a lot of times, a lot of penalties handed out. Not so much focusing just on Laguna Seca, Jay, but do you come out of this past season and say, I wonder if we either need to look at things differently, get some new or different or additional people in race control? What's your mindset coming out of last season on where the officials, the referees of IndyCar, performances they did, and any changes for next year you can think of?
Well, I think if you look back at Laguna, I think we had more avoidable contact calls in that race than we've had in any since I've been here anyway. So there were a lot of calls made there. It's funny, a kind of interesting story. So Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the SEC Conference, Southeastern Conference, is a good friend, and he was at the race at Barber this year. And we had him come in race control. And as you know, when we have a review of or look at a replay, the race doesn't stop. So in other sports, when they're reviewing a play or officiating a play, what happens? The game stops. They go to the booth, they go to New York, go to Birmingham, or wherever. So he was fascinated that when we officiate and how we officiate, that we don't stop the game. We can't stop the game. Cars are still going 200 miles an hour. There we go. So, so again, I think like we mentioned at Laguna, we had more avoidable contact calls than I think we had ever in one race. It was amazing not amazing, that's the wrong word, but it's funny. You go into a race weekend and you think, new pavement, it's going to be different. It's going to be lots of grip. There's not a lot of things that are going to happen. And then we have what we had play out at Laguna like we did, which was, I guess, not what we thought was going to happen. But there are some things we're going to talk to the drivers about. One of the things we've, over the last couple of years, if you think of it, in 2022, we had like 5,900 on-track passes. This year we had like 7,800 on-track passes. So we want to let the teams race, right? That's always been something we've done. We want to let the races play out. We don't want to over officiate and that type of thing. But one of the things on ovals, if you have a blocking penalty, there's only one call, right? The blocking penalty, you block, it's a drive. So on road and street courses, we have other options, right? You can give up positions, you can give up multiple positions, that type of thing. So we might, it's one of the things we're talking to drivers about is, do we need to accelerate that penalty that if you block on a road or street course, do we make it just like we do at an oval where you get a big penalty, you get a drive? So we'll see how that plays out.
I know one question a lot of fans have had since the schedule came out, Jay, looking at where we're going back to Milwaukee, which is great, obviously, hope that is a success. We won't have any ovals, though, before the Indianapolis 500. I know that is not your wish. I don't think anybody at IndyCar is fond of how things shaped in that direction. Can you talk about that a little bit? Because I know you have deep ties from your days in NASCAR with NASCAR itself, ISC, SMI, the folks who run the majority of the tracks, Texas being a Speedway Motorsports track, not something that IndyCar owns. I know from conversations and background with others that you and the IndyCar team really tried hard to keep Texas on the schedule. What didn't happen there that needed to? Do you think there's a chance of going back next year, or maybe another oval somewhere else prior to the Indianapolis 500?
Yeah. So if you go back to even when we had Phoenix, a few years ago, that was great to have Phoenix before the 500. We've always thought it's important to have an oval before the 500, just for obviously you operate differently on an oval. Phoenix was great because we could do the preseason open test there, have the race before the 500. So there was actually a couple oval opportunities before we got to the 500. The Texas piece, again, we love Texas. I think last year was probably one of the best Texas races we've ever had. And we've worked really hard to, do different things to the car. I think we finally hit really the sweet spot, with this car at Texas last year. So I would say it's more of a pause. I mean, it was really the way the schedule played out, what was going on, and the windows that were open, broadcast windows to what others were doing. It just didn't work out for 2024. But again, never say never. We love Texas and great fans, great people, and we could be back there.
Another item that comes up frequently, spoke with Mark Miles yesterday and did a lot of bits about calendar, future, and whatnot. One area Mark and I didn't touch on, which maybe you could help us with. I know that of all the regions IndyCar goes to, the Northeast, there's a lot of fans there who love IndyCar and would love for us to announce, name the track, oval, street, course, whatever. Where does getting back to the Northeast rate among the many priorities for you and IndyCar when you're looking at future schedules?
Well, certainly we appreciate everybody in the Northeast, and it's not for lack of effort to get us back there. I'm sure at some point we will. Obviously, Pocono's been a longtime supporter, great venue. We've had some great racing there. Watkins Glen was really good a few years ago. So it's just one of those things, like I mentioned a minute ago with Texas. There's been different circumstances that have happened that it's not currently worked out. So no intention to not go to the Northeast. We love the Northeast. We understand we need to be there. So we'll see, how that plays out too.
All right, let's go sideways on topics here. Had some fun, if that's the term to use, Jay, when it comes to IndyCar drivers and IndyCar teams and their contracts. In 2022, again in 2023, the deal between our reigning champion, Alex Palou, and Arrow McLaren Racing, that lawsuit expected to drag on possibly as long as 18 months, I'm told. It's independent of IndyCar. It has nothing to do with the series or Penske Entertainment. But one thing that came up repeatedly was, well, in Formula One, they have a contracts recognition board. The series itself could intervene, iron things out, get this resolved quickly, and make it a bit of a nothing burger. It's not how IndyCar tends to do things, but what comes to mind when you've seen this play out? There's nothing positive to come from this, right, in terms of publicity. But do you see any opportunities for IndyCar to intervene? Do you have any methods like a contract recognitions board that we don't know about that might be used here to help resolve things?
Well, not really. Obviously, with the way F1 operates or the FIA operates, the teams are part of a franchise kind of type system. Our teams are independent contractors that race with us. So we don't really have a mechanism in place to do that. Could we? I guess we probably could. I mean, obviously we make the rules. We could come up with rules that state that they have to do that. I don't think, like you mentioned, it's not a great look, obviously, but it's something that's not unusual. It's been going on in motorsports for a long time. Been going on in sports in general for a long time. So again, we don't intervene. If it got to a certain point where we needed to, we would. I don't think it's to that point yet, though.
Let's talk about car counts, Jay. So last season, big numbers everywhere we went, 27-ish cars, sometimes a few more if the circuits would allow. We're looking at similar, maybe even identical numbers in terms of full-time for next year. Tell me about that. What did you learn last season going to tracks, having to use seemingly every available pit box? Toronto comes to mind as a place where certainly you're constantly trying to work to fit more cars there if possible. What did you learn about running a lot of cars, more open wheel cars than we anticipated, and now having to do that yet again?
Yeah, it's funny. So if you think of in 2016, 17, again, we talked about the 5-year plan. One of our goals was to recruit new teams and owners into IndyCar, right? So the plan has worked in a big way in that regard, which is great. This is a problem. It's a good problem to have, but it is a problem, going forward with the car count the way it's going. Last year we had 27 full-time cars at every event, which was the first time that ever happened in the history of IndyCar. So that shows, I guess, that the plan worked. But we feel good about. We'll have 27 cars back this year. We feel like, and like you mentioned a minute ago, there could be 28 or 29 if possible. There are other venues. So again, it's just something that we have to manage through. It's funny. It sometimes organically plays out, or that last year that there's a couple that will not come back. There's a couple new ones that'll come in. There is a lot of interest from new teams still coming in. There's a lot, and we have a meeting with a couple in the next couple of weeks that are legitimate players that would be great, IndyCar teams. So there's still more interest. Part of it is, I guess, managed because of with having the two OEM partners are phenomenal with Chevrolet and Honda, but there is a limit, to what they can do, and I think we're certainly at that limit.
I've mentioned this one to you before as a little bit of a joke, but maybe not. On the topic of growing the series, 10 full-time entrants. Some have downsized by one car or so. Some have gone up by one car to get to that roughly 27 full-timers. Chevy says, look, we're a bit maxed out at 15. Honda, I should say. Chevy as well. They're about set at their number. We get to that 27. Any thoughts about a B series? A Saturday, I don't know if it's an A main or a what, but the goal is for Indy Lights teams. Bill Abel, for example, Abel Motorsports, one of the great stories of the year, Jay, right? Little team, no IndyCar experience, makes it into the Indy 500, knocks out a Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan Racing entry. We want the Bill Abels of the world and the Don Cusicks to be able to go full-time, but maybe a full-time place at the IndyCar table isn't available in year 1, year 2. Is there any value to some of those who might be speaking now, say, we didn't fit in on Sunday, but hey, what if we had something on Saturday, a preamble? Is that a crazy idea? Because we don't want to lose folks, but if we don't have space in the main races on Sunday, is there a workaround?
Well, no, I don't think that's a crazy idea. Kind of think of what we're doing at Thermal, right? For the exhibition kind of all-star race we're having there, where we're having two heat races, right? And there'll be 2 groups that will qualify the day before, 2 heat races. The top 6 out of each heat race transfer to the main. I mean, there's things like that you could do, right? So, I mean, you never say never. I mean, again, we're really proud of the participation, the teams that are coming into IndyCar, the interest that's in IndyCar. Again, the plans, it feels like it's worked. So that's a great idea.
First time I've heard those words from
you. Heard it from here. You heard it first.
That's my birthday present and Christmas gift for I love it. Rounding down here, got about 5 minutes or so left, Jay. Let me rattle off a couple of others. So IndyCar created a job portal, a website folks can go to, knowing that teams have said to you over and over again, boy, we're trying to grow. We need a new engineer, a new mechanic, a new truck driver, whatever it might be. Is there a centralized place you might be able to help with? And IndyCar has done that. Speaking with a friend this morning, said, hey, I have this itch to get back into race engineering, not on the IndyCar level, because that's my job to report on it, but I don't know, maybe Indy NXT. What does that pay? What does a full season engineering role pay, or even a fly-in role? Jay, I was blown away. Like double what I used to make back 20 years ago. There's money available in IndyCar, in Indy NXT, in the USF championships. You speak to that growth, because beyond car counts, you look at the vitality of a series by the people, and whether it's just all old graybeards like myself or a bunch of young men and women in the garages, that's what we're seeing. Can you speak to that side of the growth on the personnel side?
Yeah, well, that's something we've worked hard on, again, with the plan. it's not just quantity, it's quality, right? The quality of the teams that we currently have and the teams that are wanting to come in is spectacular. So again, the job portal, we'd worked for about a year to try to have someone help us do that, where we could try to help the teams come with this portal. We couldn't get anybody to help us figure it out. So Matt Greco, who does a phenomenal job for us here, figured it out on his own. And I know there's been 20-ish people probably hired off it, if not more. So it has worked. And we should probably get that website, out there more, because there's teams looking right now for sure.
Why don't we close on this? Again, bit of a left field one, but I've gotten a lot of questions about it. Know that Toronto, the Honda Indy Toronto event, was one of the final items to clear before the IndyCar schedule could be announced. Back on the schedule for next year. Had a lot, Jay, of passionate Canadian fans who I know you hear from all the time on your social media accounts. Want to know about the future, because for the documents they've seen and shared, it's a one-year deal. IndyCar is not the promoter. That's Green Savary Race Promotions, but caused some concerns. What can you tell us about maintaining IndyCar's place in Canada beyond 2024? Is Toronto where we might do that? Or are you looking at any other places we might go to the Great White North?
We love Toronto. So it's funny, at the pre-race press conference we always have, that always gets asked, and we always come back. So we love Toronto. It's a great city, great people. The racing there's been very good. Sometimes when you do a street races, again, there's a lot of different municipalities and things you have to go through to get the actual event licensed, that type of thing. So that's usually what that is, where it's not, if we wanted to do a long-term deal, it might not be possible. But your annual one-year deals are basically a handshake that you want to go forward for a long time.
Friends, Jay Fry, president of IndyCar, the person who makes S happen and gets S done, built a really good tribe on the competition side, something you can take pride in for sure, Jay. Thanks as always for supporting this ePar Trade series during every off season, racer.com, Speed Sport as well. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, everybody.
Well, thank you, Jay. Great session again. Thank you again for being with us, since day one, since we had our first Race Industry Week. And we're thanking John Doonan earlier today, as well as Greg from SRO. You were one of the first one to help us build, this wonderful event that's now on the 4th year. And because of you and people like you, we have been able to assemble this incredible lineup of speakers this year. So thank you, Jay. That really means a lot to us. So stay with us. We're going to bring Chris from Grid Life. Now we're going to do something completely different from IndyCar, and this is a wonderful series. But before we bring Chris from Grid Life, we're going to run a short little video, and we will be right back with you.
ePar Trade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePar Trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePar Trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer in all its forms has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Welcome back, George. And we are going to be talking to Chris Stewart from Grid Life. And the beauty of Race Industry Week is to cover every aspect and every facet of racing. And of course, professional racing like IndyCar, we just had a few minutes ago with Jeff Wright, but Grid Life is really at the essence of grassroots racing. And what Chris has created with his series is absolutely incredible, you know, and building this new audience of younger racer and music and festival, and it's absolutely brilliant. So Chris is with us. Good afternoon, Chris.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Got me?
Good to see you.
Yes. And
Cool.
you know what? Chris is one that's been with us since the very first Race Industry Week. So thank you.
Yeah, always an honor to be a part of it, and really, really humbled to be like amongst all of the guests that you guys have assembled.
Thank you. Well, thank you. You belong there. Thank you, Chris.
Hey, Chris. So just get us started. Of course, a quick introduction. Chris Stewart you are the founder of Grid Life.
Yeah.
Give us for those of those in the audience who may not be super familiar, just the quick rundown on what Grid Life is all about. And in a follow-up question, I want to talk a little bit about the evolution. So just paint, if you would, a picture for us of what Grid Life is all about.
Yeah. So going back to kind of the start, Grid Life was really conceptually like a mashup of all the things that I was really passionate about and really into. So, and it was all formed in a pretty organic way, like aligning through hobbies, friendships, community, and also my professional career. So, the kind of origin stories is I was into cars, into Hondas in particular, kind of in the Fast and Furious era. Started to get into track racing. This is the early 2000s, like 2001, 2002. And having a little bit of a tough time, like finding a place to call home, right? So not that there wasn't events, but there was certainly like a lot less events back then than there is now. And me and all my friends were getting into track racing. We found out you could rent a racetrack. We rented Gingerman Raceway on a Monday, pooled all of our money together. And then that was kind of the, the starter fuel for everything. So that was in 2004 when we made kind of in a Honda, it's called the West Michigan Honda Meet. I was living in Grand Rapids at the time.
Yep.
And that event, we were in our 20s, and just kind of that event like organically grew over, kind of the next 10 years and really forged this kind of deep rooted community of younger, track day enthusiasts, right? So people were starting to transition from show cars to street cars and getting into track stuff. And we were, kind of at the center of that in the Midwest, at least for the Honda community. Fast forward 10 years, I'm working in advertising. My background is I'm a creative director. So particularly like digital strategy and connected ecosystems and stuff like that. So like professionally, I'm thinking about, how communities get together both digitally and physically. And simultaneously, while cars were always a big hobby of mine, music was a huge passion. So I'm a big Deadhead, big Fish head, a lot of these like cult-like musical experiences, a lot of music festivals. So, in my free time, I still, go to a lot of shows and a lot of different festival experiences. And then the process of just the way I was thinking about stuff, because of my career in advertising, brought the genesis of like, hey, how do I get all of the disparate communities or all of my different friends that are in separate segments of automotive culture together to see what being at the racetrack is all about. And that's where Grid Life kind of was forged, right? So effectively, it's like anything that's participatory track racing or track day or drifting that's the center of it. And then we build a bunch of ancillary experiences and kind of festivalize, that track day weekend, so that even those with just a little bit of car curiosity can basically not get bored and find something to do. So that was the genesis and kind of the original intention of Grid Life since we're going into our 11th season. And it's wild to think about like the evolution, and where we started and where we're at now and just the things that we're talking about and how far ahead we're like thinking and, any like type of goals that we set in that first, inaugural year, we've like blown past them, and they're kind of like not quite in space a little bit, but there's just a lot of different roads ahead of us, in regards to what we've been able to build.
So you haven't announced your 2024 schedule yet, but 2023, I think, was your biggest year with 12 events.
Correct.
Which is a huge step up from what 2017, 2018, you only had 3 events.
Yeah. So I think with like kind of like ancillary events, like other little small, like what we call special events, I think there was 14 in total last year. But I think that we kind of like found the edge for sure in regards to what what's feasible and comfortable last year. But it's we've just gotten so many really great opportunities, and there's so many individuals. Like even I just saw something pop up in the chat like Grid Life coming to Florida. So there's so many of these like opportunities to kind of start to build communities and like I think we're getting better and getting pretty good at like, kind of hedging our bets in regards to like where we go and what we do. So the 2024 schedule, we have at PRI and, just a little over a week and a half, we do a conference on Friday called the State of the Grid, where we gather up all the drivers that happen to be there and kind of anyone that's in our community that is at PRI or anyone that wants to join the community. And then we kind of run through everything that happened the previous year, kind of the intentions of the series and things that we're thinking about, and really just kind of open the book in regards to like where we're headed. And then we're going to be announcing our schedule at PRI on that Friday. Cool.
So one of the things that I see is how the series has sort of evolved and the layers that you've added. You've gone from time attack, drift, car show music to now even some events have some door-to-door racing completely. So was that evolution sort of, again, you mentioned the term organic earlier. Was that evolution organic, or have you always been with an eye to building this plan of adding more layers of competitive environment into the grid life theme?
I mean, I think everything that we do, we try to make community driven, right? So like, while we are a business and sustainability is really important, sustainability is like kind of the key word, and then community fulfillment is like the other one, right? So like, like, so all of the things that we've done, we do have the luxury. I mean, I guess that's like shrinking a little bit as the events get more frequent and the team gets a little bigger, that we're a little bit slower boat, in regards to like being able to try stuff and throw things at the wall and see what sticks, but we still do have the luxury to kind of be like, I wonder, hey, here's an idea. Let's like beta this. Let's like start to roll it out. Let's talk to the community and see if this is something that they're looking for. But yeah, we started, I mean, and again, going all the way back to our origins, we were a track day organization, kind of focused on providing a full kind of weekend experience for that younger demographic, right? And then when we added competition the first time, we did a couple of time attacks before the first year of Grid Life in 2014, but then that's when the competition piece came into play. And like time attack kind of grew to this point, and then we had just kind of built a community where we had a bunch of, wheel-to-wheel racers or individuals who are racing in other series, or people who had a desire to kind of jump into that. And then Adam, the other co-founder, so my partner in all of this, he's a longtime wheel-to-wheel racer. So that's like really his passion. And that's where the GLTC rule set came into play. And we did our first wheel-to-wheel race in 2019, but we also worked on it for 3 years. Like we really we're careful and calculated and did a lot of surveying and talked to a lot of individuals, because it's usually our philosophy. If we can't bring anything unique or have a really kind of unique twist on something, then we try not to do it, or like we don't pursue it that heavily, because I think overall the philosophy of what we're doing is trying to kind of build an oven and bake more pies. So, there's no need for us to kind of rinse and repeat or copy or clone, exactly what other people are doing, because we want everyone in the industry to succeed. So that's usually our approach, right? And as far as the wheel-to-wheel stuff, that's easily our kind of marquee series now. We had it was we have kind of 2 different types of events that we did. We started this like strategic model of what we call the festival tour, which are where we kind of bring everything, right? We bring all the ingredients and we try and make the best soup that we can. And we did 6 of those events last year. And then we have some other events, which we're calling club weekends, which are just a little bit more of like a, kind of a club race weekend plus, right? So it still has some additional ancillary stuff, but it's really focused on the driving experience and a little bit more focused on kind of a tighter, smaller community. Like those are kind of the seeds. And then it's not necessarily a traditional ladder system, like anyone can run at any event, but the festivals, speaking of like Gingerman, it's 21,000 people there. Wow. It's like a hard, like if you're a beginner track day student, that's a pretty hard environment to like be a beginner in. So we've kind of sunset some of that stuff and really getting into refining these experiences so that they're more repeatable in more places and more consistent, and then easier for, kind of the team to manage, so that we can bring, some of these club weekends and some of this other stuff to, communities that and areas and regions that we're not serving. And just trying to kind of build the foundation for that kind of push forward.
One of the things that has grown, I think, this year is this move to what I would call sort of the more legacy road circuits. Lime Rock Park, Watkins Glen. Circuit of the Americas isn't quite as old as those, but it is certainly, the one of the pinnacle road racing facilities in the U.S. Laguna Seca, you guys just completed an event a few weeks ago there.
Yep.
Is the move to these venues signify, and I don't even know if you like to use the term, but does it signify a quote unquote legitimacy of what Grid Life is doing? Or is it just you need better venues to do events, or is it maybe a little bit of both?
It's kind of a little bit of both. I mean, that's probably been like the biggest, right? Like quantity of events is is one thing, that's a push. The quality and the amount of like details that we put into the experience is like another. That's a little bit like harder to promote or show, like, hey, we got a really great parking team and the experience is smooth. Like, you're not going to put that on a flyer, or whatever the case may be.
But it matters. It matters.
It does
a lot
matter, right? Like, so it
matters.
It matters a ton. And I think the move to kind of these more legacy venues. I mean, really, if you think about those, like the venues, road courses in North America that really have gravity are, you can count on both hands. You're right. And there's a lot of really great road courses, but ones that like Laguna Seca or a Lime Rock Park or a Road Atlanta or a Road America or Watkins Glen, there's only like kind of a few of those, and they all are on everybody's bucket lists, kind of tracks. And I think, it really was, again, like an organic kind of move towards, these types of facilities based off of just kind of being true to the vision and building like a real authentic community that the opportunities have kind of presented themselves to us, right? Like in those regards, right? Where like, with Laguna, I mean, we had some conversations with them pre-pandemic that got pretty far, but it's yeah, like when we've been carefully, I'll use Laguna as a specific example of like how that came to be and why, like that, we've been looking at California and kind of the West Coast. We're based out of Chicago, right? So we're very Midwest, right? And California is very far away. It might as well be another world, for, our community and our operations and all that stuff. But
I would just sort of hold you up just real quickly there and say, I would think that California would have a great culture of car culture that aligns really specifically with grid life.
100%. And it does. I think the thing that we've been like juggling with is like how to harness it, right? There's also like a lot of distraction, and there's a lot of things going on and a lot of great promoters and series and events. And it's never our intention to kind of kick the door in and be like, haha, come to this, like we really want to like see what people are doing and be like the conduit that like merges the different communities together and kind of becomes a little bit of a neutral player that like adds to those communities versus like trying to borrow or make people make decisions about like what side they're on or who they drive with or what event they go to. So that was really like kind of our watchful eye is like trying to make friends and talk to people and see what the community needed and where they wanted to go. And if we're thinking about like venues and tracks in California that really make impact and something that we're going to put a flag in, like Laguna Seca is really, via Laguna Seca or Sonoma, totally. are kind of the only two, that also have infrastructure and that type of stuff, so that when you come to the event, it feels like, wow, I've arrived somewhere. And I think, I really credit like Dickie and Steve and the team over at Lime Rock for kind of opening a bunch of doors for us. So like we got introduced to those to Skip and the whole team over at Lime Rock through Michael Hershen from FCP Euro, who was one of our partners. So it's like kind of the community like clicking together. And Lime Rock was really like they like saw the vision for what we were doing, and really was like kind of the success of the event that we put together at that venue. And then we did some surveys like kind of on the out, and I think 60% of the audience that had come to that event had never been to Lime Rock Park.
Right.
And then Laguna Seca was the same story this year, where we're not the biggest event by any means, but we are pretty decently sized and growing every year. But I think what we're doing is bringing a lot of new people to these incredible venues that haven't been there, or haven't had a reason, or haven't I don't want to say like felt welcome, but just haven't had like anything bringing them there, and I think that's what really like it was that bit of information, I think, that has really helped have these conversations with a lot of these more legacy tracks. And then also they've all become like really good partners. So I think the things that we're like looking for at this point in kind of the maturity of the series, when we started in 2014, we were just kind of renting tracks, and like there wasn't, we didn't have like an established model or an audience or anything like that. So, we didn't have a ton of support inherently from the facilities that we went to. And now almost everything on that festival tour, like all of those venues are like true partners, and invested in kind of the vision of what we're trying to do, which I mean, especially when you get to a certain scale, like that's so immensely helpful and makes the, experience as a producer so much easier.
Yeah, I can attest to the fact that in my day job, when I'm not doing these ePart Trade Industry Race Week interviews, is also a creative director with our racer agency in both Laguna Seca and Lime Rock, are clients of ours, and I can attest that they were thrilled to be working with Grid Life. And I think that probably a lot of these legacy tracks are looking for more things like Grid Life, because they are looking for ways to bring a different audience to their venues.
Yeah, or at least like there's automotive enthusiasts that are out there. I think there's kind of this life cycle for individuals that get into cars, right? They get a car they like, they start sticking stuff on it, they start building it, they kind of go in one of a few different directions, in regards to like what niche or what clique they roll into, and they either like keep going with that passion and like carry it with them for the rest of their, and go deeper and then carry it with them for forever, or they kind of just fall into like, hey, general car person, generally into cars, and I think it's our intention, at least like, our Midwest event's kind of the model. Like when we book music, we're very clear that this is a music festival with an automotive theme, but we're like looking at artists that are going to bring effectively 23-year-olds to a racetrack, right? And then if we can grab curiosity from any one of those and turn those that are car curious into car enthusiasts, then that's a win, especially around racing, and motorsports specifically.
Yeah. I think that you open up sort of two threads that I wanted to explore with you. There's probably a lot of crossover in this question, but one of the things is that Grid Life is very much a lifestyle event. Even though there are now more and more competitive elements, I think that it's still at its core is a lifestyle event. And so you have now, points for time attack and points for various entities. But I know that one of the things that you guys want to do is get rid of a lot of the barriers to entry in terms of where a lot of legacy motorsports has come up against problems, is that the more cars that are involved, the more classes there are, the more rules there are, the more complicated and expensive it tends to get.
Yep.
And that creates a lot of friction for people even who are interested in getting involved in motorsports, but then they open up a rule book or they open up an entry form and they're at a loss. Car goes where and
yeah.
So you guys, I think, have worked hard to mitigate to the extent that you can against a lot of those layers of complexity that traditional motorsports has just over time has just added more layers to their puzzle.
Yep.
The other side of this, sort of the same question, is that in traditional motorsports, there is a lot of fretting about the general aging of the audience and the lack of getting newer participants, younger generations. Even just, I think that there's just a general conversation about, do young people even want to drive anymore?
Yeah.
And so I'm really curious about your take on it, because you are reaching that audience, you are proving that audience exists. So where do you think that Grid Life is succeeding, where maybe some other forms of motorsport are struggling to gain traction with an audience that is, you said car curious as an example. There's an audience that loves cars, but maybe doesn't love them in the traditional way that some previous generations have grown up with.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think in regards to like like kind of the first part of that question, complexity of entry and complexity of motorsports, that's become definitely a struggle as we got more mature, right? So like the competition's getting significantly more intense, and the builds are getting more higher dollar amounts,
It's sort of the nature of the beast, right? Like
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
goes fast. Oh, I'm going to go faster. So
Yep.
now you've brought in more complexity into the deal.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think with time attack in particular, like that rule set, we share, efforts with Jason over at Global Time Attack and also Hayward from the SCCA. We talk relatively frequently about kind of our different efforts and what we're doing in kind of the time trial, time attack, North American time attack space. So I think it's our goal to kind of be somewhat, not do the same thing, but be somewhat complementary, in regards to like how that stuff plays out. I mean, our rule sets, we've got 7 classes and that's all we'll ever have. And we evolve those classes for, subtly, but intentionally, to, kind of stay current with the way that we think people interact with their vehicles and like how they want to build them. Right. And like, it's not it's specific enough to breed pretty tight competition and pretty decent parity amongst those that are at the pointy end, but also open enough that like you can come and still run the car that you want and there's a place that you fit. I think in regards to rules aside, right, rules are always going to have some complexity and some they're going to get layered as you try to balance out stuff and build parity and all those types of things. I think the really important thing in all of that effort is like keeping the community and the intention and the, spirit of the competition and really protecting that, so like when things swing too far one way or the other, then egos and energy and that type of toxicity can get in, and then it gets like more complicated, right? Like we're not going to try to be everything to everyone because there's plenty of other great places that can be what you need. Right. If we can be that gateway and somebody can go and like our GLTC class, for example, like we may at some point in the future, next 5 years, like have some offshoot of GLTC that is a different power to weight ratio or a different type of car. But right now, like that's what we do, right? Like if this is the rule set, and if you want to build, you can, like this is what we do. And I think the goal is that like if we build something that people want to stay in because it's the community they're a part of, but it also like if we can get them in and then they hang out with us and then discover something else, that's great too. That like keeps them into the community. They'll if their friends are there and the people that are there that they want to be with are always going to come back, and they're always going to kind of be in it, whether they're driving or not, So I think that's the like, the overall goal. I think, with time attack in particular, like I always talk about our entry level series is called Sunday Cup. So Sunday Cup was also another organic growth, rule set. Like it came out of just the behaviors of our community. So it's based off of, it's effectively a kind of like B-spec, structured that way. But the way that it came to be is that a bunch of our instructors around 2015, 2016, their like track cars are broken. So they started bringing in their daily drivers and instructing and driving in their daily drivers. A lot of them happen to drive Honda Fits. So we built an entire series, and a whole rule set around, these stock Honda Fits effectively. And there's other types of cars that come into it, but it's intended to be, you can almost look at it from like a price point and be like, all right, you can get a car for 12 grand and you can run the series for 2,500. And if you want to start there, it's a great place to start. Or if you like credit card race yourself to death and you still want to be here, you can fall down into that. And the competition's really good. So it's like, it's trying to build like kind of this cyclical ecosystem that just keeps the community vibrant and keeps people in, like I mentioned this sometimes where like we produce racing events and motorsports events, but really what we produce is community and like kind of that energy, and whatever the community needs is what we'll do, 50 years from now, if we're going to do like automated, hovercraft bubble racing, because that's what the community needs or that's what they want, then that's, we have the ability to do that. So.
Yeah. Super cool.
Yep. And then I didn't get to the second part of the question because I think we're running short on time, but yeah, I mean, I think in short, like what we've been trying to do is just really build, a community that's focused around kind of this younger demographic, and then be as open to bring them in, whether it's getting to the racetrack to see what participatory motorsports is, or pro motorsports, or whatever, and just try and like catch those sparks so that we can start a fire.
Very cool. Well, we'll look forward to your announcement at PRI on the 24 schedule and any other big news that you guys have coming. But congratulations on what you've achieved so far, because I do think I've never been directly involved with you guys at Grid Life, only in the peripheral, but I think that what you're doing is fantastic.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And again, appreciate being a part of this, every year. Always look forward to it.
I mean, Chris, you spot on, and that's exactly what we're doing here at ePortrait, community. And this week is a community of racing business professionals, and thank you for being part of it. So stay with us a few more seconds. We're going to run a very short video, and we will be right back with you with the world of Outlaw.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back. Mike, welcome back with us. And I should mention that we are not only live on speedsport.com, but also on Speedsport 1, channel 2, as well as on racer.com, on YouTube, different channels from ePortrait Racer and Speedsport, as well as on our social media channel, LinkedIn, Facebook. And but thank you for being with us again, Mike. We had a very busy day since our opening session.
Yeah, for sure. And thanks for having me back. And I'm really looking forward to our next session.
Brian Carter is with us, another gentleman who has been a founding member of their first inaugural Race Industry Week. So thank you, Brian, for being with us 4 years in a row, and great honor to have you on.
My pleasure. Thank you for having us.
All right, let's go. For those who don't know, Brian is the CEO and COO of the World Racing Group, which is responsible for many of the country's great dirt track series, World of Outlaws, Late Models, World of Outlaws, Sprint Cars, Super Dirt Car Series, and Extreme Midgets, among several others. Brian, welcome, and let's take a look back at this past year a little bit before we move forward and talk about what's coming down the line for World Racing Group and all of your properties. What is your takeaway from this past season that just wrapped up a few weeks ago here in Charlotte?
Well, it was highlighted by a typical Mother Nature had her hand in a few things. We had a new champion on the late models, got a great group of drivers and tracks and events, and it was a great year. It's an expensive year for everybody. Seems like the infrastructure and everything is up. So that's pretty normal trend for us. It seems like things are getting more and more expensive to do what we're trying to do, but we're trying to do a lot of stuff too. So it's an amazing awareness campaign. The previous panelists talked about community, and it's really about growing our racing community and reaching as many people as possible, so we can encourage them to come out and be a part of the racing family in our community. So whether that be by a weekly track or a national touring series, or even if it's online through one of our social media outlets or through YouTube or Dirt Vision, it's really about creating that awareness and community and encourages as many people as possible to be a part of it. So it was a good year on that front. Again, normal struggles with everything. You've got people, persons, and monies, and trucks and trailers, and all sorts of stuff. But from a racing year, it was it was another good year for the World Racing Group, World of Outlaws, and Dirt Car. And ups and downs. It's hard to generalize any part of our sport. There are ebbs and flows as it goes, depending on your geography, depending on the class of cars. But it's 2023 was not unusual in that way. It was just another great year for us.
Where did you see the biggest growth during the 2023 season? And
we had, the good thing for us is where we are, in our 46th, getting ready we're actually preparing for our 50th anniversary of the World of Outlaws, and the 51st. We're not going to see these massive growth spurts. We're in them in a very steady growth path. So for me, it's to maintain that steady growth. We want the big, noticeable growth here and there. But when you have record crowds at Eldora, the largest crowd ever for the Kings Royals, you've got record crowds everywhere with the World of Outlaw sprint cars, and new markets for the World of Outlaw late models, and the growth of the Extreme Midget Series. And you see that, it's going to be this nice steady growth. But for us, we've set a lot of records, and that's nice to feel that the result of a steady growth as opposed to a flash in the pan somewhere, something big splash that's not sustainable. We're trying to create a sustainable business model, and having quite success with it through our own awareness campaigns, either through the television with our partnership with CBS Sports or through our own broadcasting network on Dirt Vision. So the awareness right now is as high as it's ever been for dirt track racing.
You mentioned the Extreme Midget Series, and where exactly does that fit in with everything that you guys are doing? And I must say, great racing and a really good season this past season.
Yeah, and captured by a great champion with
absolutely
Jade. So she's going places. For us, it was actually, we're kind of filling a hole when you look at what we're trying to develop, which is this life cycle of racing. And when we were growing up, you end up going to the racetrack on Fridays and Saturday nights, every Friday, Saturday night. But that's a little harder for a lot of the families to do now. So we actually started this program with trying to create this life cycle of racing when we created our partnership with Millbridge Speedway here, and trying to figure out how to get the youth and create awareness for the youth about the youth in our sport, and really have created a nice storyline there, and began documenting some of these great racing careers at a very early age. We'll be seeing these guys for a long time. So when you see that happening at a place like Millbridge, just down the street here in North Carolina, you see how much youth energy and excitement there is. There was actually a kind of a gap for us. You can't go from a kart or a micro right to a 410 sprint car. So, and a lot of those guys won't jump to a modified and come up through the stock car classes. So we really were looking at what is the natural evolution of that young racer, and what's the next step. And we thought the market was a little underserved, and stepped in with midget racing and created a nice complementary piece to the industry with the Extreme Midget Series. So I'm very happy with the way that was. You got to see some of those races. We're bringing them to the World of Outlaw shows to put them in front of a little larger crowd maybe than they're used to, create some more awareness and exposure. And candidly, it's great racing. There's no doubt about it. The midgets put on a great show, and we got a great champion, and Toyota's behind us. We've got sponsors behind it. It's a neat little program. And again, it was a hole that we saw in the evolution of bringing youth through racing, and it's working right now.
Yeah, I think I certainly held my breath more watching some of those races than anything else I watched during the course of the season. Some really wild moves there, but it does fill a need in that step up the pathway on the ladder system, so to speak, in the dirt track side of the world. You know, you guys definitely have that with, you know, from the stock cars up through modifieds and late models and so on the dirt car side.
Yeah, I know those kids are crazy, and they're not just kids, but and they're consistently, they are, you know, a heck of race car drivers at young ages. And it is, to me, as a more conservative driver, they're insane, but they do it consistently with so much skill. It's fun to watch. But yeah, I hold my breath on that too. It's like, ooh, that's too close, but they do a great job. Sometimes they miss a little, but sometimes they get a little too close, but hey, that's racing too. So it's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it's quite a mixture of skill and fearlessness.
With a few old guys mixed in, it always makes it interesting. So,
you know, we hear a lot in short track racing, and rightly so, a lot of talk about the fan experience. How complicated is that term, fan experience, and what exactly goes into creating a special fan experience?
You know, the fan experience piece is a high priority for us. We want that fan experience to start months before the event, as it relates to how they interact with the ticket buying system and how they interact with how they're getting ready to come to the show, what they're excited about. And the fan experience is this journey that we try to bring our customers through. And when it starts, even with the renewals for next year, tickets have already gone on sale. So that fan experience is about engagement. And the fan experience is an evolution right now. You know, everybody's got a shorter attention span. We're all connected by phones. If we're not communicating with somebody on a daily basis, we start to lose, kind of feels like we're out of touch. So the fan experience is really creating this evolution, or this stream of content, engagement, all those pieces that allow the fan to be part of the community when they can't be at the races. And as much as we move around the country, if we're talking about the World of Outlaws, we may not only be in your community or within reach, maybe 1 or 2 weekends a year. So the rest of that time, we have had to step up our game on how we engage with the fans and the fan experience. But most notably in the last few years, we've taken the fan experience to a different level as it relates to at-track experience, and the more traditional version of what the fan experiences when they're at the track. So it's not only that engagement and the content and the creation of the excitement to come to the event, to know who the faces are, with who you want to see in the pit area. The open pit area has been a history of the World of Outlaws. We want you to come in and know these drivers, feel the machines, get to know the people in the pit area. But that's just the basis on which all the rest of the fan experience is built on. Now we want you to interact with our staff when you get there. We have our own ticketing trailers and hospitality centers, and trying to create that place for people to see something, recognize a brand, and feel like they're part of something bigger than they normally are when they go to their local track. So we bring, you know, from us, that means experience becomes engagement becomes community, and how do you engage with the fan? So we have marketing teams that are on the ground in the midway, working with people, with the merchandise trailers, are all part of the circus that we bring, and then our own merchandise trailers. So we're all trying to get you up to this larger than life experience at the track, because you can't beat this, the racing at property. You've got to be at property to see it. But there were points when we've seen where some of the other racing organizations create a little more even compelling product for the fans at home. So if your broadcast beats what you can do at the racetrack, you're really sort of shooting yourself in the foot trying to get people to come to the racetrack. So we just started making investments in our own traveling video boards, which because most of our tracks can't afford the capital infrastructure to have a replay or to have a face that's, you know, 20 feet by 10 feet wide, so the fans can see who's in this car and what's happening, and then experience it again if we have a chance for a replay. So we started adding in those components so that the fans know that they're part of something bigger and can be entertained even through the downtime, which some of our racing does have. Some of the downtime is engaging them. So the fan experience is in constant evolution right now, and just trying to keep up with what the fans expect. And right now, short attention spans, quick entertainment. They want to be able to see what's happening. They want to see the work area if it happens to be on a World of Outlaws show. They want to see what's happening in the pit area. They're sitting in the grandstands. And right now, this golden age of technology, everybody can have a television screen in their hand. So we're not only producing one show for the track, but we're producing 2 shows with Dirt Vision. So almost all of our larger shows, you get 2 fully produced TV shows, one at track and one for your phone in your hand, or the people that are at home that are unable to attend. So there's a lot going on any given night to engage that race fan, and that's what we're trying to do better than anybody else right now.
There's nothing like being at the racetrack, no matter what type of racing it is, I don't think. But you touched on there a little bit, achieving that balance between making things great for those people sitting in the grandstands, but also an engaging product for people who are not able to go. How difficult is it to find that balance and you have to have so many different teams working on both sides and together at the same time?
Yeah, it's a hard balance. I mean, we're blessed that we, for all those years prior to what we know now as streaming, and for us, Dirt Vision, we are trying to adapt our sport to live TV, which is the only way to really create awareness outside of at the racetrack, beyond any, media outlet, or news outlet. So we've actually have the luxury now of adapting live TV to our racing product, and that is quite a luxury to have now and be able to do that. Now it's just adding in all the elements that people expect and want to have at track. One thing I've heard, because not all of our series have a video board with us. We have quite a few of those assets on the ground, but last thing I want to hear is for you as people at home, here's your replay on Dirt Vision. It's like, I want the fans in the grandstands to see the replay too. So we're going to continue to work against that. And I saw one of the chat rooms come in on in-car camera technology that's coming to us. We're actually deassembling some drone stuff and putting drone guts inside of race cars and trying to figure out how to make our own proprietary version of some of our in-car cameras that we can use in a way that would even further increase that fan experience. But it's a hard balance. Nothing replaces the smell of the ethanol in these cars going by at 100 miles an hour. But you've got to balance it all in. And the last thing we need is a long show because we're waiting on a commercial break or we're waiting on something else. So it's definitely at the track priority and a balancing act every night.
We always talk about how competitive it is on the racetrack in motorsports, but it's also competitive off the racetrack. There are always new series, new racetracks, and different things coming up there competing for the fans, sponsors, and racers' time, and how do you assess all of that?
Well, my goal is to make sure we're the best at it and leading the industry into the future. So as long as we keep doing that, competition makes you hone your decision-making skills in a lot of different ways. So it definitely is with some of the new competitive threats that we have. It's things are a little bit harder on some fronts, and some things are, we've created a really consistent brand message though for the last couple of decades, and that's what we're standing on: the relationship with us and our racetracks, relationship with us and our teams, the ability to make some good, smart decisions for us and all of our partners. Again, competition just makes you hone your decision-making skills and make sure you're best at it and continue to move forward. So it's a new world for us on a couple of fronts. We've been operating in a competitive environment. Everybody has been operating in this racing business in a competitive environment. It's not just competing against racing. We're competing against year-round gymnastics, year-round baseball, year-round soccer, all those things that are getting these kids time and the parents time and all that. So we've been in a competitive environment for a long time. So my job is to be the best that we can be at what we do, be consistent the way we do it, do the right things for the right reason, and keep moving forward. So we've been able to do that. We've got our World of Outlaws sprint car schedule is being printed right now. It's not been published yet or not released yet, but we've got a really good program coming, getting ready for the trade shows that are coming up. So we're getting really close on getting that out to the public and getting all those tickets for sale and all that for next year. So it made things a little bit more complicated because it is a balancing act. There's only a finite number of weekends in the year. There's only a finite number of racetracks we can run at, although we have quite a waiting list for racing, but our races. But just getting it all balanced in, make sure it makes sense for everybody, and then we'll start getting on with the show in 2024.
What do you think, in your opinion, right now is the biggest challenge facing dirt track racing in general?
It's expensive for everybody who's participating. I think that it's hard right now in getting the economics right. For all these years, we managed the resources that have come into the industry have been pretty easy to see come in through ticket sales or sponsorship. And really that's been the only way managing it. Now we have this wonderful ability to create our own revenue stream through streaming for us. We maintain it ourselves. So the streaming has definitely created another set of resources for us all. But it's also created some challenges in how we're competing for events and how other things are happening. But the biggest challenge is going to be people's time is always the most limited resource, and then allocating resources between the tracks and the series and the racers, and trying to keep, maintain a sustainable business model. That's been my entire task for the last 20 years, is how do you create a sustainable business model that balances it enough to make the most sense for everybody. And for us, the world's evolving so quickly. I talked about a sustainable growth and consistent growth, but the evolution to maintain that growth is quite a fast pace. So for us, you can't dilly dally on decisions, and you got to keep the thing moving and try to anticipate what the race fans want 2 or 3 years from now. And for me, it's making sure that we don't get blindsided by something that I can't affect and derail it. Right now, my job is make sure we can do this for 25 or 30 or 50 or into the indefinite future. And that's my job in maintaining that for everybody.
Well, history is certainly on your side in that part, with 45 years behind the World of Outlaws already at this point. What are you most looking forward to as you move into the new season? And your new season starts pretty soon.
Yeah, no, we go racing in Volusia this weekend. That's going to conclude our racing in 2023. We go racing in the first weekend in second weekend in January at Volusia too. So I'm looking forward to, we're going to have some new rookies on the racetrack. I know we've got some familiar faces, but not with the late models, with Max McLaughlin coming in. I'm looking forward to interacting with new race fans. We had a tremendous amount of first time at the racetrack race fans in 2023, and that probably excites me the most about 2023, with our awareness and viewership and attendance up high in 2023. I'm excited to meet more of those new race fans in 2024. From the racing perspective, we're not changing rule books. We're not changing procedures. So from us, it's about how we can best portray the stories. We got some really cool content coming out on our drivers and the teams and how they get up and down the road coming in 2024. We've got some really exciting on not only the sprint cars and late models, but the modifieds and midgets to kind of engage the fan with the families that are out on the road with us. And so we've got some things like that are coming in 2024. But I'm just excited about a lot of the same. We have such great racing and such good events, record crowds, good promoters, great racing. I'm just happy with it being the same and maintaining it and moving it forward where we can and creating as much awareness as possible. It's there's not a huge amount of like new flashy things, because again, we're in a steady growth mode trying to create this community, and it's 2024 is going to be pretty spectacular on its own.
We've talked a lot about World of Outlaws and the midgets and late models, your signature series. Let's get closer to the grassroots a little bit and talk about the dirt car brand and all those dirt car races that are running weekly, racers who are racing weekly all around the country. You're one of them. But how important are those folks, not only to World Racing Group, but to the entire scope of, the present and the future of dirt motorsports?
Yeah, no, it's critical. It's the backbone of racing. Like I said, I grew up at Heart of Texas Speedway in Waco. It was an IMCA racetrack, and they raced Friday nights. And Kennedale, when I raced in Texas in the Metroplex, and it's a core component. You have to have that local racing community in order to bring a big show to the racing, and they have to maintain their facility, and they have to operate. I mean, we still own Volusia Speedway, so I know how hard it is and how expensive it can be running a weekly racetrack and making all that balance. So we're not managing the sport for the upper echelon or the premier national series. It's a full on balancing act of talking to Jacksonville Speedway or to Peoria or Tri-City or Tri-County. I mean, there's so many different places that you have to think about all those things when you make a rule change, or you have a engine certification or seal or a tire change or those pieces. There's a lot of things that go into, that we can affect with our rule book and with our organization, and trying to maintain that consistency. And change costs money. I know that not only just at the race car level, but for the racetracks and everything. So all those are deeply embedded in my heart when I talk about managing the sport and helping see a sustainable model for everybody, because it's hard. And like I said, I started off with one of my comments was, you can't generalize anything. Some things are going great, and some things are pulling back in different geographies. You've got different political dynamics. You've got different communities that want a racetrack or don't want a racetrack. You've got the movement in some of these classes. I know we've got some very consistent rule books. The classes are thriving. You start moving the rule books around a lot, and you'll fragment a class pretty fast. It can be hard. So but again, that dirt car piece, the local community, is foundational to everything we build on. And the national series, all of them, whether it be World of Outlaws Late Model Series or the Lucas Oil Late Model Series or any of the sprint car series, are fundamental to having a strong community base for racing. And if you don't, you start to eliminate geographies, which starts to become really hard. And all of it has to be taken into account. So that's a huge part of our balancing act when I talk about balancing it all in for the sport.
Approximately how many dirt car racers and racetracks are there right now?
Just under 200 racetracks, and we'll call it several thousand, near 5 registered. It's a lot of people in our membership database. We had over 400 just compete on the World of Outlaws late models. There's a lot of the racing for us that's not membership, meaning not dirt car, but when you take IMCA into consideration, all of the other WSOTAs and dirt car, there's easily into the tens of thousands of participants out there that are trying to manage racing, and they're all spending the same amount, 100%. They're all spending the same amount that they have on racing, and there's a lot of them out there, and we appreciate them all trying to figure out how to do this and enjoy it with their families and friends as long as possible.
A lot of us old guys who've been around for a while remember the World of Outlaws going down the road with a station wagon and a tiny little trailer. How many folks and support vehicles, et cetera, do you have on the road during a July or August of the summer among all the different series?
I lost track at 80. I lost track at 80 pieces of equipment going up and down the road with a generator or something on it. I know I remember the days. I had a conversation about sitting in the infield with John Pageant and Ted Johnson, and it was in John's old, I think it was one of his old town cars, is just sitting there chatting in the middle of the infield watching the Outlaws race. And they don't get to do that very much, but yeah, when we bought the World of Outlaws, there were 7 employees at the time, and we were almost 100 now, and lots of pieces of equipment, lots of great staff. The team got a great team here doing things every day, trying to make the racing better and the events better for everybody. And we're full staff. It's actually busier right now, getting ready for the season, wrapping up the season, getting ready for PRI, just wrapping up a banquet in New York, getting ready for the UMP banquet, where there'll be 500 people we'll hand out checks to there. It's nonstop for us, but we love it.
Good timing. I see the gang has chipped in here.
I see.
But thank you, Brian. You run a brilliant series and a brilliant organization, and you guys are true racers, and you're what this industry is all about. So congratulations on building an empire. You pretty much built up an empire. So congratulations, and thank you very much. Please stay with us. We're going to be transitioning into our next session. We're going to be talking with Chris Williams from Smart 2, and we will be right back with you. So we're going to run a short video from our partners, and we'll be right back with you.
Thanks, Brian.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
E-part trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. In a sport driven by passion, excellence, courage, and ingenuity, Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Get 1 year of Racer's print and digital editions for only $50, with instant access to our digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Thank you and welcome back. Welcome back, Jeff. And I think we're bringing a dear friend of yours on our next session, Mr. Chris Williams from the Smart Modified Tour.
Yes, Francis, pretty excited about that. And I really appreciate you and Judy making this happen because, again, this is a growing series. And it's a series that was around back in the early days that I was involved in NASCAR. And then it kind of died off a little bit. And my friend here, Mr. Chris Williams, who's coming on right now, is the guy who kind of like got it jump started again and is building it into a very worthwhile series and giving the guys down here in we call the Southern area an opportunity to have some great modified racing.
Absolutely. I'm excited to hear this one.
Yeah, this could be interesting. This could be interesting. Chris, are you ready?
I'm ready. Can you hear me?
I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. And we were talking about, the tour has been around for a long time. But I feel like we'd be doing an injustice to those who are tuned in if we didn't go back a little bit to better understand the tour, your involvement in wanting to get back into it and wanting to the direction you're taking it in. So if you kind of hear me a little bit, but what I found out, the Southern Modified Tour was somewhat born in like 1989.
That's
Is
correct.
that right?
That is correct.
So give us a little history of it.
Yeah, so the Smart Modified Tour was born in '89. They ran, probably, 7, 8 races, just basically in North Carolina, maybe 1 or 2 in Virginia, for a few years. People, Junior Miller, Andy Seiss, just a bunch of Frank Fleming, just a few of the old guys, basically toured, and ran down in the South. It kind of turned in around 95 or 96. NASCAR come in, wanted to run the Wheeling Southern Modifieds. It took a stint for a few years and basically went dormant. Lack of fields, lack of competitors, just a lot of different things in the South just, took a back seat. At the time, Jeff, to be perfectly honest with you, my background a little bit, I was in NASCAR, working the souvenir industry, and I always had a passion for the modifieds. When they would come, the ground pounders, and of course, with me living in Martinsville, living on the racetrack road, my dad was a general manager there, and I just always loved the modifieds. At South Boston and Franklin County, and all those tracks.
Let me stop you right there real quick, because you touched on something, and I want to make sure everybody understood this. Literally, folks, when you come up and go toward Martinsville, when you get to the racetrack and you make that right-hand turn to go down to where the racetrack is, that's where his mom and dad lived.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, there was absolutely no excuse for you to not understand about Martinsville and how important Martinsville was.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a young kid growing up on the street, you had to be involved in racing, right? Because everybody did. And I became really good friends with Clay Campbell at the Martinsville Speedway. And my path took me into, helping Dad with the souvenirs and the concessions and all those things. And I really liked the souvenirs. And, lo and behold, Dale Earnhardt, he don't like to be called senior, right? Because he wasn't a senior. He was Dale Earnhardt. He gave us that lesson quite a bit. And Dale was a rookie back then, but he had come to Martinsville and ran the late models plenty of time. And, I was pulling for Jim Hensley and those guys, but my dad would get me in and I get to be around all those guys. Anyway, make a long story short, I took an interest in the souvenirs enough to where I got an opportunity to work for Dale in the 80s. And what a ride it was. I not only ran his souvenir trailer, then I become the vice president of trackside for him. Then he sold it to Action Performance. Everybody knows they're the diecast kings. I got to be vice president there, going to the racetrack each and every week, representing all of these drivers. Back in the day, it was Darrell Waltrip and Rusty Wallace, and even the old schools, Cale Yarborough and Petty and those guys. And then the next generation, of the Earnhardts and the Jarretts and the Bobby Labonis and the Jeff Gordons, and then the next generations of the Kevin Harvicks. And so, I spent 38 years doing trademarks and licensing, built a great reputation just for Dale's instilled in me integrity, honesty, loyalty, and trust, and to the point where the licensing industry got sold to Fanatics in 2014, and I became vice president of Fanatics in the racing side. Basically till the pandemic hit, when a lot of things shut down at that time. So, the background's been, business centric, dealing with Fortune 500 companies. Didn't matter if it was M&M, Budweiser, DuPont, you know what I'm saying, all of those guys. But living at the racetrack opened those opportunities, and watch, the world go by from a racing standpoint.
Okay, so all of that went extremely well, and you work for Fanatics, and they decided they wanted to pull out of racing, and you stayed there for a little while. But the long and the short of it, and here's where I'm going with this: who in their right mind would go and try to resurrect a racing tour that didn't work good when people that supposedly built it originally couldn't make it go, and NASCAR took it over? They couldn't make it go. They let it go. Why did you want to do this? And if Earnhardt was here today, would he have said that was a smart move on your part? Okay. How would you make business sense, and why?
Yeah, Earnhardt would have gave you all the reasons why not to do it, but when you decided to do it, he'd be all in behind you. So, I always loved, as I told you, modifieds, and I decided I wanted to hold a steering wheel. I'm never going to say I drove, but I wanted to hold the steering wheel, and I got to go over to Bowman Gray and run, and got to understand, kind of a little bit of what made the world tick from, you're not going to make a profit running race cars unless you're in a certain division. But in the modifieds, people say it's a hobby. It's definitely not a hobby. It's a passion. And so I was over there running Bowman Gray in the modifieds, and I enjoyed it. And I started listening to a lot of different people complaining about just different things, all of it. We would like to have a place to run. We can't find sponsorships. Tracks won't let us run because we don't have enough. They're not paying enough purse. There's no sense in us going. Tires are too much. So you started listening to all that, and then one day Buzzy come up to me, Tom Buzzy, and he says, "Hey man, what do you think about the modifieds?" And I'm like, "Well, I love them. I'm holding the steering wheel." And he says, "Well, let's look at maybe opportunities to start the tour back." And I said, "What tour?" And it's Smart Modified Tour. And, at the time, I was working in NASCAR, and you knew it existed, but you didn't know a lot about it. And I said, "So how are we going from here, Buzzy? What do we need to do?" And he said, "Well, come to the meeting we're having over at Puddin' Swishers." And so we went over to Puddin's, and I listened to everybody, the negatives. You can't race here. You're not going to get enough car count. You're never going to pay enough purse. Tracks ain't going to let you run. And I just stood and took all the notes down. And I'm like, I stood up in front of everybody, and I'm like, "Well, why?" And then nobody could really give me a reason why. And so I was like, well, let me make a few phone calls. So I picked up the phone and called Nick, from South Boston, who I had great relationships with at Pocono. And I pick up the phone and called Darren Hackett, who I had great relationships with, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll do it. We're all in." So now you got the tracks supporting you. Then you had to go out and figure out, how you're going to put a structured purse together, something that was going to be entertaining to the fans, because obviously it hadn't in the South had worked, and so cost was number one thing in every bit of it. It didn't matter if it was tires, it didn't matter if it was fuel, backgate and everything else. And so I just basically put a plan together that says, if I'm going to try this, you guys need to listen to me and see if it's going to work, because, in the world of souvenirs, in the world of licensing, all you do is figure out how to get to the consumer, how to get the product to the consumer, how to relate to them and bring a product to them that they want. And so I said, let's don't worry about back gates and stuff. It'll fix it if we can get a car count. But how can we get the car count? Well, the only way to get the car count is to get a purse structure that they're not going to tell their wives when they get home that, hey, I just spent $1,500 on tires, but I'm racing for $1,000, because that's kind of what it was going on. And so they're like, well, but we paid a purse off the back gates. And I'm like, I got all that. And I understand that totally. But don't you think you would rather race with 28 cars with the back gate issues and could pay those purse, or run with the same 7 or 8? To be honest with you, everybody kind of banded together down here in the South. And we have some of the best racetracks there are in Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. And they were looking for something different. Let's be honest again. One of the things that was happening is everybody was running late models, limited late models, super pros, pro late models, and everything was all fenders. There was nothing down here in the South that had that sexy power, ground pounders as we call them, that could be that low to the ground and that powerful, and the fans love it, because if you ever go to a modified race, you're hooked. And so they all wanted that series here, and they all started working with me, and everybody pulled together. And the first year we had 17, 18. Last year we had 20. Year before last, 22. We had 22 car count. This year we ended up having 25, but we had 30 some cars at multiple events. And so the one thing that I've learned dealing with the folks at NASCAR and the Fortune 500s is you got to do what you say you're going to do. And if you maintain that credibility, people will then believe in you and trust in what you're doing. And so we built that off of integrity, not only with the sponsors, with the tracks, with the manufacturers, and with the race teams. And so far, it's turned out pretty well, working relationship with all of them.
So with your business background, you came up with a plan that the competitors bought into first, because you had to have the car count before you could even get going anywhere else. And that has paid dividends. How has it been, though, Chris, for you? Has it been a big headache as people would probably imagine? Because what you just got through telling me in the very opening of this right here, and I know you really well. So, I mean, it's like, I understand your mentality. Okay. Yeah. I mean,
well, I'm a competitor.
You're a smart son of a gun, but sometimes you don't always do the smartest thing. But this whole thing has always fascinated me. But when it gets down to, you gave them hope that they weren't just throwing their money away. Am I hearing you right here? And because of that, the fans rewarded you and showed up, and you guys you put on fantastic shows. Most any place you go, there's always been, photo finishes. And I think the other thing is, since your inception and beginning of this right here, not only did you go in and start anew, but you've come back and you've given, I think, the Smart Tour some swagger that they lost there in the 2000s. Am I correct? When it basically went dormant again.
Absolutely. And so, you open up a bunch of stuff in the comments. Number one, to be honest with you, I thought it was easy. And I know people say, well, if it's easy, everybody can do it. No, if you really want to solve problems, you have to bring everybody together. You have to put them in a room. You have to sit there and talk about openness of what all those problems are. And that's what I used to do back in the NASCAR days, is how do we solve these problems? How do we solve shipping? How do we solve product development? How do we solve, the mass of people in a certain amount of time, and credit card operations? And I know I'm getting way deep into it, but if you solve problems, then if you put everybody in a room and you say, what are the issues? And when you can get into the issues and start checking them off one at a time where they don't become problems anymore, then you have a fluent operation, right? And once you get into that fluent operation and you show people that we can make this work and they believe in you, then everybody's going to push, they're going to push the cart up the road, right? They're going to push it uphill for you. And that's exactly what happened. Now, is it difficult? Absolutely. Is it ever changing? 100%. Is finding the sponsors and the people that believe in what you're doing from a relationship standpoint, it's all tough. It's all tough in all of racing. But look, we put a band together with people that love the sport, and we don't forget our history. And so we bring in the old school guys. We honor them. Ray Hendrick and all of those guys, we honor them to a certain extent because we don't want to forget where we came from. Our race director is David Hoots, who had 40 some years in NASCAR. And, our cameraman is Phil Cavalli. Everybody that we touch, we bring all the band together that has years and years and years of experience. And it adds credibility. It adds fun, right? Because if you're having fun, then everybody's going to, enjoy what direction we're going to. Then you become very competitive. which becomes challenges, right? It's how you manage, inspection, how you manage this. We had to go out and build, a huge inspection station, and we had to go out and build off of everything that we're doing. We had to bring in some qualified inspectors. Gadget's been helping us out, who's had vast history in the racing world. But once you bring them in and you see what's going on, then you find credibility. And then how you deal with all of those issues. We brought a board in, so it can't be me being the ruler, judge, juror, and prosecutor, because that was one of the things in the first year. Well, if you're directing and you're doing all the other stuff, then who do we go to complain, right? And so I brought in a board members that are all engaged in racing. They're past champions, they're crew chief champions in NASCAR. You being one of them, which I really appreciate it. But all that adds credibility, and we bring lawyers in, and we bring licensings in, and we bring just different facets to it. And then if we have a problem, we take it to the board and we work through it. And to be honest with you, the credibility of just that process, they found out we wouldn't fly by night. They found out that we was working through the issues. We're not doing everything perfectly, but in 3 short years, we've made vast gains. We have a great contract with Flow. Flow, we got a couple more years with Flow. We're in the top so many percent of everything that's being viewed, which is good. Our racing is very competitive. Those guys at Flow have done a tremendous amount of getting extra cameras and doing the things that you want to do, that the fans want to see. We're not sitting still, even with the camera angles and stuff. We're working with Glitch to do some things inside the race car that we're going to add to the Flow telecast next year. And so everything is an evolution of credibility. Just doing what you say you're going to do. And yeah, it gets difficult at times to move so many people. We had 61 cars in our series this year, but we only had 11 cars that made every race. 61 is a great count. You know what I'm saying? Right. But at the same time, you have to have a consistency of car count every week to really mask what's going on with your sponsors, your coverage, your tracks, and the race fan. Let's be honest. You want to put as many people in the racetrack as you can, so everybody has an opportunity to tell the story, right? Doesn't matter if it's the competition. It doesn't matter if it's from TV standpoint, but you have to look at things totally different of every decision that you make. Can compound, as you say, I do things sometimes as a challenge, and sometimes they're not all right. But you know what? If you don't go down that path, you can't check it off to say you did it wrong, right? So you learn by mistakes, and we're doing well. And you're saying we do have a little swagger. A lot of people is noticing us. A lot of people is paying attention to what we're doing. We're doing something that a lot of people said couldn't be done, that you couldn't run modifieds in the South. And, the good thing is we respect the Northerners. We respect those competitions with the Hirschmans and the people. And we've had quite a few that's come down and run with us. And, the cool thing about it is when they come down, they find out that I'm passionate about racing. I'm passionate about treating people with respect. I'm passionate about history. And look, I drove them. I didn't say I was great at it, but at the same time, I wanted to learn a little bit more about what they're having to do in the race car, which then makes me adapt to how we make decisions on the tour going forward.
Now, all those things right there you're saying, I'm glad you're touching on it, because again, I'm from afar, and I appreciate being on that board because I see that passion. I see the desire. I love the guys that are your foundation teams, like the Tom Buzzies of the world. There's a guy who's been in racing. He makes a living in racing. But at the same time, your current champion, Burt Myers, great family history right there. But and I think what I marveled about, but at the same time concerned about whenever he got himself a little bit sideways with you a year ago, and we had to pretty much had to penalize him, and it took him out an opportunity to maybe be back-to-back champion. But at the same time, it showed the rest of the series that, look, rules are rules. You break the rule and you're going to get penalized. And, it's going to be the kind of thing that's going to be fair. And at the same time, we're not going to play favorites. I don't care who you are. You break a rule, you're going to wind up being penalized for it. And I think that you keep talking about credibility and integrity. I love the way it's kind of processed through, because if there's one thing that, having been around grassroots racing as a whole, growing up in and around it, and even all the way back to the very origination of the Smart Tour, there was always criticism sometimes of how people were treated by the managers, by the managing group at the time.
Oh, yeah.
And the thing that, with your ability to market, I think, you've done a great job bringing in Pace-O-Matic as one of your title sponsors. And I think they've gained from it. And at the same time, they're the kind of organization that they don't need bad press, they need good press. And you've been able to accomplish that. And I think everybody, if you're listening here, what I'm saying about the Smart Tour is, if there's a template out there right now of how to do it, I think you've got a pretty good one of where you put your emphasis. And like a lot of people that know about grassroots racing, back gate's a big selling point or a negative point. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I think that, what you've been able to accomplish has been pretty impressive, because, as I said, Burt Myers was in trouble in 2022. Burt Myers is now your champion in 2023. And at the same time, through the growth of this, the things that you did to try to bring attention to the tour, some of the advertisements you put out there, some of the spin-offs from, movies and just funny things, skits that included not only yourself and other people that are a part of the Smart Tour, but the drivers, got them personalities. You talk about the 11 drivers that you had this year, full time, or that was there all the time. Those kind of personalities are what sell T-shirts and help put tickets in there, because you get a fan base. People have a reason to go to the racetrack. And I think that's another thing that people don't need to overlook. And I want to give you a tip of the cap from the fact that a couple years ago, there was a rebirth at a location where you guys kind of like were home to, and I'm talking about North Wilkesboro. How did it feel, Chris, to be invited to come back up there and your organization being one of the first to compete on the old North Wilkesboro Speedway?
Well, number one, historical. 96, I was there representing Earnhardt, and I remember the very last race there. But the modifieds was made for that. They had the Coke 300. They had the triple header, double headers up there in Martinsville in the South, was the mainstay for the modifieds. And I was raising my hand with Barry Braun and the folks at SMI, who's done a superb job with it, say, I want to be there. I want to be the first one there. No matter when it is, middle of the week, weekend, it don't matter. I'm in. And to go up there and put on the show that we did, really mainstay that the modifieds was here to stay in Wilkesboro. And we loved every minute of it. Baba Labonte and Newman ended up winning the first race back. Hirschman won the second night. And I'm gonna tell you, the modifieds at Wilkesboro really put on a show. It was great to see it resurrected. All the fans was extremely happy. We haven't announced our schedule yet, but at the same time, we're doing everything that we can to put these modifieds back where we think they're made to race, Hickories and South Bostons. And, maybe we do something with Wilkesboro. We've got some announcements coming up in the next week or so before PRI. And to be honest with you, it's healthy. The Smart Modified is healthy right now.
To be honest with me, big announcements coming out of the Cars Tour. I know a few of the guys over there, from the past. Can you speak to the fact that will we see Smart Tour maybe somewhere along the Cars Tour during the course of 2024?
That's one thing that I think that would entice and uplift racing is to have a true, doubleheader somewhere along the line. We've got to take in consideration of what tracks are capable of doing that, front stretch, back stretch, parking and stuff of that nature. And there's 3 or 4 in the South that could do that. Of course, Wilkesboro would be one for sure. South Boston would be 2. And so we've had very good conversations with the Cars Tour about doing something like that. I represented Junior and Harvick and those guys back in the day, and we lean on each other for conversations and stuff of that nature. The Cars Tour is doing a really good job, and we're hand in hand, kind of controlling what's going on in the Mid-Atlantic region at this point. But at the same time, that would be great to see for sure.
Well, I see Francis and Judy is here. That's usually let me know that we've got just a few seconds to say goodbye and job well done. But my friend, it's always a pleasure, and I hope to be able to wish you continued success. And just don't be making any calls with any guys' rules infraction during this point of the year. I'm trying to go on vacation. Okay.
Hey, I'm the poor man's Bill France. I eat hot dogs and stuff. I let them all do that stuff, right?
That's right.
And I see where the swagger comes from.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Jeff. Please stay with us. We will be right back for our next session. And we're going to run a little video from our sponsors. We'll be right back with you.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer, in all its forms, has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thank you and welcome back. Mike, welcome back. Thank you.
Thank you.
For being with us.
I'm ready to get loud.
Absolutely. And, thank you for putting us live also on Speed Sport 1. And, we're live absolutely everywhere we can be right now. As I said many times during the session yesterday and today, if you're watching us from anywhere, from Zoom to Speed Sport 1 to YouTube to racer.com or speedsport.com, please share the links with your industry friends. I mean, the panels and the speakers are absolutely incredible this week. So, Mike, any words on our next session before we bring Jason on?
Yeah, we're going to crank up the volume a little bit with possibly one of the loudest forms of motorsports on the planet. Jason Schultz of the Outlaw Truck and Tractor Pulling Association is going to join us. And, I've been in this business for more than 30 years, and that's one of the forms of the sport that I definitely need to learn more about. So I'm looking forward to the next 20 minutes or so.
Well, sit down, shut up, and hang on, Mike, because I'm gonna take you to school. So
I'm definitely sitting down, but I don't know how much I'll shut up. How's that?
fair enough. I'm just teasing about the shut up part. That's just a saying we have. So, how are you today?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Living the dream. Living the dream. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
So let's recap just a little bit. I have a little bit written down here, but you're probably better at the spiel than I am from reading it off of paper.
Yeah.
Educating on people exactly what the Outlaw Truck and Tractor Pulling Association is. 16 classes, 350 different competing vehicles across the country. Tell us a little bit about that and some of the other stats that will educate some of the folks.
Yeah, so truck and tractor pulling kind of started, when just like any motorsport, when you give a guy or a gal something and you can say who can go faster, who can make more horsepower, who can go to the farthest. Truck and tractor pulling started with basically when guys and gals would take their dad's tractor to the fair years ago, probably in the 50s and 60s, and they took tractors off the farm and they hooked them to like old sledges or back then, or just a dry boat, and whoever could pull it the farthest would win. And as it evolved, we got into mechanical sleds and adding 4 turbos to a diesel tractor, or up to 7 engines on a modified tractor. And that's where I feel like it's the greatest motorsport in the world, because where else can you go to a truck and tractor pull, Mike, or an event, a motorsports event, and see 7 motors propped on a vehicle, or 5. Now, 7 was a number that was used probably in the 90s. Now they can get as much horsepower out of 4 or 5 as they could out of 7 or 8 with the new blower technology and things like that. But what I love about the sport, it truly brings the spark plug guys and gals together with the diesel guys and gals together with, super stock diesel tractor up to 4 turbos. It's the top fuel of the diesel world. And then you have your unlimited modifieds. They can run up to 5 motors, 5 engines, electrics or motors, right? 5 engines producing 15,000 horsepower, and hooking it to a sled that weighs 30,000 pounds empty. We put 2,000-pound bricks or tons or whatever blocks in the weight box. And as that vehicle goes down the track, that weight box moves up, it triggers, drops a pan into the ground, usually around the 250-foot markish. And then whoever can really drag that sled the farthest is going to win that competition. So it's pretty awesome. It really started in the fairs, the county fairs. There's some standalone events now. You say Bowling Green, Ohio, Town, USA.
I remember that. I'm from Tiffin, Ohio, nearby there. So I remember the signage and all sorts of things from my youth.
Yeah, Kevin Dick is a truck and tractor puller from Tiffin, Ohio. Quite a few pullers from Ohio. The Outlaws, there's 3 major associations in the United States. The Outlaws cover everything pretty much west of the Mississippi. They have the largest footprint. We have pullers from Texas, Kansas, Oklahoma, Iowa, Nebraska, Missouri, Illinois, Wisconsin, where I live, Minnesota. And we really focus. We have 30, I think we had 44 total events last year. Pulling season, Mike, is really like Memorial Day to Labor Day, if you were to like picture it, because of the outdoor. There's a lot of indoor pulling now. The National Farm Machinery Show is in February. It's considered the Super Bowl of pulling for indoor truck and tractor pulling. There's a big one in Shipshewana, Indiana in January. But really the main hardcore season where truck and tractor pulling really got its roots was at Memorial Day to Labor Day. So
yeah, and in conjunction with the county fairs, as you stated, and certain things like that. Been to a lot of fairs over the years where there were truck or tractor pulls. Growing up in Ohio, mostly tractor pulls, which interests me about the trucks. And I wanted you to talk a little bit about the range of vehicles. I saw some really unique videos and pictures of anything from a truck that looks like you might just find it on a local farm to, the most jazzed up things in the world. And so what classifies the different classes and I mean, some's nostalgia, some is purpose built. Talk about that for a little bit.
I would say with the Outlaws, it's going to be all purpose built. There's no daily drivers like you might see at a local county fair. Like at a county fair, they might have the brush. We call it the brush pull on Thursday night, where it's kind of run what you brung. But then an Outlaw Truck and Tractor Pulling Association would come in on Friday night or Saturday night and bring in the professional truck and tractor pulling. In the diesel truck world, at the national level or the regional level, you start with like a 2.6 class. That's the size of the turbocharger, and it's still stock appearing to that part. You get into the 3.0 turbos, the 3.6 turbos. You start having drop boxes and reversers, custom built frames, and then you get into like super stock diesel trucks, and they can have up to 300. They have 3 turbos, and they're making they weigh 7,800 pounds, and they're making close to 3,000 horsepower out of these vehicles. So that's what really makes pulling unique, is the horsepower to weight ratio, and then hooking it to the dirt. And we say all the time in truck and tractor pulling, we don't get a practice, and we don't. I mean, we literally go to the pull and we walk up and we're registered on our Outlaw app on the way to the pull. We go to the Outlaw app, we get registered, we get in, check in, get our wristbands, sign the waiver. And then we find out our pulling order. They push the button and mixes it up. then the app spits out like, okay, if you're first or you're last in that class. And I would say majority of the time we have 15 to 20 competitors in a class, and the dirt can change as the night. And that's truly what makes, like in drag racing, you get lane choice. On a pulling track, it's typically 35 to 45 feet wide. You can spot the sled, Mike, anywhere you want on that piece of dirt. But then once it gets going, I got a tractor, which I drive, you're going to be, if it's going to the right, you're obviously wanting to slow that right tire down. So you're going to step on that right brake. You point it the way you tap on the brake the way you want it to go. So you're slowing a tire down. They're not traction control and different things like that. So truly in truck and tractor pulling, besides the 4-wheel drive trucks, the steering wheels honestly are just to get on and off the track. Because once you hook it to the sled and give it all the throttle, you're driving it with the brakes. And honestly, you don't want to hit the brakes unless you have to. So.
Wow, that sounds like quite a thrill.
It is. Well, when you're making, like the big mods making 15,000 horsepower, and the pro stock tractors today are making, close to 5,000 horsepower out of a single turbocharger. The diesel supers like I own now, I'm going to have it at PRI. We're going to be down on the Lucas Oil floor with Gene's Machine, and then the Outlaw Truck and Tractor Pulling Association. So we're going to have two diesel. We're going to have an alcohol super stock and a diesel super stock on display on the floor at Lucas Oil Stadium down there for people to really come out. Last year we took my tractor down there, and it was out in the hallway, Mike. And the biggest thing is people walk by and they touch the rear tires because they're not used to seeing tread on the rear tires. Everybody wants that smooth tire. And it was so funny. We just sat across from the tractor in the hall and just watched people come up from all over the world. You could tell that person had never seen a pulling tractor in their life. That's why it's really, really cool that we get to be involved with events like PRI. And, because truck and tractor pulling is a big part of motorsports, but it doesn't get all the TV coverage yet. And that's changing with live streaming. But it doesn't get the the Fox on Sunday for NASCAR or wherever they show NHR drag racing on Sundays. I know I flipped through it. I don't know what channel it's on, but I can find it in my guide. But really, really exciting to have that cross promotion. We're starting to see more truck and tractor pulling be part of these big trade shows like a PRI like this, the largest motorsport in the world, or the trade show in the world for motorsports.
Yeah, with the many classes, kind of like drag racing and some of our grassroots oval part of the sport, I guess that probably creates a different class for a different budget,
Yes.
So from your very small racing budget to the guys that have an unlimited budget, what are your top classes looking at in terms of running per race?
I would say per race, it could be 5,000 to 10,000 per race on something like that, and that would be. And again, I don't have a big 5-engine mod. So I'm not sure how to do that. Sorry. I was doing a share in my Facebook page. I wanted to get this out and start echoing. Sorry about that, Mike. But no, I would say like to put together a top tier pro stock nowadays, that's a single charger pro stock diesel tractor I talked about. We're looking at $500,000. And it's going to make 20 events a year. Hopefully that, just basic maintenance, hopefully no major catastrophic explosions. A 5-engine modified can cost you that as well. You're probably $600,000, $700,000, $100,000 per motor, and then your chassis and your rear tires. The tires really are what's changing the sport today, Mike. For the longest time, it was just Firestone.
Yeah.
And in the last 10 years now, we're getting into Mitas has entered the market from Europe. On some of the classes, you're seeing like the whole shot pro pullers, Parks tires, a lot. Pullers now have like basically 4 or 5 different choices to choose from tire, and that's really, I think for the longest time, Mike, it was fuel and air. And now I feel like everybody can get the same fuel and air now. And now we're really starting to see the tire game kick into the top notch. So
that's very interesting. You mentioned streaming video, and how is that changing your series, the Outlaw series?
I would say it's taken it to a whole new level. We're still probably, I honestly feel, and I hate to say this, probably 10 years behind like circle track racing from attendance. I've seen some of the numbers like we work with Speed Sport TV and Rivet through the Outlaws. They were, I think when I've been doing this for one full year with just running the streaming, my team for the Outlaws, but I've been involved in social media of the sport for 10 years with my beer money pulling team. But we took over streaming last year. And the biggest thing for us was to just start on time and have good signal, good sound, and good video this first year. But I've seen some of the streams like on a Mav TV or a Flow, and the graphics and the in-car stuff. It's amazing. And we've already sat down this winter and going to take Outlaw TV outlawpulling.tv to that next level. We've already started to implement some interviews during the show. Truck and tractor pulling moves pretty quick. There's about 2 to 3 minutes of downtime in between hooks. It gives us time to show a replay. If it was a wild ride, we'll slow down that replay. And then it gives us a chance to maybe play a commercial for one of our sponsors. And then at the same time, we can go interview that next competitor. And that's really what I would say from a sponsorship standpoint for us to go out and sell the outlaw pulling circuit. Hey, not only can we show you to these 3,000 to 5,000 people on average at your local county fair, we're also showing you to an audience of potential of 100,000 people through we always do a live look-in, Mike, through Speed Sport. Like we call it, I think there's a marketing button in the switch and it shoots it out to Facebook. One of those this year from Wisner, Nebraska, the Thunder by the River, it's the largest truck and tractor pull in Nebraska, has reached 17 million people on Facebook. So that's what's really, really good about the sport. But where our sport sucks is we got so many people just showing up with cameras now and YouTube, and some of these people aren't going to the polls because they're just waiting for this to come out for free on YouTube. And that's really where our sport needs to whack that and say, listen, this is our content. And I know that racing's already done that. And you're gonna have to be the bad guy, right? Because everybody wants to take their video. But we need people going to these events, or we need them watching the live stream, because the promoters aren't making anything off of a Facebook or a YouTube. And that's really why I'm excited about the future of sport and truck and tractor pulling with live streaming, because it's still, unfortunately, really, really new to the sport of truck and tractor pulling. And to get it to all the levels, it's going to be awesome. I mean, there's live streams of circle track racing at these small, tiny tracks all over the country, and they're getting thousands of people watching that. And that's where we got to get truck and tractor pulling too. So the biggest thing for me was just awareness that, hey, the Outlaw truck and tractor pulling have a live stream. And then we use social media. That's where I got hired. Kurt Van Beek is the owner of the Outlaws. Very, very smart guy. He's a business guy. He doesn't run it like a fraternity. He runs it like a business. I feel like too many motorsports want to take care of their buddy, even though their buddy's a ding dong and he's maybe not the best person for the business. And that's where Van Beek doesn't take any crap. He brings in good people. He recognizes the talent with us and our ability with social media. We have, with Beer Money Pulling Team, we have 1.2 million followers on Facebook, a couple 100,000 on TikTok, a couple 100,000 on Instagram, 200-some thousand subscribers on YouTube. It's like, if I can take the power of Beer Money Pulling Team and merge it in with the Outlaws and take this thing to the next level, and we're just getting started. But this last year was really, we were up 30% in live stream views over the year before, Mike. And that's just, honest to God, with just us just trying harder than the people before us. We haven't gotten fancy yet at all. And I really, really want to do that with more, like the cameras in the roll cage, showing the RPM, showing the throttle and stuff like that. We've really just been doing the stand-along stuff to track. We did introduce a wireless camera to the starting line. Chandler, one of the guys who works for us, and a couple of other people really get right up in their faces. They're backing up. And obviously when it's time to compete, they back away, but really showing the up close. And you can see the feet shaking on the clutch or on the brakes. They're nervous, and that you see the high fives, and you see the dad, the son's driving for the first time, and you see the dad grab the roll cage and get up there and fist bump his son, and you watch their eyes. Bringing that to life is really what I'm excited about the live stream more than anything. Just bringing it to your living room or your computer or your phone. And like with pulling, it's very ag related, Mike. Our world comes from ag. So you're not just a farmer, but you're employed by a farmer. You drive truck, you work at the grain bin. The amount of people, we did a live stream down in Georgia, Diesels and Dark Corners, down in early November. And the amount of people that were watching that in the Midwest on their phones while they were picking corn or picking beans, it was incredible. The amount of comments that we saw from people that they could do that just with combines nowadays. They auto steer themselves or whatever, right? So they're watching truck and tractor pulling while they're out harvesting. It was fun to read all those comments.
A lot of these forums over the last couple of days, the term fan experience has come up. Tell us a little bit, what's the fan experience like at one of your events?
Our pits are open. I would say 99% of them. There's a couple like state fairs, like an Iowa State Fair, which you can't get into the pits, but you can walk through our pits, meet the drivers, talk to them. It's the best. They don't charge. There was a time where they'd be like, we had the pit pass, and then we had the general admission, but most of the pulls that we go to, you can get right into the pits, get there early. And I have never met a truck and tractor puller that won't let a kid sit in their truck or on their tractor, take a picture. We have hero cards, stuff like that. We need to do a better job of probably like the like what Monster Jam does. They have the drivers lined up and they sign all the autographs before. And that's something we kicked around at the Outlaws. But just like anything else, and you know this, and anybody watching this, just having enough people to coordinate all that the day of the event. And then obviously the competitor themselves, if they're the first class, they have to get their vehicle ready to compete that night. They don't want to be up there, signing autographs where we can work through all that. But I would say it's laid back, it's easy. You just have to go through the pits and talk to the pullers. And it's some of the big pulls like a Rock Valley, Iowa, a Wisner, Nebraska, you really, really see that in fruition. You see the puller that, the family that comes to one event a year, and that's their hometown pull. And some of them are lucky enough to have it be a big national pull, like a Wisner, Nebraska, or a Rock Valley, Iowa, or like a Wayne, Nebraska. Some of the pulls on the outlaw circuit that are really growing. These places are adding bleachers. They're adding big screen TVs to the replays. So we don't just have one big screen now, we have two, or they'll have three big screens, one with just their local sponsors and then one with all the outlaw stuff. So you really creating that awesome ultimate fan experience.
You've mentioned your team, Beer Money Pulling, a couple of times. I'd like to know what the inspiration was behind naming that team.
So my dad, my parents got divorced when I was a seventh grader, and I lived in Iowa. Mom moved us to Wisconsin because of her job, and Dad had a pulling tractor. And that because of that tractor, I went back every weekend. It's hard to go 3 hours to leave your friends and your girlfriends and your sports. But my dad had this tractor, and it was called Blackjack. And I said, someday I'm going to have my own pulling tractor. And in 2012, I bought my own tractor. It was a hot farm tractor. Today they make 1,400 horsepower, kind of the entry level, if you will, to the regional or national level truck and tractor pulling. And I was driving home, and a Kip Moore song came on, Beer Money. And there's a line in there that says, every now and then we're going to raise a little hell. Hope we get lucky and stay out of jail. So that's 10 years ago. I'm 37, 38 years old. And I'm like, that's me and my buddies drinking Busch Light, drinking Crown Royal, doing stupid shit. Hope we don't get caught, kind of a thing. So I went home that night, and this is before Facebook was public. And they weren't selling stock shit. I just created the Beer Money Pulling team on Facebook. And we just had fun with it. We never posted just about my tractor. We posted everything from garden tractors to mini rods. We posted everything. And it just grew and grew and grew. And we just kind of have a cult-like following because of that. When we go down the interstate, people recognize the trailer. They wave at us. My dad was getting fuel once, and a state trooper came up, and my dad got all nervous. He's like, oh, no, we're not for hire. We're not for hire. And he was like, no, I follow you guys on Facebook. I just want to sit on the tractor. So we have a picture of a state trooper in Missouri sitting on the tractor. So a lot of fun stories like that. And now it's taken a life of its own. Now promoters are hiring us because you know what it's like. Promoters need to focus on getting the racers there. Do we have the porta potties? Do we have concessions? Is the track ready? And then they hire us to run their social media for them. We promote their events hard across all the different platforms, and we've had a lot of good luck with that. I hired a general manager a couple of years ago, Doug Borth, to really help me dial all of this in. And I have 4 full-time employees now just focused on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, sponsorship, promotions, going to PRI, any door that we can open. There's companies now in the pulling world and other motorsports that are hiring us to run all of their social media for them because they are small shops and they spend 12 hours in the shop. The last thing they want to do is go inside that night and make a Facebook reel, right? They're just like, I don't want to do this. But we finally, everybody knows social media is for real. It's an easy way to get eyeballs on the sport. And that's where I'm very, very grateful to Kurt Van Dijk and the Outlaws for the rest of my life. They were the first big national pulling organization to recognize that, hey, we need a Jason Schultz, we need a Beer Money Pulling team, not out ahead of the Outlaws, but behind the Outlaws, lifting us up. And you're starting to see that now. Now we work for the NTPA as well. Started working for them a year ago, and they've seen 1,000% growth in their social media insights. And Mike, when you can set that in front of a potential sponsor, hey, the Outlaw Facebook page reached, I think, 98 million people last year. That's a lot. And and we have a lot to do with that. Yeah, that really allows them to you're not just selling that product on the track anymore. You're selling that social media presence as well. Oh, and then also we have a live stream. Hey, we have a big screen. It really comes together, and it really gives a sponsor a big bang for their buck. There's a new energy drink that came in, Coltrane energy drink. They signed up with the Outlaws this year. We're starting to see a lot more. Starting to see some of those sponsors that might have went to like a NASCAR, and they're coming. They might still be in like a NASCAR, but they're also coming to the sport of truck and tractor pulling world as well, because they know that's another audience that they haven't tapped into yet. So,
What's new for 2024?
Really just taking the live stream to the next level. We're going to add a lot of interviews. I want to catch that immediate reaction after the pass. I want to show the raw emotion of the sport. I love racing. I love it when those drivers get into they get right into the face of the other guy. That's the passion. And then pullers, pulling, it is a passion. You're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars for a chance to go win $1,500 on a weekend, right? And that hopefully you just pay for fuel. And that's why I want to show that raw emotion. I want to show the disappointment of that fan if he misread the track, if he didn't put enough weight on the front, if he picked the wrong gear. I want to show that emotion, or I want to show that, that fist bump. Like, I did this. I'm the last one in the class, and there's that checkered flag, and I walked the sled right by it. We want to capture that and get it immediately. Once the vehicle's off the track and it's safe and it doesn't slow down the show, we're going to do the interview. We went back and watched a lot of old stuff from the 80s, like the American Sports Cavalcades and the TNT, the USHRA Hot Rod days, or whatever that was called. And they did a really good job with that stuff, Mike, like the old Anaheim and the TNT out west. And we're going to emulate that, and then just continue to promote that live streaming is here, taking it level. And then really excited about legal sports wagering is coming to truck and tractor pulling with the full pull app. This year was rolled out this year. We're linked to them with the Outlaws. And this year was a lot of like, hey, who do you think's going to win? And you could win, you could win $50 in a gift card. But legal wagering is coming out next year with the full pull app. And it's going to take truck and tractor pulling to the next level, because it's going to bring eyeballs to the sport that don't even care about the sport, but they obviously enjoy legal wagering, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So I really think truck and tractor pulling is poised to just absolutely blow up in the next 3 to 5 years and get to that level where I want it on that same platform as NHRA and NASCAR, and then truck and tractor pulling. And I'm just and it's going to happen. I'm not a doubt in my mind. The people that are doing it, there's a resurgence of youth in our sport, leadership, guys like myself willing to take some chances, put ourselves out there and say, hey, listen, I'm sick of status quo. I don't want to just protect my job anymore. We got to push this thing and take it to the next level. And it's starting to happen. I'm blessed and honored to be part of it.
Very, very interesting. It's loud. That's what the couple times I've been, that's what I think intrigues a lot of people is, very much like sprint car racing or anything. The sounds and the smells are what sucks people in.
Yeah. No, the amount of the big tires, the multi-engine really gets people excited. I went to my first sprint car race a couple years ago, and I was amazed at the loudness of it as well. And they weren't even the big ones. It was like a 310 or a 370 something. I don't even know. But it wasn't the big cars. It was the mediums, but they were just screaming loud. And I could see how people can get fanatic about that. I saw more in that racing where I saw a little more passionate for a certain driver, with people really cheering on somebody and really excited if the other guy does bad. And that's where truck and tractor pulling is a little bit different, because we go down the track one at a time, where racing is all at once. So it's a different kind of action. It's wild for 15 to 20 seconds, and then there's a 2 or 3 minute pause. And the only time you really have I would say a 5-minute break, Mike, is in between classes where the eliminator or the sled might have to add weight or make some adjustments. If there's a bigger horsepower class coming up, like a 20,000 pound semi, they're torque monsters, right? Like a bulldozer. They're hard to stop. And when you put 3 or 4 turbos on a big semi truck, big cubes like that, those big cat motors, they like to talk. And the sleds really have to wait up for them, and then the big unlimited modifieds. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. But loudness is one thing. The county fair, you'll hear people say, "Oh, we live 5 miles away, and we could tell when the modifieds are pulling, or the 2-wheel drive trucks." And it's fun because the Outlaws are in town. The Outlaws are in town. So
there are so many unique forms of motorsports, and that's one of the things that's making these forums so interesting is that they're all here. Everybody's getting their chance to tell their story, and it's fun to listen and to learn new things. I learned a lot from you today, and I appreciate hearing that. I see Francis and Judy have popped in, so I guess it's time to move on to the next session. I thank you for being here today, Jason.
And Jason, I'm one of those people at PRI that always go up to the tractors and touch them. I'm one of them.
I want you to come down to the floor at Lucas Oil Stadium. We're booth 8141, and I want you to sit on my tractor. So it's called high tech redneck. So
sounds good.
Jason, thank you. We love your energy, your passion, your enthusiasm. That's what this industry is all about. So thank you. And the whole purpose of this week is to cover everything from Formula One to tractor pulling with everything in between. Okay.
Awesome.
And that's pretty much what's happening this week. So thank you, Jason. Stay with us 1 second. Mike, thank you very much for your sessions today. And we are going to transition to our next session. We're going to bring Jeff Hammond back with us and Jessica. So give us 5 minutes and we'll be right back with you.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With ShopMonkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with ShopMonkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about ShopMonkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023, brought to you by ePartrade, Racer, and Speed Sport. And Mr. Jeff Hammond is back with us. We are on for a very special session next. I'm being told that Jessica is being brought to the panel with us. And as soon as she's on, Jeff, we'll let you carry on.
And I'm
Well, I
certainly
appreciate-
jealous because Jessica's down in Nashville right now.
Oh yeah, that's a good place to be because you got to remember that I guess the NASCAR Championship banquet is going on in Music City, and we are very fortunate to be able to have Jessica with us today. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, how are things in Nashville right now, Jessica?
They're good. There's a buzz in the air. I think there's always a buzz in the air here, though, and it definitely a chill in the air. It's a little bit chillier here than it was in North Carolina when I left this morning.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, it hadn't gotten any warmer over here. I promise you that right now. Thing is, Jessica, I really, like I say, really appreciate you, taking time out of your busy schedule, because I want folks to not only understand about something that's very close to my heart, and I'm talking about North Wilkesboro, but I wanted you to be the one who could share something that maybe very few people can. And that is, back when you and I really kind of got to communicating was one Saturday at North Wilkesboro, when a group of about 100 to 130 people, maybe a little few more, maybe a few less, but the thing is, there was a group of first responders and people within the county that came out to basically give you an illustration of how bad, and this was kind of like the motto, we want you back, to show you and Marcus, because again, you're a representative of SMI. And like I say, the first time that I met you up there and everything, what was your impression of that day, and what did that do for you as far as when you went back to Charlotte? What was the message you took back?
I don't even think I made it back to Charlotte. I called him from 421 on the road, and just seeing the way the community cared about the place, it left me with this, this drive to, okay, we got to do something. And to be honest, a NASCAR race, that probably wasn't really in my mind at the time, but there's all sorts of kinds of racing, right? And this event right now just proves that. So, I knew that there was something we had to do, that the love and the care that community had for North Wilkesboro Speedway was just, you can't touch it. Like, no other track has that in their communities like North Wilkesboro does, North Wilkesboro Speedway. And, just having grown men come up to you and talk about them going to the track with their grandfather and their fathers and how they wish they could take their kids there. It was just something so special. And I that's when I realized how much that place really meant to a lot of people.
Well, again, you wound up spending a lot of time there. And even after your first experience up there, you weren't really in charge of it at that time. But whenever Marcus, I guess, approached you and again said, hey, I want you to make this happen. What was your first thoughts? I mean, what were you overwhelmed with the task that you were being given? And at the same time, that I saw it from my viewpoint, and that was, whoa, they're wanting a lot of things to happen in a short period of time. Can we meet the expectations that are being put up?
Yeah, so to answer the first part of that question, I was not worried at first because I thought he was talking about 2024, not 2023. And then in the next 10 seconds, he said, no, like in 8 months, then the panic set in. But Speedway Motorsports, I mean, we're a great company, a big company. We have amazing people that work for us. Steve Swift is kind of my partner in crime. We were together when Marcus talked to us, and we knew right then and there we could do it. We could do it. We had to make a couple phone calls, but we said, give us a couple hours. And, he had NASCAR's blessing that, hey, if you guys can get it done and it can be safe, we're all for it. We're behind it. We love this idea. And when we went back to him and said, yeah, we think we can do it, it was just wide open. It was, I think, probably about 8 months from the time we put the shovel in the ground till we opened up the gates that Tuesday night.
I want to make sure we don't get going too fast here. Let's talk a little bit about, you mentioned Steve Swift, and again, I think that, you guys make a heck of a team. It's kind of like, you take care of the media and a lot of the paperwork stuff, and let me have the shovel. Steve's a great engineer, and I don't think there's a problem or a task that he has ever been given based off of getting to know him and understanding his background, that he hasn't been able to do, not only meet the task, but exceed it each and every time. And there was a lot of stuff that needed to be done at that racetrack, besides just killing a few weeds before you could think about running a race.
Yeah, and we had trees growing out of grandstands, buildings that were completely not safe. When we had Barry's event in August, which was kind of that electric in the air moment, when we had the streets were lined up with cars and tens of thousands of people were walking into that place that hadn't seen that in 30 years. And, I still get goosebumps when I talk about it, but not having, and we told Barry, hey, you guys, here's the keys, but there's no running water, there's no toilets, you got to get Porta Johns, you got to bring in floodlights. So we really were starting from ground zero.
It brings me back when I was reviewing the history of this racetrack, that situation in August of 2022, I think you may have had a little bit of a understanding or better appreciation of what Enoch Staley went through the first time he held a race at that track. I mean, they ran out of money and decided we got to put a race on so we can, kind of keep moving on. And I really kind of like it's daunting when you think about they built a racetrack for $1,500 and rushed through it. It was a dirt track, but expecting a crowd of 3,000 and for it to come out to be 10,000, it's almost like what you did. I mean, you guys were prepared for X, but all of a sudden you got Y.
Yep.
And I think it was the kind of why that, having being there, it was just like, am I having a dream?
Yeah, and it was interesting. So when Marcus gave us the green light, okay, NASCAR's on, we're going to announce it in a couple of weeks. I felt like I had the first round draft pick out of our company for every facet, whether it be the parking, the traffic, the marketing, and I just called the best of the that we have in the business, and I formed my team, and we were off and running before before the end of that day. So it was a lot of planning, a lot of hands in the, hands on deck, and people having to come in from Las Vegas and California, all of our different tracks, and everybody just fell in love with the place too. It's something really special.
From the time in August and the success you had there, the announcements that were made afterwards going into 2023, did you take another step back and a deep breath and saying, we did it once, but can we do it again? Can we make this here? Because I mean, all of a sudden it went from being, let's just get maybe a cars tour up there, another maybe smart modified tour race here. I mean, that'd be pretty good. But all of a sudden now you've got an all-star event. There again, what was your reaction? And again, I saw the end result, but tell me what the first time when you thought about it, what was going on?
Yeah, it was a lot of pressure. I don't want to say panic, but it was a lot of pressure. Because at that point, everything was great with the August race. Now we're having this all-star race, and now everybody wants to know, well, what are you going to do about traffic? Is it going to be like it was in the 80s? I couldn't get in there so that just started coming at you at all ends, and that started to kind of get a little overwhelming. And you've been around for a long time. We've had challenges at
easy there, easy.
Well, I was there too. When we opened Kentucky and Texas, we had Bruton out there directing traffic, and that was the only thing. I'm like, every day I'm like, I cannot have Marcus directing traffic. Like, it's got to be spot on. And I'll tell you what, the local law enforcement, the DOT, we could not have done anything without them. The neighbors, we had meetings with the neighbors constantly. It was a lot of communication, probably too much, but it ended up working at the end. But it would not have happened if everybody wasn't pulling in the same direction.
Again, you've worked at a lot of these racetracks. You've been involved in this business. I mean, I think people do not appreciate, but you were an intern in the very beginning, working for SMI, and you have literally climbed the ladder. Everybody, including myself, admire you because of your tenacity, your willingness to work through problems and bring people in and strangers and turn them into a team that has really become very successful. And I think North Wilkesboro has got to be I don't know, it's got to be one of your crowning satisfactions. Because I mean, you've been through so many projects from Atlanta to Las Vegas, but this one right here, I mean, it's definitely got your stamp on it.
Yeah, it absolutely is. If I left tomorrow, I would be a happy person for what I did in my career, just the people I got to work with, like, and not only from my team, but just like I said, the community, and yeah, it was really, really rewarding. And I remember Winston Kelly, who, for those of you that don't know him, he opened up the Hall of Fame, but around for everybody probably knows him. He pulled Steve Swift and I aside, and he said, you know, when that race starts, you guys step away and take a minute and just, you know, take it all in. And I'm so glad we did that, because you know, you're going so fast, and at the end of the day, you don't remember everything. So he and I did that, and that was really a really special moment. And I'm glad we got to do that.
You know, if I had to make a comparison, I did something like that at Charlotte Motor Speedway the night they turned the lights on.
Yeah.
And the first time we raced under the lights there, I was totally overwhelmed, and my mind was blown, because number one, there still were a lot of naysayers. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Yep.
And this is something that SMI has been kind of like known for. Tell me we can't, and we're going to sit there and rub your nose in it when we did.
That's
you know,
right.
type deal. And I think that night, when they said, gentlemen, start your engines, I don't think that I've ever had more of a lump in my throat than I did that particular moment. And seeing how wonderful everything turned out was it was almost unimaginable.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing too, and I want to see what your take on this is, the community continued from the prior to that August event all the way through. It seemed like the momentum of the community grew and grew, including the All-Star Parade downtown, the Hauler Parade. Everything just seemed like, you know, we're in Las Vegas, we're in Charlotte, you know, we're not in the hills of North Carolina, because all these people were, I mean, out in force.
Yeah, they were. And I that Hauler Parade, you bring that up, I remember we went to both downtowns and participated in different things. And, you know, I've been to hundreds of hauler parades, and I've never seen a hauler parade where the hauler drivers are videoing everything. They were just as excited to be there. Like, they were just like, I think they were in awe too, you know, like it was so not just for the community and the fans, the people in the industry were just, you know, especially people that have been around and maybe had been there, you know, from before when it closed. I think Kevin Harvick, was he the only one that actually raced there and chased?
Yeah. He'd been up there in practice and stuff, you know, when he first went to work for Richard Childress, and he had probably the most experience on the track.
Yeah. And like the rest of the field probably wasn't even born yet when it closed. So it was pretty neat just to kind of take in, you know, all the different aspects from the fans and the industry and the community. It was just, you're, you know, riding on cloud nine for sure.
Well, you know, I'm kind of monitoring our time here. So I've got us, you know, started, got it all up here, but guess what? You got a chance to do it again.
Oh, you did.
And you know, what can we expect this year? Because you did so much, and I'm gonna probably have to bring some of it back up to talk about this. But what kind of plans do you have this year that will differ than what you did last year? And I'm going to start right on the get-go. A lot of concern about the racetrack, but now you've got a total brand new repave. Yep. Steve Swift has worked his magic. How's this going to affect what we're looking at, and what can we expect?
Well, we're hoping we have a little bit better racing. You know, I mean, all the other series we thought did really well.
Right.
Just didn't know what to expect with the package, with the, you know, the cup cars. But we're going to have some tire tests and wheel force tests coming up in early spring. So we're really hoping that NASCAR's already been out, looked at it. Goodyear's going to come out and look at the track. So we're really hoping that we kind of tweak some things and make some changes to the, minor changes that can give us a little bit more competition on the track. As far as how the week is going to go, it'll probably look the same. We're going to fill it with lots of racing. We've got the Cars Tour schedule that came out yesterday. I'm not sure if everybody saw that, but they're going to be there 2 days, All-Star Week, and then their season finale is going to end there in October 18th and 19th. So we're super excited to have them there twice. And then we'll have, the pit crew competition again, the concerts like we had before, the hauler parade. So we're pretty much going to mirror everything. It hasn't broke yet, so we're not going to fix it, but we're going to tweak it and make it a little bit better. So
yeah. With that being said, you talk about the other events and everything, which is just, like I said, the All-Star event. What can you tell us about as far as the rest of the year? I mean, know, and I know a racetrack is not going to survive having 2 races a year. Yep. So what other things can we expect out of North Wilkesboro as far as, the track is concerned?
So we've got a modified race on the books for the fall. And then, like you said, we got the Cars finale there in the fall. We're working with, I saw a couple of the other panelists throughout the thing, these sessions, and we're working with some of them on some announcements coming soon. We had a car show last month, 2 months ago now, I think it was. And we're going to do more car shows. We've got a couple Corvette clubs and coming down. I think one guy's got 2,000 Corvettes coming down from Pennsylvania.
Whoa. How many?
2,000. So they're
2,000 Corvettes.
Yeah. So they're doing a tour from Pennsylvania all the way down to Florida. And they want to stop at Norfolk. So we're talking to him, and so, we want our doors to be open. I think all of our Speedway motorsports tracks pretty much are great examples of we don't shut the doors and just have races. We try to do a lot of things, especially around the community. Speedway Children's Charities, which is our charitable arm. Each track has their own Speedway Children's Charities. And in a couple of weeks, we're going to give away a little over $200,000 to kids in need in Wilkes County. So, a lot of events. We're going to get a lot of series, a lot of racing in there. Talking with, people like Chris Williams, and we're talking to Kevin and Dale the other day at the press conference, and you have to have tracks open. Like it makes everything succeed. We're not taking away anything from anyone else. When the tide's high, all ships rise kind of mantra. So we think it's really important to grow that grassroots program and to keep it going. And we think North Wilkesboro is a perfect place to do that.
Yeah, when you mentioned Chris Williams, I just had Chris on us a little while ago and was talking about that he is excited about maybe having an opportunity to get back up there with the Smart Tour. He said to stay tuned, as he likes to say. So I can tell by the way you're laughing and the way he was doing. I don't want to miss this announcement because I think it's going to be a good one. But the thing is, like you say, you need other things, and I hope that if you got 2,000 Corvettes coming through Wilkes County, I hope Mr. H will bring a few of his up there.
I know, yes,
right along. He has got one of the most unbelievable collections of Corvettes that I have ever seen. So that would be really huge. And I think the other thing that is amazing to me, we have touched on this, but we have a moonshine trail that's supposedly associated with the Speedway. What's the status on that? Because I've had a lot of people ask me.
Yeah, so they want to tie like Rockingham and Charlotte Motor Speedway and North Wilkesboro all together on this. So we're kind of working on them. Like, what does that look like? They've got some, those historical markers that they're going to put up. So we're working with them on where that would go. So yeah, we're in talks with them. It's kind of, they started talking about it, in the spring, and obviously with the All-Star race, it got pushed to the back burner. So now we got to get those conversations started again. But we're definitely going to do a moonshine trail along with the other Rockingham and Charlotte Motor Speedway that people can stop in.
Well, you know what Benny Parsons said about Wilkes County a long time ago? He said people in Wilkes County either worked in the furniture business, the hosiery business, or the whiskey business. And that right there is what most people sustain their living by, including,
Yeah.
the late Junior Johnson. I mean, like I say, 1957, he returned to Wilkes County after 11 months at Chillicothe prison for a moonshining violation, and eventually got pardoned by Ronald Reagan. So I just wonder what Junior would have to say right now about how things have turned out so far.
I hope he would be happy. And I hope Benny would be happy too.
Well, I think, they got the right person there, working on everything. And the other thing is, tip of the hat back at the SMI, because it would have been just as easy to say, you know what, this has not got a future. We could make a moment in time, but we've got to have a future. And what I love about it, you're showing you're trying to give this place a future. And I know every time I've talked to the folks up there, whenever I've been up there, I always remind them, you got to go buy the ticket. Even if you don't go to the racetrack, you need to buy the ticket and support the racetrack, because you got a second chance, which is unheard of in this industry. We don't normally see a racetrack come back from the dead. And to me, it's what has happened here. Just real quick, we've had some people that have been listening. John Stewart, he said, Jessica, you are a rock star. So, you got a fan out there. And Joseph Zalek, he says, love modified. So I guess if you can get some more modifieds up there in North Wilkesboro, that would be a positive as far as they're concerned. But, it's like always, my heart's there and my support's there. So you just always remember that if you need somebody to sell tickets or work concession stand, give me a call. I'll be glad to do it for you. But y'all done a great job there. And I'm really excited more so about the future and what can go on up there. Because, again, everything else was such like I say, a whirlwind. I mean, I just don't think people can understand, as many times as I went up there and could see the progress, how much dirt was moved, how much stuff was changed but not changed. The idea that you're have a historical value at the racetrack, and trying to maintain that 1996 look when it closed down, but make it to where it's safe and operational.
We call it a resto mod.
What do you call it?
A resto mod.
Resto mod. Yeah.
That's what we called it.
Yeah. Well, like I say, y'all just did such an outstanding job. And again, I can't wait to see, what's the next events. One of your employees called me the other day and was asking me about my next time I was going to be up there. And I guess you know who it is, Ronald Queen. And we were talking about some interest that they have in, believe it or not, in North Wilkesboro from Appalachian State University. And I guess we're going to do something up there, next month. And looking forward to that. But again, just outstanding job. And if there's anything else you can maybe share with us, anything that maybe is on the horizon that people would love to know about, that they could kind of like, from whether it's buying Christmas trees or making a plan to, go see the new whatever. I mean, up at the racetrack, just make sure you keep us notified.
I will. Yes, we certainly will. Just follow us on social media. We're selling jars of the old track for charity. So all proceeds will go to Speedway Children's Charities, and it will stay in that community. So you can go on the website and buy yourself some of the old track.
Well, I think I'm glad you brought that up, because that was one of the things that Ronald told me back a couple of weeks ago. He had saved me a jar of it. And I mean, that's a piece of history. I mean, people think about North Wilkesboro like people thought about the bricks at Indy. That's a part of it. And 1996 was the last time that stuff was raced on until 2022, and he just got milled up. They like to say it's going to be ground up in a jar. And like you say, great for Speedway Children's Charities and whatever charities y'all deem the money's for. Once again, fans, you can support this racetrack from afar. Have something to put on your mantle. So, Francis,
I wanted to jump in there. It was good to see you at the Women in Motorsports out in Phoenix.
You too. Yes.
And I just have to say, Cindy, and Lynn, they both put on a wonderful event.
They're
And
awesome.
They just rocked. They had about 450 people in attendance, worldwide streaming. It was a perfect event.
It was great.
Well, Judy, you got to remember this, like John Stewart said, Jessica is a rock star.
I know. I could see that.
She is, and she's one of those key people in the industry. And talking about women in motorsport, we're going to have a lot more women in the next few days. And so Jessica, there's a lot more women holding very important executive position in this industry. Jessica is the perfect example of it. As a matter of fact, we got the confirmation earlier this week that Sylvia Bello from the Las Vegas Grand Prix, Formula One Grand Prix in Las Vegas, going to be joining us also on Friday. So we're going to see a lot more women on the stations in the next few days. So Jessica, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
We are going to just stay with us 1 second, Jessica, and we are going to bring Brad Gilly on, and we're going to transition into our next session with the World Supercross. So stay with us, and we'll run a little video from our partners that will be.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. In a sport driven by passion, excellence, courage, and ingenuity, Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Get 1 year of Racer's print and digital editions for only $50, with instant access to our digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. This is our last session of the day. We're going to be talking about the topics that Mr. Gilly loves, motorcycle racing, right, Brad? You on mute, Brad. We can hear you.
Sorry about that.
So.
There we go. Yeah, anything on 2 wheels, I'm a big fan of for sure, and looking forward to talking about World Supercross here in just a few minutes.
Excellent. And then we'll have you again for a few sessions tomorrow. And after that, you on to the NASCAR ceremonies. So again, it was a great honor to have you the last 2 days and a few more sessions tomorrow. And anything you want to share with the audience, Brad?
You know, it's been really neat. Just doing everything that I do in motorsports and following things and all of that, and seeing a lot of the news that's come out of Race Industry Week already, really just in a day and a half and 2 days, if you think about it, especially what we opened up with Steve Phelps yesterday and a lot of the things that he's talking about. This has become a very big news-making week as well, and it's coming right here from Race Industry Week.
Yeah, I've noticed that too, Brad. I mean, articles all over the place and people are sending it. So it's nice to see. And there's more.
Including NBC News, correct, Judy, if I'm right?
Yeah.
That's a big deal. And thank you to our partners at Racer and Speed Sport, because they help us reach a much bigger audience, and so being live on speedsport.com, on racer.com, on Speed Sport 1, and all those YouTube channels help us, and thank you very much. So we are going to be bringing Adam Bailey any second. I know he's on. I got a signal from a producer. So as soon as Adam join us on the panel, we'll leave Adam in your hands, Brad. So I don't know if Adam is in Australia right now, if he's in the States, but thank you for him to be joining us.
Awesome. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Judy. And Adam, welcome. And look, I know you guys are coming off of a big weekend in Melbourne. So where are you now, and how was that great round?
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be here. I'm in the Gold Coast, Australia, which is where I live, just a couple of hours flight north of Melbourne. But it's great. We had a fantastic event on the weekend. We had a bit over 40,000 people there at Marvel Stadium, which is Australia's largest indoor stadium. I mean, you guys in the States have many of those, but Australia only has the one big one there down in Melbourne, and it was fantastic. It was our best event yet, and definitely a big step forward for the championship. So we're really proud.
Yeah, definitely very thrilling to see everything that went on. Congratulations to Ken Roxon and everything else that we've seen. It's been pretty incredible. So tell us about 2023. Tell us about this year and how things have gone for World Supercross.
Look, I think, it's a brand new series and a brand new championship, and the FIM World Championship rights were held by Feld Entertainment in the US for 20 years, and they did an amazing job with it, to build the sport and build the brand. But for us to truly take it around the world and take it to other countries around the world is a big challenge, that's for sure. When you operate, and I've promoted events in Australia since around 2015, but to try and take something truly global adds a whole different raft of challenges, and we've definitely found that. And from country to country, there's different ones no matter where it is where you're going. So it's been a challenge, definitely. But one of the things we're just wanting to do is just build kind of credibility and momentum for the series. We've got some amazing riders and competitors, and the goal really is just to showcase this sport to new audiences around the world, not to try and necessarily do what is already being done in the US, but to take this product around the world, and we've managed to do that, particularly going to the Middle East for the first event that Supercross has ever had in the Middle East in Abu Dhabi, that we had at the start of November was amazing to see a whole diverse crowd there that have never seen anything like it before, motocross or supercross racing at this kind of level. They were blown away, and that was a really positive sign for us, that there is new audiences around the world that we can convert to supercross fans.
Yeah, I think that's really neat. And I cannot imagine what the logistics are like for all of you at World Supercross Championship, bringing everything that you bring. You mentioned Melbourne, Abu Dhabi, the United Kingdom, and all of that. That's one heck of a big show to be carrying around the world.
Yeah, it sure is. And I think you kind of underestimate certain things, or challenges that you might have in a new region like Abu Dhabi, for example. I mean, in the UK, Australia, and US, I think the business operates relatively, similarly. But when we sort of go there and you have expectations in terms of the earth moving equipment, you need to build a track, and things that are the kind of simple things, I guess, here in Australia, are just not, what arrived from the equipment standpoint for what we expected was not at all, what had been asked for. And so our guys had to be flexible and build a track with equipment that they wouldn't usually do it with. And, just adds different challenges. There's language barriers, so when in the heat of the moment of producing live television, or, the big screen broadcast for the live production and the show at the time, people are and maybe not necessarily able to communicate at the speed that they're used to, and that it makes it a little bit clunky at times. So just lessons, you learn along about the sort of key people you need to fly around to be at these events versus who, being able to use local suppliers. And there's a whole bunch of things, examples like that, that we've had to learn on the fly this year for sure.
Yeah. And look, Adam, I know you've been at this for a long time, but you talk about starting something new right now. And as the CEO of the organization, just some of the things that today that, maybe you didn't realize when it comes to doing it the way you guys are doing it right now. What are some of the things that you learned along the way?
I mean, I think that there's a core group of people, that you need to travel to these events, that you can't just source locally, like or that need to know the sport. Like there's people that you can bring in on the ground to assist with things that may never have seen Supercross, and that's okay. But then there's probably around 60 odd people that absolutely must go around, no matter what country we go to, just because they've been there before, they understand what needs to happen, and to be able to deliver on something like this, particularly, Supercross happens in a very short window when you're coming to build, taking over a venue, building an entire track, bringing in all the production equipment, etc., and running the event and then getting out again within kind of, 24 hours. You need people that understand exactly what it is we're trying to do. So I think one of the main things is just kind of refining what that core group looks like. And as we go forward, we'll make sure that we bring those people with us.
And it's great that you say that. It doesn't matter who we talk to and who we'll talk to this entire week. Everyone is always going to talk about the people, and that being the biggest difference maker and in their success along the way as well. We were talking with Rick Ware earlier, one of course, the team owners in the World Supercross Championship, but 10 teams, 40 riders, and what you guys are taking around the world right now. Let's talk about that. The race teams and the athletes that you guys have put together. There's a lot of competition for some of the top athletes, and you guys have a lot of them over in World Supercross.
Yeah, for sure. And Rick's done an amazing job as have all our sort of 10 teams. But I think one of the main challenges for them is to try and again get something new and contract riders that may already be with a different team in the US, or how that kind of dynamic works. We have some teams that race in the US as well as coming to World Supercross, which works well, like the PMG Suzuki team that Ken Roxon rides for example. They're able to kind of add Ken onto to our championship as well. So it's a challenge for them as well as for us in the infancy of this championship, when you're trying to create something that's global for the first time versus operating purely in country regions which is normally how it's run in Supercross, with the US clearly being the biggest. So got some amazing talent. Ken is a fantastic showman and one of the most popular riders in the world, that's for sure. But also, Colt Nichols, Joey Savacci, Shane McElrath, Max Anstey. So really, Dean Wilson, Justin Brayton, really popular, diverse group of riders, that are commonly known in the US. But there's also a bunch of riders that from Australia and in Venezuela, and we've had Brazilians and many French riders, and we're trying to welcome. We want it to be truly global. So it's also brought some new talent to the surface that might not have been known otherwise.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, I do want to remind anyone viewing right now live, if you do want to ask a question in the chat, you're more than welcome to. And Adam, we just had one come through. As someone who works in U.S. Supercross, I love what you're doing overseas. Is there any chance for another Middle East race next year? What can you tell us about 2024?
It's definitely on the cards. We've been talking to a couple of different Middle Eastern regions, since we started the project. So I think, as a motorsport championship, you can't ignore that region. I think we all here know that the Middle East kind of underpins, Formula One and MotoGP and international, motorsport championships. So we definitely will look into that. We've had quite a few discussions, and that the success of that event in Abu Dhabi definitely helped, seeing again, it was 7,000 fans in the Etihad Arena, which, in the US or Australia would be very small, but in the Middle East and a completely new region like that is actually quite a lot. So that's been really helpful to grow in that region. But, we aim to have at least one, maybe two events in Europe. Where South America is hugely important to us because there's so many motorcycle sales there, and it's underserved when it comes to Supercross. Brazil in our research has the largest amount of Supercross fans in the world, but there's no, international Supercross standard events. So there's a couple of markets like that we'll definitely be focusing on to try and get it to around, 5 to 6 events next year is the goal, and we hope to have that sort of locked down in the next 30 days.
Wow, that would be great. And when you're looking at events, how much of this is looking at regions? How much of it's looking at venues? How much of it is maybe driven by sponsorship. And you talk about a lot of motorcycle riders down in Brazil. You've got some great factory teams that are out there running in the World Supercross Championship. Are they knocking on your door saying, hey, we sell a lot of motorcycles down here. What can you do? Maybe moving some events.
Yeah, it's a combination of all those things, to be honest. And it kind of depends on, I guess we're looking at strategically what's the best for the series and the sport, to move to help grow the championship, and what would be strategically great moves versus also what's commercially viable and successful also, which is important for the business, obviously, as well. So I think, on one end of that spectrum, you have, say, Japan, for example, with the manufacturers, being based from there, or so many of them. And then the other end of that spectrum, you have the Middle East and places that commercially, make a lot of sense for the business. So, and then there's a whole bunch in the middle where you've got kind of potential for government funding, and host city funding, which is very important for an international championship like this. And then others where sponsorship may be stronger, like you said, like Brazil, due to the fact that there are so many sales there and strong brands that operate in that region. Australia is like that too. There's very strong brands here and that like to market and be involved in Supercross. So yeah, the answer is it's not a simple one. It's probably the most complex thing of what we do is trying to figure out how to pull a series together on the basis of a combination of, commercial viability, but also strategic importance, I guess. So that's the tightrope we're kind of walking on a daily basis, I guess.
Wow, that's a lot going on right now. Adam, a lot of great people in sports will say that you make your season in the off season. And I know you're just coming down off of a big race weekend. And sometimes it would be nice to say, I just need a couple of days to exhale. But typically, as soon as you wake up the next day, all of a sudden the wheels start turning for what's coming up next. And it could be anything from, event ideas to sponsorship. What are some of the things that you're working on? What are some of the immediate things for the World Supercross Championship that is more of a now thing, as opposed to maybe I can look at that a month from now thing?
Oh, well, I guess for us immediately is reporting on what's just happened, pulling data together, providing that to our government partners, particularly in Visit Victoria in Australia, to try and to report back on the results of what's just happened, producing a bunch of content and highlights and sponsor deliverables and things like that, we want to make sure that we maximize all of the amazing content that was captured over the weekend. But then, as you said at the start, really working on next year. I mean, we had an hour and a half long board call last night, really fleshing out what's next, what do we need to do, what resources do we need, and where around the world do they need to be based. Because that's the other thing, there's being international, being in Australia for all parts of the business doesn't make a lot of logistical sense. So, where do we need to base people to be able to be as efficient as possible to build the series quickly for next year? And it's all about trying to get that calendar locked and announced as soon as possible. That's our number one focus for next year.
Yeah, I have to compliment you guys on the multimedia content that you've already pushed out there, whether it's directly on the website, on YouTube, and the fact that it doesn't matter really where you are. You've got a great subscription service to be able to watch these events live in different tiers of the subscription service as well. How can you tell us about how that's gone for you guys? And is that a model that's really working in the way it's set right now?
Yeah, I think it's our strategy is kind of very similar to Formula E in the sense that we just wanted to get eyeballs on the series, which means that rather than sort of chasing revenue at this early stage, we want to make sure that we can be broadcast on as many linear channels as we can around the world to maximize the reach and the eyeballs. And we have FS1 in the US, which is amazing for us. It's such a well-known and prestigious network. So, but then we also have and we have 7 in Australia, which is great. And DAZN, which is a well-known sort of paid subscription platform, and Eurosport in Europe as well. So there's many networks that we're sort of broadcasting us, but we also wanted to create our own platform just to make sure that for anyone else that slips between the cracks, that they can always watch WSX live. And so WSX.tv we created just as that streaming platform, and it, I think it's gone very well, but as with anything, it can be much better. There's a lot of refining to do. We're proud of our broadcast, but I wouldn't say that we've hit the peak. We definitely want to continue to improve and make sure that next year it's even more seamless and even more eyeballs. So, part of that is just getting that schedule locked down and announced nice and early so that people know, when to tune in, and that's really important. Next year's season will be a lot more condensed around the kind of October to November. We want to put all kind of 6 events within that 2-month kind of period, or 2 to 3 month period, and that'll help us get the visibility because it's off season for any racing in the US, so no clashes with anything that's happening there, and at a time of year that we feel like people are hungry for racing. So we'll try and serve them during that window and do the best job possible.
Oh, that'll be fantastic. And we definitely look forward to hearing about that. Sponsorship. What's it like, number one, selling sponsorship for an international sport that's racing on several countries and continents? And what's the market like out there for WSX?
I think you hit on the most difficult part is being international, because most brands operate, on a regional basis, and you have, obviously we have fantastic support here in Australia just because we've had events here, and a lot of relationships here. But, the manufacturers, being Honda, Yamaha particularly, are hugely supportive in Australia, for example, but to have that support in the UK is a completely different subsidiary, completely different relationships. And, you kind of have to start from scratch. So I think there are some brands that extend, globally that have been great for us. I mean, GoPro, for example, is one that's a truly global brand and seems to operate on a global level. But I think how we do well out of sponsorship next year will depend really on what regions we lock down, and then trying to attack that on a region by region basis at this stage. I think, like I said, that most of the brands operate regionally. So for us, we have to build new relationships in new regions and somehow tie them all together, which is one of the biggest challenges, like I said at the start, commercially, to make this work. It's quite fragmented. So you're trying to pull something together and give it a global umbrella, which wasn't there before for this particular sport. So it's a challenge, but we're definitely up for it.
Yeah, for sure. As we look ahead, you've already talked about expanding the schedule. You want 6 events next year. What are some of the other growth opportunities for WSX?
I think across all pillars, there's opportunity. I mean, being global means that we can introduce new fans and new eyeballs, and with that, global merchandise sales and obviously the sponsorship and new brands. I genuinely believe we'll be able to attract new brands into the sport over time. Whereas it's an American sport, and Supercross has had so much success there that but that doesn't mean that there aren't other countries that are going to love it. And I think the event in Abu Dhabi really proved that. So I think there's no simple answer. We're just going to continue to push and learn and do everything humanly possible to make this what we believe it can be, which is kind of like a MotoGP for dirt bikes in the stadium. I guess that's the plan.
Yeah, one great thing about Supercross and, just the sport in general, but also how you guys are doing it with WSX from an event perspective, whether it be starting out the day with the pit party to practice and nice elaborate opening ceremonies, live entertainment and all of that. How does that translate around the world? The fan in the UK, the fan in Abu Dhabi, the fans in Australia, does the same event structure work everywhere? Or do you look at things and say, hey, maybe this is going to work in Abu Dhabi, but it might not work in Australia, and that might not work in the UK? How does that work for you?
That's a fantastic question. And I think the answer is some things, but not all. And that's part of the learning process. I mean, in Abu Dhabi, for example, we completely changed the event structure so that the night program, or the actual main part of the show, was only 2 hours rather than 3, just because the local promoter partner there, Athara, which is the same promoter of the Formula One event, they felt that maybe the local fans at a 3-hour event would be too long. So we therefore changed the qualifying procedure, put the heat races earlier in the day, so there was actually no crowd during the heat races or the Super Pole qualifying. And the things that we would normally do as part of the main event, we changed to keep it really short, just for families and things, so they could, and we made it earlier in the day because they felt that, for families and kids, if it went into kind of 9:30 p.m., which is our normal finish time, would be too late for them. So, I would say we made those changes, but we probably didn't need to. At the time, they were actually captivated, and I think we're probably wrong. Well, Thara probably made the mistake to think that they would be bored after 2 hours, because they certainly weren't. So I think, but we are going to have to adapt like that in new regions and be ready to try new things. And UK is very much the same as Australia. They seem to be really loud and into it in the whole pit party experience. They get there early, although they kind of probably head to the bar first and then show up. Whereas in Australia, they probably go to the bar after the event. I think the Brits are kind of used to, that's their culture, is they'll go have a couple of beers before the event, and then they make a whole night of it, which is cool. So I think it will change from country to country, and we're going to have to be ready to adapt and bring in sort of local cultures into the show and make sure that that's respected as well. Like I said, it's not going to be just an American championship delivered in the Middle East or an Australian championship delivered in the Middle East. We have to bring in some of those local cultures and things that entertain the local crowds as well.
Yeah, that's what amazes me. What I love about what you guys are doing, just because it is so international, and no matter where you're watching it, to be able to also get that international feel. It's not just watching a bunch of wonderful Supercross riders running around a course. You sort of get the sense of where you are and where you're doing things. A question from the chat. What are elements of Supercross that make it so engaging for the younger demographic? And, we want to keep bringing all the little ones in and make lifetime fans out of them.
Yeah, I think Supercross lends itself perfectly to bringing in families and kids and younger audiences. It is I think it's a fantastic combination of motorsport, which has its fan following, but also show and entertainment, family entertainment. So, if I was to try and explain it to a newcomer, it would be like, a motorsport event combined with a Monster Jam, for example, which kind of means that like a Nitro Circus show, which means that the kids can be engaged again, regardless if they know who the racers are. So, I think that's a huge opportunity. And being in a stadium means that you can wrap all other kind of entertainment aspects around it, being live music or the pyrotechnics and lighting and all the things that give it a kind of concert feel, with an amazing motorsport property that you can see the entire race from your seats. I think that the challenge, obviously, that circuit racing has, and I've been to many Formula One and MotoGP events, is that you can only see the short section of track, and you end up watching a lot of it on the screen, whereas in this, you can see the entire track and the entire race from your seat, which I think is good. So I think why it's attractive to young people is all those elements. It's a bit of a sensory overload, but then also it's very short and sharp. The races are kind of 6 minutes to 7 minutes each, so it's very quick. You don't have time to get bored or confused with what's happening, and I think that's an important way to keep the young people engaged at this stage. We don't want them sitting on their iPads when they could be there watching live Supercross in front of us, and I think we do a good job of that.
Oh my gosh, and you're right about that, and just the way the formats work, the way the races work, and I agree with you. The stadium environment is just phenomenal. Getting back to the team structure, Adam, 10 teams, the 40 riders. Is that what works with World Supercross? Is there room for expansion? Where do you guys settle with that?
That's a great question. Again, I think at this we're reviewing that as we speak. I think what we really want to do, though, is build value in those teams so that, if we have 10 teams, it really is designed to be like a Formula One type model, which is then we want to help build the value of those teams. So by doing that, scarcity is the number one way to do that, and we want to make sure that, so we're not going to just continue to introduce new teams. Instead, we want to figure out how we service the ones that are there, and perhaps introduce new partners to join with them and support them. If manufacturers want to continue to get involved, then how do we connect them with those existing team owners and those 10 licenses? So the plan is really just to grow with that 10 or introduce new ones. If any want to sell, then there's the opportunity for that to happen too, and trade in and out of those licenses. But ultimately, the whole plan is to lift the value of those 10 licenses so that we have 10 really quality global teams competing in the championship.
Yeah, and look, I think it's a great structure for everything that you just mentioned. I also look at it and think from an event management perspective as well. Such a known, saying this is what we're going to have and this is what we're going to be bringing to every country, every continent, and the way that you can manage the show. Because ultimately, like you said, if you needed to shorten a show for this region, or if you wanted to do this or whatever, all of that becomes manageable. To me, it seems like you're able to put on a much better event with that as well.
Yeah, totally. It is. And it's actually it's creating a really cool community around what we're doing. Like I think that, and whilst, it's a fine line because you don't want everyone being all buddy that competes against each other, right? Like you want there to be some fierce rivalries and battles and controversy and, and there's plenty of that. But it is creating a cool sort of community around these men and women that are traveling around the world, to race in the series. And it's unique because you're bringing all these different cultures and countries, together, traveling around. And it's quite a close community of people that are all obviously love the sport and have a lot in common. So it's creating this cool little community and vibe around it. But ultimately, I think that, we need them to be passionate and enjoy what they're doing as well. And I think this kind of small group definitely helps create that community, which I think is really important for us all to move forward together.
Yeah, I agree. And the competitiveness as well. And if you question that, just go back and look at some of the highlights from your events from just this past season. And it's really incredible. Adam, congratulations on a successful year. And more than anything, I actually look forward to a year from now, looking back at this conversation and seeing just how far you come with the World Supercross Championship. It sounds like there's a lot of great things ahead.
Yeah, thank you. No, I really appreciate it. There's a lot of great things ahead, but a lot of work to do. So there's definitely no rest for the wicked, as they say. We'll be working hard between now and next year. I should have a few more grey hairs by then. I'm imagining.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, and great job. This is a brand new series. You build it from scratch, and it's amazing what you have done. So thank you very much for being with us, and thank you to all of you watching us on Zoom, but also on racer.com, on speedsport.com, on Speedsport 1 TV, as well as on our different YouTube channel and social media channels. This is the last session of the day. We are going to be back tomorrow morning, at 5:45 a.m. with Mr. Chip Ganassi himself. Then we'll be talking to the MotoGP team out of Spain. We're going to have a session on the emerging Indian and South Asia racing market. We're going to be talking to Extreme E, TRD, Ford, General Motors, Ricardo Juncos, Mr. Rick Hendrick, SCCA, Trans Am, SVRA, Richard the King Petty, Pikes Peak, Rally America, and we'll finish the day with the Super GT Japan. So an incredible lineup again tomorrow. Thank you to all of you for watching us today. Thank you. A big thank you to our sponsors, Judy, because they make this possible. So thank you, ETS Racing Fuel. Thank you, Fifth Third Bank Motorsport, Peak, Penske Racing Shock, Scott Lewis Associate, Total Seal Piston Ring, ARP, Performance Plus Global Logistics, Shop Monkey. And thank you to Brad and all our hosts for making this event so wonderful. Thank you very much.